Good morning. Good morning. Bueno, buenos días. Okay, bien. Good morning. Bien, we have a full day of activity today. I want to thank you all for getting up early. There's still many people on their way. I hear there are 4 buses from Washington Heights, just a couple of blocks away, so expect more people to come here. And during the day, I will be exiting to go vote, and I'll come back here during interesting parts of the agenda. But I wanted to thank all of you. Thank you for taking time from your busy schedule to be here with us today. Gracias por estar con nosotros aquí y compartir el día que yo espero va a ser un día histórico. Bienvenido todo al Capitolio. Bienvenido. Vamos, me toca ahora presentarle al líder de la minoría, alguien con quien yo fui colega no solo aquí en Washington, sino también en la Asamblea Estatal. He is someone that I served with in the New York State Assembly. In fact, we sat next to each other for many years in the New York State Assembly, and he is now the Democratic leader and future Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Leader Jeffries.
Buen dia. What an honor and a blessing to be here with all of you. Thank you to my good friend, Adriano Espaillat, who here on the Hill we affectionately call El Jefe. But I'm so thankful to Adriano for his leadership, for his friendship, for his advocacy on behalf of the communities that he is privileged to represent back home in New York, as well as for the Dominican American community all across America. Adriano Espaillat is a trailblazer, and his presence here today and his service in the Congress is going to open up opportunities for service for Dominican Americans all across the United States of America. And we're thankful for what his trailblazing leadership represents, and thankful for all of you for your presence. Such an incredible assembly of leaders and activists and advocates for your communities, for American values, and for, of course, the interests of the Dominican American community throughout the land. Now, here in Congress, in the House of Representatives, we pride ourselves as being the first amongst equals in terms of the institutions that are mentioned in the Constitution. You have the House, you have the Senate, you have the presidency, of course, and you have the judiciary. But it was the House that was intended by the framers of the Constitution to be the institution of the federal government that's closest to the American people, that reflects the hopes, the dreams, the aspirations, the fears, the concerns, the anxieties, and in the words of the framers, the passions of the American people. But if we're going to live up to that great ideal, that constitutional charge, then it's going to mean that people from every single community, people who represent the gorgeous mosaic of the American people, as the Dominican American community does in such an amazing way, are present, are here to advocate and to articulate the values that are important to you as we seek to march toward a more perfect union. So your presence here today is not symbolic, it is substantive. It is at the heart of who we are as a House of Representatives, what America represents as a democracy, as we continue to be the best version of ourselves. And so we wish you well throughout the day. I know you have a tremendous panel of people who will be before you, representing every facet of what we do as government officials, and I'm confident that because of your leadership, because of your presence, because of your advocacy, because of what you represent, because of your heart and your soul and your intellect and engagement, that even though we're dealing with turbulent times here in the United States of America, you representing the best of America means that in this great country of ours, the best is yet to come. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Congressmember Mario Diaz-Balart.
Buenos días. He escuchado un rumor que hay algunos dominicanos en Washington hoy, ¿no? Y por cierto, tengo entendido que también hay algunos de Florida. ¿Dónde están los de Florida? Okay. Mejor lo hacemos en inglés para que las otras personas también nos entiendan, ¿verdad? Let me start again thanking each and every one of you for being here. But I also want... And in this era of intense partisanship and division, which I'm sure you may have heard of in Washington, D.C., there's one thing that I think you need to understand, that representative, that individual who can have differences of opinion is highly respected, and I will tell you that I personally admire him. He's a person of great integrity, a hard worker, and just like the best representatives of the Dominican Republic are you all in Congress. He represents that community exceedingly well. Adriano, it's a privilege to work with him. Very briefly, I don't have to... Ustedes saben que la República Dominicana es uno de los mejores aliados que tenemos en este hemisferio. Yo también felicito al presidente de la República Dominicana. What he is doing to nearshore products, so that we don't have to depend on communist China. So you imagine the day which is going to happen when, as opposed to depending on communist China and places like that, we can look to the Dominican Republic as a place that we can rely on, because it is a reliable partner, and we need to do more to help that reliable partner. And with that in mind, I have the privilege of chairing the Subcommittee of Appropriations that determines the funding on the House side, determines the funding for everything having to do with foreign policy. And in the bill that we are now negotiating with the Senate, we actually have $25 million in development assistance for the DR. We have $20 million, and this is something that I want to talk about, and Adriano has been amazing at this. The DR sometimes gets criticized in the press for as if it was doing things to hurt its neighbor Haiti. Let me be very clear. The Dominican Republic has been amazingly generous with Haiti, and I'm grateful. I am grateful for that. And we've been working with them because the Dominicans want to do a hospital specifically to help those very, very difficult cases, Haitians who need health care. That's the Dominican Republic that folks don't like to talk about, but that's the real Dominican Republic, and that's the real president of the DR right now. So I'm so grateful. I am so grateful. And we're doing all of this, by the way, at the same time, and let's be clear, we're doing all this while at the same time we are fed up with your taxpayer money going to organizations that are anti-American, that fight against our interests. So the days of spending money and wasting money on organizations that help the Communist Party of China or help our enemies have to be over, and it's about time that we emphasize our allies, our friends, y no tenemos mejor aliado en este hemisferio que la República Dominicana. Gracias, que Dios los bendiga a todos. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Congressmember Diaz-Balart. Now let's welcome Congressmember Grace Mann.
Buenos días. Me llamo Grace Mang. Yo soy la congresista del Queens. Anyone from Queens? Yes. Bienvenidos a Washington, D.C. Y gracias a Adriano Espaillat. Thank you to Adriano and to his whole team for once again putting together this amazing event. I have known Adriano since I was in the New York State Assembly with Adriano, and I am so grateful for his clear and compassionate leadership. I've been proud to attend this event many times in the past few years. And in Queens, as many of you know, every year we have our own Dominican parade right in the heart of Queens that I get to participate in. But we gather today in the middle of Dominican Heritage Month to celebrate the amazing contributions of Dominican Americans to our society in New York and around the country. New York was actually the first state to celebrate this occasion. And outside of the DR, you know, there are more Dominicans living in New York City than any other part of the world. So go New York. And the first immigrant to arrive in what has become New York City was Juan Rodriguez from Santo Domingo. He was a Portuguese African and came on a Dutch ship in 1613. And ever since then, the Dominican community has been such an important part of our American story. I really want to thank you, all of you here today, and especially to Congressman Espaillat for spearheading the charge on two really important issues. One is the Open Skies Agreement. Adriano led the effort to President Biden, and earlier this year, the U.S. and the DR reached a new Open Skies Agreement, which will make it easier for our families and loved ones to visit between the U.S. and the DR. So thank you, Adriano. I'm also proud to be on the same committee as Adriano, and we work to get the U.S. to allocate $43.5 million in aid to the Dominican Republic, and more for development assistance as well. So those are just some of the reasons why representation is important and why it's important for all of you to be here so that we can see and witness the true beauty of the Dominican American community in New York and around the country. Thank you so much. If you come to Queens, please give me a call. We have great Dominican food. Gracias.
Thank you, Congressmember Grace Change, for your words. Now next, Hugo Rodriguez, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, U.S. Department of State.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to be very, very brief. Proud son of a Montecristeño. I am very pleased to be here with you all. Thank you. Thank you. It is a true honor to be invited to this incredible event, to spend some time with you all. I hope this isn't the last time I get to come and share some time with you. I do want to say thank you to Representative Espaillat for putting this together. What a great opportunity to bring los Dominicanos together here in Washington, D.C., como debe ser. Again, what an incredible honor to spend time with you. If my father were here, he'd be so proud. So thank you very much. I wish you all a great day. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Up next, Congressmember Robert Menendez.
Good morning. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. I first want to thank my friend Espaillat and his entire team for bringing us here together, for having this Dominican presence on the Hill. I think this is the 6th year, it's the 2nd year I've gotten to be here. It's an incredible celebration of Dominican culture, of the vibrancy of this community. I have the privilege of representing New Jersey's 8th Congressional District, which includes Jersey City, Newark, Elizabeth, rich Dominican population there that adds so much to our community. So for today, it's an honor to be here with you while you are all in Washington. It is an honor to get to represent a place that has such a strong Dominican community, and just know that forever how long I get to be in this role, we will always support the Dominican effort. Thank you all so much, and have a great Independence Day later this year.
Now, let's welcome next Whip Clark. It's you. She has arrived.
Good morning. I am so honored and privileged to be with you today. It is so wonderful to have you all in Washington, and a pleasure to be here for your 6th annual gathering. It gives me such pride to see so many people from the Dominican community coming to Washington from around the country to engage in our democracy. There is nothing in this building more powerful than a community on a mission. So thank you for bringing your voices to the People's House. Let's applaud you. And I want to talk about our host, your friend, my esteemed colleague, Congressman Adriano Espaillat, for continuing to bring this important event to us, for his skilled, trailblazing leadership that he has brought to the Democratic caucus since the moment he took the oath of office. Who better to host a celebration of Dominicans breaking barriers? Congressman Espaillat's story embodies the promise at the heart of our country's story. He is the American dream, and he is fighting with everything he has to open up that dream to everyone in this country. As Deputy Chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, as co-chair of the Immigration Task Force, he is a megaphone for the values at the heart of the American experiment, for the truth that we are a nation of immigrants, strengthened by the hopes and aspirations of every person who chooses to make our country their home. So thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your stories, for shining a light on the issues that impact Dominicans from Massachusetts to New York to California. And more than ever, we need you. We need your voices in this building and beyond. And I hope each and every one of you will consider me a partner in your work. Thank you, and best wishes for a wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you, Whip Clark, for your words. Now, next, House Congressmember Stacy Plaskett, U.S. Virgin Island.
Good morning. Buenos dias. I don't hear you guys. Good morning. Hey. Good morning to all of you. To my esteemed colleagues that are here, distinguished guests, I'm so excited to be here for the 6th annual Dominican on the Hill event. Woo-hoo. Many of you may know that I represent the U.S. Virgin Islands, but not many people know that my abuela is from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. The influence we Caribbean Americans have across every sphere of our nation is clear and undisputable. Dominican Americans are a significant part of that impact. Over the last 20-plus years, the population of Dominicans of origin in our country have increased by 200%. As the 4th largest population of Latinos in the U.S., our political growth and burgeoning influence cannot be stopped. The theme of this year's Dominicans on the Hill event is Dominicans Breaking Barriers, reflective of the resilience consistently demonstrated by this exceptionally strong and creative group of people who hail from our Caribbean region. In my own home of the Virgin Islands, we have a large Dominican population and celebrate the beauty of the culture, heritage, and contribution of Dominican Americans that have not just made our nations great, but my home great as well. Congressman Espaillat, as a member who represents significant populations of Caribbean region, right in what I say is the largest Caribbean islands, Manhattan and Brooklyn, we recognize that the United States must not only lead proactively, but also be a committed partner in fostering a strong alliance within the Caribbean. While our nation's policies have been well-intentioned historically, they've often been fragmented, limiting the region's economic and strategic potential. The American Partnership for Economic Prosperity is of emerging importance for deepening our economic bond, enhancing our regional competitiveness, and igniting private investment. President Biden's inaugural APEP summit on November 3rd of last year marked a historic stride in reinforcing our regional ties. I applaud my colleague, Congressman Espaillat, for his work in supporting the Dominican Republic, being one of the leaders in signing on to APEP initiative thus far, setting a powerful example along with the islands of Barbados for other Caribbean countries to follow. Vice President Harris recently launched several new initiatives to strengthen the U.S. relationship with our region. These initiatives address a host of issues that we have struggled with in the Caribbean: security and firearms trafficking, the need for enhanced domestic presence in the Eastern Caribbean, the crisis in Haiti, and the U.S.-Caribbean Partnership to address climate crisis. We're working on it all, and we're doing it because of the strength of the Dominican community. Thank you all. Thank you, Congressman Espaillat, to address this incredible group, and look forward to working with you all. God bless.
Thank you, Congressmember Plaskett, for your words. And now, next, Congressmember Robin Kelly.
Bienvenido, Dominicans on the Hill. I'm so proud to welcome you for the 6th annual Dominicans on the Hill. I think I've been at every one of them, because as you know, Congressman Espaillat, he's my brother from another mother, and we are very close, and he's one of my closest friends on the Hill. And while I represent the 2nd Congressional District of Illinois, a lot of you know I am a proud native of Washington Heights. I went to PS 128 on 168th Street. The community, the diversity, the culture, and this food, especially the food and the rum, were an essential part of my upbringing, not until I was 18 for the rum. As a member of Congress, I'm working to ensure that the voices of the Dominican American community are heard right here in the halls of Congress. Every one of you, every one of us deserves to have a seat at the table. That's why gatherings like this are so important. And give yourselves a round of hand for keep coming back. We need you to keep coming back. Today we are showing that this community is strong and that this community will fight for what's right. I want to thank you so much for being here today, and I look forward to welcoming you to our nation's capital again soon. And Adriano keeps promising me he's going to take me to the Dominican Republic for a 2nd time, so I look forward to that too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congressmember Kelly. She is from Washington Heights, ladies and gentlemen. And now, next, Elizabeth de León Bargada, Assistant Secretary, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
¿Cómo está mi gente? Buenas, buenas. Como dijeron, me llamo Elizabeth de León Bargada, soy de Washington Heights, pero primeramente de Salcedo, cibaeña, quería decir. Pero bienvenidos, bienvenidos a Washington. Tengo la posición de subsecretaria en el Departamento de Vivienda y Desarrollo Urbano. Soy la latina que tiene el puesto más alto en esa agencia. Gracias a ustedes y su apoyo. Entonces, definitivamente quiero decirle la importancia de tenerlos ustedes aquí. Y nadie entiende lo que significa organizar un evento como este. Le quiero dar las gracias a nuestro congresista Adriano Espaillat, a su equipo, a todas las personas que se aseguraron que cuando ustedes llegaron hoy no tenían que hacer la línea sumamente alta de lo que iban a hacer el tour. Así que gracias a su equipo, gracias a Adriano y gracias a ustedes por estar aquí. Le voy a pedir una cosa, que su voz sea alta hoy. Significa mucho el hecho de que hoy la gente entienda, todos los electos que estén aquí, entiendan la importancia, lo que significa traer la comunidad acá, a la capital y especialmente el dominicano. Así que gracias a ustedes por todo lo que hacen, por su apoyo y espero oírlo en alto, ¿ok? Chao.
Muchas gracias, Elizabeth de León Bargaba. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Congress member Mike Lawler.
Hola. Soy Congressman Miguelito Lawler y estoy muy feliz de estar aquí con todos ustedes. That's about the extent of it. But it's really an absolute honor to be here with all of you today for the 6th Annual Dominicans on the Hill celebration. As we gather here today, we stand united under the theme of Dominicans breaking barriers, a testament to the resilience, innovation, and unwavering spirit of this incredible community. And through adversity and challenges, Dominican Americans have not only persevered, but thrived, creating opportunities where none seem to exist and contributing to the rich tapestry of our nation. Dominicans on the Hill is more than just an event. It's a platform where we come together to uplift and amplify the voices of the Dominican diaspora and Latino communities across the United States. It is a reflection of the collective strength and the pivotal role that Dominican Americans play in shaping the future of this country. I'm proud to represent the 17th Congressional District of New York, just north of New York City, where we have a large and vibrant Latino community. About 19% of my district is Latino, but a growing Dominican population in Haverstraw and in Peekskill and in other communities across my district. And I see some of our local elected officials here. Johnny Ortiz from Haverstraw. It's great to see you. And we're proud of the fact that we have a vibrant community. This Quisqueya Club in Haverstraw, they do great work, not just as a place for Dominicans to come together, but for the community to come together. I was there over the Christmas season where they gave out hundreds, if not thousands, of toys to children all throughout Haverstraw, and that was great to see. And was there just again last week as they kicked off their annual Domino Championship club. So really great opportunity to work with the Dominican community in my district and see it continue to thrive and grow. But the contributions of Dominican Americans to our country, from arts and sciences to business and public service, have enriched the American experience with their talents, their hard work, and cultural heritage. Our nation was founded on the ideals of providing a haven for immigrant families, refugees, and all those seeking their own American dream. I'm proud to be the husband of an immigrant. My wife is from Moldova, Eastern Europe. She came here over 10 years ago in search of a better life, economic opportunity, and to pursue her American dream. She became an American citizen in 2020. That is what our country is about. And we want to continue to see growth. We want to continue to ensure that immigrants play a pivotal role in our communities. They enrich our culture. They enrich our economy. They enrich our very communities that we all live in and love. It is in this spirit that we gather here today to not only celebrate, but to reaffirm our commitment to these principles. And I'd like to thank my good friend and colleague, Congressman Adriano Espaillat, for his unwavering leadership and dedication in bringing this significant event to Washington for a 6-year running. His efforts in advancing the interests and well-being of Dominican Americans and the broader Latino community are commendable, and I'm thankful to have the opportunity to serve alongside him here in Washington, D.C. So I wish you all an enjoyable and enriching experience during this year's Dominicans on the Hill event, and I hope your visit is both memorable and meaningful. And look forward to welcoming you all back in the years to come. So God bless you, enjoy the rest of the day, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Congressmember Mike Lawler, for your remarks. Now, next, Congressmember Susan Weil.
Hello, everybody. Okay, I'm here for a repeat performance. I do this every year. Thank you to Adriano for hosting this. Who's here from the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania? Yeah, there's my people. Great, wonderful. I'll see you at the flag raising that's coming up soon, and I can't wait. That'll be fun. The Dominican flag raising we have at City Hall every year. We have a vibrant, wonderful Dominican population in my district. And it's a multicultural district as it is, but the Dominican population, it really brings a lot of fun and great culture and just a real addition to our district, and many of you have been there for a long, long time. So I'm thrilled to be here with all of you. I hope you're having a great time. I hope for those of you who went to the White House yesterday, you had a great time, and just enjoy Capitol Hill and know that your presence is really, really important in this country and in so many of our districts. And with that, I understand there's a whole lot of important people to speak behind me. I'm going to stop there. But those of you from my district, I'll see you in a couple of weeks, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressmember Susan Weil. Ladies and gentlemen, Congressmember Bill Pascrell.
Good to see you. Good morning. When we first started, they fit us in a phone booth. How many phone booths do we need today? Great to see you all. You look great from wherever you are. And who's from North Jersey in the Patterson area anyway? There they go. All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Washington. It's always my pleasure to meet with the leaders of the Dominicans on the Hill. Always one of the biggest gatherings we see on Capitol Hill. A special thank you to my brother, Congressman Adriano Espaillat, who does a masterful job leading this event each year. He's one of the Congress's most respected members, and there's a reason for that. The size and energy that you bring and the leaders who are here today is a testament to the importance of the Dominican Americans to our government and our culture. Dominican heritage holds an enduring place in the heart and soul of the state of New Jersey. Our district, the 9th District of New Jersey, one of the most diverse in the entire country, our district is a kaleidoscope of cultures. And we are blessed with one of the largest Dominican communities in the entire United States. And I use the word blessed directly because you have been a great success not only in my district, the district which I am the congressman for many moons. I'm proud of you. And I'm an active member of the Friends of the Dominican Republican Caucus to build strong bonds between our nations. And I think that my credibility is based upon how many Dominican softball teams I played on as I was growing up. I played on more Dominican teams than the Dominicans in my area did. The Dominican Republic is a strong, strong place, has a strong influence in North Jersey. And I'm very proud of the city that I was the mayor of a long time ago, Paterson, New Jersey. It is rich in its 179-year history. 180 years, by the way, just a few weeks, almost there. I'm proud to recognize the iron strengths of Dominicans in all of America, and they've added to the strength of this great country that we live in. We thank God. We thank our families. We thank those in our family who are no longer here for our inspiration. And you have been leaders, not followers, leaders in business throughout our area and, of course, the country. Thank you for coming today. God bless America. Dominicans always, always raise our expectations and raise our hopes for our families and our kids. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressmember Bill Pascal. And now, Gabe Amo.
Rhode Island. Good morning. Happy Dominicans on the day, Dominicans on the Hill Day. I'm so excited. I'm tripping on my words. I am so thankful to the inspiration for all of this Dominican excellence in this room, the great Congressman Adriano Espaillat. And as you may or may not know, I was recently elected to represent the 1st Congressional District in Rhode Island, and I'm so honored to continue in the legacy of my predecessor, David Cicilline, in my unwavering support for the Latino community, especially my Dominican constituents. And what you may also know is I have an immigrant background, a story that so many of us share. My dad is from Ghana, my mom is from Liberia. So I feel like our stories are linked. They're linked by the grit, the hard work, the determination, and the resilience that so many have offered, those who came before us, those who are here in this room, and those who are yet to come. And so I am grateful that in Rhode Island we have a long history of Dominican Americans being the heart of activism, political action, and progress. And many of them are here today. So I'm going to give a few shout outs, but I will get in trouble, so I apologize in advance. We have our great Lieutenant Governor, Sabino Matos. Senator Ana Quesada. I don't know if I saw her this morning, but I think the Representative Grace Diaz may be here. Councilwoman Ana Vargas. Councilman Pedro Espinal. Councilman Juan Pichardo. And though not elected, she is leading for our children, our Commissioner of Education in the state, Angelica Infante Green. So I want to say, because I've only been in Congress for 12 weeks, that we're just getting started. So please count me as a friend and a partner in this work as we create opportunity for everybody. And so I look forward to all of the work ahead in Rhode Island, here in Washington, and in so many of your communities around this country. Thank you for the privilege of speaking before you, and thank you for all the work that you have done and all the work that's yet to come. Take care.
Thank you, Congressmember Gabe Amo. Señoras y señores, ¿cómo se le están pasando? And now, the man of the hour, Adriano Espaillat.
All right, everybody, buenos dias.
Ooh.
Se llenó.
¡Epa!
Aquí no cabe ni un mandado. Bien, gracias. Primero, yo quiero destacar la presencia de la persona más importante que está aquí en esta audiencia. Yo sé que cada uno de ustedes son importantes, pero sin duda esta es la más importante. Pero por mucho, mi madre, doña Melba. Ella se levantó, como acostumbra hacerlo, a las 3 de la mañana para llegar a ti a tiempo. Así que gracias. Thank you so much. And welcome to the People's House. This is the People's House. And the People's House belongs to everybody. Esto le pertenece a cada uno de ustedes. A cada uno de ustedes. Sin excepción de nadie. Y la grandeza de nosotros es nuestra habilidad fuera de la política dominicana, fuera de las controversias regionales, fuera incluso de las diferencias de opiniones, la habilidad nuestra de unirnos es lo que nos hace fuerte, de unirnos. Y tenemos que tratar todos los días, esforzarnos a poder desarrollar una voz colectiva que sea nuestra voz, la de la diáspora, que es auténtica. Auténtica porque nace desde el vientre de lo que es la emigración. Y el tema de la emigración es un tema que se está debatiendo ahora. Y muchos de nosotros, yo oigo en las calles, que se han olvidado de dónde venimos. Y se han olvidado de quiénes fuimos y esencialmente de quiénes todavía somos. Y se han olvidado que esta nación nos dio a nosotros grandes beneficios y grandes subsidios. Y yo se lo puedo enumerar uno por uno. Sección 8. Medicaid, Medicare, todo eso nos lo entregó esta nación. La renta controlada, la renta estabilizada, los cheques de estímulo, los cupones de alimento, el Child Tax Credit, $3,500 para cada niño menor de 5 años, las vacunas durante la pandemia, la inversión en los hospitales y en las clínicas, todo eso nos ha brindado la nación a nosotros y nadie más que nuestra comunidad ha sido beneficiada de todo eso. Y sería algo infrahumano negarle a otro lo que nos han beneficiado a nosotros. Porque se nos va a juzgar en el futuro, no simplemente por la cuenta de banco que uno tenga, no simplemente por el grado universitario que uno pueda adquirir, sino cómo nosotros tratamos los que llegaron después que nosotros. Así que tomen eso en cuenta todos los días. Y de hecho, hace un tiempo que yo conocí un niño que vino aquí como inmigrante, como todos nosotros, y llegó aquí mismo al Capitolio y fue a la tienda de souvenirs y compró un busto del presidente John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Ese niño se sintió malo ese día y en el baño se le quedó el busto de John Fitzgerald Kennedy, que fue el presidente más joven electo y el primero católico y el primero irlandés. Y ese niño volvió sin el busto a su casa. Yo lo conozco tan bien porque ese niño fui yo. Entonces me decidí a volver 50 años más tarde como congresista de los Estados Unidos. Bien, y déjeme decirle que esto de nuevo, antes de presentar el próximo orador e irme a votar, esto le pertenece a todo el mundo. No solo a los ricos que a lo mejor llegaron aquí en primera clase, pero a los que se levantaron, como mi madre, a las 3 de la mañana para coger un autobús y llegar aquí a tiempo. Esto no solamente le pertenece a los universitarios, pero también a las madres y los padres que trabajaron largas horas para que sus hijos fueran a la universidad. Es más, esto le pertenece a los peloteros, a los artistas, a los científicos, a los merengueros, a los bachateros, es más, hasta a los urbanos, que vienen de un mundo que es una realidad. Los urbanos vienen de un mundo que es una realidad y no podemos jugar el juego del avestruz escondiendo nuestra cabeza en la arena pensando que no existe. Existe y lo vamos a escuchar a ellos también. Lo tenemos que escuchar porque nos hablan definitivamente y desafortunadamente a través de la violencia. Nos hablan a nosotros a través del uso y el consumo de la droga. Nos hablan a nosotros a veces con letras que no son cómodas para nosotros, pero nos hablan y no podemos rechazarlo, y tenemos que escucharlo, Así que, sí, voy a concluir porque ya me dieron un mensaje que tengo que ir a votar, diciéndole que gracias por estar aquí, esta es su casa de todos y cada uno de ustedes. This is your house to each and every one of you. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a wonderful day. Y con eso le presento al neoyorquino, al mayimbe, al mandamás, al presidente del Senado de los Estados Unidos, el senador Chuck Schumer.
Viva! Viva la República Dominicana! Viva Adriano Espaillat! And viva la bandera Dominicana República! Sube la bandera! And don't let them make you take it down. We love it. Anyway, it's great to be here today. And let me just say that, I got the wrong notes here, folks. This is about the economy, which you care about. Now I have the right notes. Okay, so it is so great to be here at the 6th annual Dominicans on the Hill. Every year there are more and more people, and it shows the power, the strength, the importance of the Dominican community. And let me wish you all a happy Dominican Heritage Month. Now, it's great to see my fellow New Yorkers. We are proud. We have more Dominicans in New York than any other place but the Republic. How many of you are from New York? We like you in whatever state you're in, but move to New York. So I'm so proud that New York is the largest, most diverse, and most vibrant Dominican community in the nation. I am sure many of you have seen me dancing the bachata down 6th Avenue. In a sea of red, white, and blue at the parade every year. And that parade is now one of the very biggest, not only in New York, but in America. It shows you the strength of this community. And one of the reasons I love this event so much is because it's a chance to celebrate La Comunidad Dominicana, all the wonderful things you have done for our country. I push immigration reform very hard. We've got some people who don't want to do it. They don't understand that immigrants are our future. And when someone asked me, why do you push so hard for immigration, and particularly immigration for the Dominican Republic? I say, I love New York, and the more Dominicans there are in New York, the better we are. Now, there's another reason I love this event so much. Your host, the first Dominican-American ever elected to Congress, mi hermano, Congressman Adriano Espaillat. Let's hear it for him again. His story is such a beautiful American story that so many others mirror. He came here at 9 years old from the DR, grew up during the civil rights movement, dedicated his life, and I knew him way back when, before he was an elected official, but a community leader. But he dedicated his life to fighting for immigrants, for his constituents, for the great Dominican-American community. And whenever Adriano calls me about an issue, we probably talk at least once a day, seriously, because we're seeking advice on how to do things in the House and Senate, and we have things we want to do for his community and for New York. And so whenever he calls, I pick up the phone and we work together, and that is great. Now, I know today's theme, it's a beautiful theme, Dominicans breaking barriers. The more barriers you break, not only better off your community is, but better off America is. That's our history. And we're not going to let those nasty people who have turned on immigrants prevail. We are going to beat them. We are going to fight them. We are going to win. So here are some of the things that Adriano and I are doing. There's so many, I could stay here all afternoon. But one of the most important, every day, Adriano would call me, for those of you who live in East Harlem and in northern Manhattan, what about the 2nd Avenue subway, the long-promised 2nd Avenue subway? When they first built it, they stopped it at 96th Street, place of more well-to-do white New Yorkers. What about the rest of New York? So I promised Adriano that if I got to be majority leader, and by the way, I'm the first majority leader ever from New York, and mucho gracias, I am the first senator ever from New York to be elected to his 5th term. So thank you for that. Well, I told Adriano if I became, God willing, majority leader, we would get that 2nd Avenue subway done. And I am happy to announce that we have gotten $3.4 billion, and that subway is now going to be built. We all know that with that subway, people from East Harlem and the northern Manhattan who have tremendous talent but could not get to work on time. It would take 2 hours to get to work. And if you had to raise a family or you had other responsibilities, you couldn't. So it's going to open tremendous job opportunities downtown for people. It's going to help people to go to the doctor's office and help people to get to school and much, much more. And the 2nd Avenue subway will deliver tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. And we wrote in the law that many of those new jobs should come from local people in East Harlem, people of color who never got these good-paying construction jobs before. That's going to be a very good thing. And while we're talking of subways, the East Bronx, where many Dominicans live, has been a desert. And we're now building a new subway line, a new Metro North line, all across the East Bronx. going all the way up into Westchester, and it'll go right into Penn Station. So that's another place we are connecting the community. Housing, so important. Working together, we passed legislation to keep funding developments in East Harlem and across New York City. Over the last 3 years, we have dropped Latino unemployment to record lows. We've gotten more Latinos enrolled in health insurance than ever before. And one of the things I'm proudest of, so many of our people, particularly the elderly, have diabetes. And you know, when diabetes was invented, the inventor was a very generous man. He sold the patent for $1. But the drug companies have found ways around it. And it would cost people hundreds of dollars a month to get that insulin, which their lives depended on. Well, we passed the law last year. No one on Medicare will pay more than $35 a month for insulin, and they can get that insulin for the rest of their lives that way. Another thing we've done on prescription drugs, very important. A mom came to me, and she said, "My child has cancer. There's a drug that can save him. But it costs $800 a month, and the insurance company said they won't pay for it. I'm going to have to watch my son languish away because I can't afford that drug which would save his life." We have now passed a law that no one on Medicare will pay more than $2,000 total the year for all the drugs they buy. That mom will be able to save her child. That's amazing. And we also are passing a law that finally the drug companies have to negotiate with Medicare, and that's going to bring the price of drugs way down. We have the 10 of the most widely used drugs. That's going to start happening in a few months. Another issue. So many Latinos go to college for the first time. And yet, when they get out of college, they have this huge anchor around their ankles. It's called student debt. It's a huge burden. People delay getting the job they want, getting married, having a family, doing all kinds, buying a car that gets them to work because of this huge burden of debt. Well, I have fought, along with Adriano and many others, we have fought very hard to reduce that debt. Now 4 million people have just been taken off and will pay no debt. Another many millions will only pay half their debt. We are not going to rest till we end all student debt and get that burden off your backs. With another great member of Congress, we are now getting the Cross Bronx Expressway covered. It's caused so much pollution throughout the Bronx. And I have worked with your congressional delegation very, very, very hard to make sure that that's going to happen. And one of the other things I'm proud of is this. Judges. As you know, federal judges have tremendous power over our lives. For too long, they were almost exclusively white males from big fancy law firms. As majority leader with the power to put judges on the floor, I have changed that. I am happy to tell you now, folks, ladies, we've set a record of new judges, and they're progressive judges. They're immigration lawyers, they're consumer advocates, they're legal aid attorneys. But now, 2/3 of the judges, the new judges, over 160 we have chosen, are women. 2/3 are people of color. 32 new Latino judges, a record for a single term. 18 of whom are Latinas. Myrna Perez to the Second Circuit, Ramon Reyes, Hector Gonzalez, Vernon Broderick, Nelson Roman, and the first judge I ever appointed when I first became senator was Victor Marrero. So we're getting the bench to look more like America to people who understand. I want to close by telling you a short story about my father. My dad struggled his whole life. He was a wonderful man. He was an exterminator. My sister once sent him a Father's Day card that said, "Dad, we're the only family that associates the smell of DDT with love," because he came home, you know, reeking of all the chemicals. So he struggled, but he never complained. When he died, I realized that he had never uttered a word of resentment against those who would give him a better break than him. But if those of you who have lost parents recently, you'll know what I mean. He's standing here next to me. He's still here guiding me. And he taught me two values above all that are my credo, that I live with. One, always help people who need help. And the more they need help, the more you should help them. That's in the scriptures. And second, he said, if you're doing something important, look into your heart. Make sure it's the right thing to do. And if you're sure it's the right thing to do, persist and persist and persist and don't give up, and God will reward you and you will succeed. I will persist and persist and persist. This community will persist and persist and persist. We will never give up until we find full equality for Dominican Americans here in this great country of the United States. So God bless you. God bless this great Dominican community. God bless the United States of America.
Gracias, líder de la mayoría, Senator Chuck Schumer. Ladies and gentlemen, Congress member Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Buenos días a todos. Me llamo Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Soy una congresista de la Florida. ¿Dónde están? ¿Dónde están mi gente de la Florida? ¿Es Florida en la casa? Excelente. I am deeply grateful for my friend Adriano Espaillat for his leadership on behalf of Dominican Americans and the USDR relationship. This is an incredible opportunity for us to honor the achievements of the Dominican community and their valuable contributions to our nation. A thriving Dominican community is an indispensable part of our nation's prosperity and the product of generations of struggles and sacrifices. It's important to highlight the diverse Spanish-speaking diaspora groups in our nation who have made rich contributions through art, culture, science, business, technology, government, and every other facet of life, especially baseball. Who doesn't love baseball? As a proud member of the Friends of the Dominican Republic Caucus, I recognize that the cultural ties that bind our two nations were woven by the Dominican American community. As a Jewish American, I know that our two communities share a great deal in common. Family narratives of immigration journeys, strong values, and, shall we say, a knack for not being very shy. We're pretty good at expressing our opinions, both of our communities. That includes a deep, abiding love for this country and the opportunity that it offers us all. I'm incredibly appreciative that Adriano has joined me as a co-chair of the Congressional Latino Jewish Caucus, which works to strengthen collaboration between our diverse communities. There is a small but powerful Dominican Jewish community, and it wonderfully embodies our shared histories, traditions, and values. Thank you all again for having me here today, and congratulations on another successful day on the Hill and for your immense contributions to the fabric of our nation. Hasta luego.
Muchas gracias, Congressmember Wasserman Schultz. Señoras y señores, up next, Lori Trahan.
Buenos días. Yo soy Lori Lorero Trahan, and I have the honor of representing Massachusetts' 3rd Congressional District, home of Lawrence, who is well represented here today. Thank you for having me this morning to recognize the many contributions and achievements of Dominicans and Dominican Americans across our country. I would love to share with you a little bit more about the 3rd District and the family, how my family came to call it home. My grandfather from Portugal was a union carpenter, and my grandmother from Brazil worked in a textile mill in Lowell, Massachusetts. They worked long, tough hours to provide a better life for my dad, who in return did the same for me. My grandparents were the quintessential American dream, and it's hard to describe what a privilege it is now to represent the same district that my grandparents settled in as immigrants in search of a better life. A district that has a proud history of welcoming immigrants from across the globe. Today, the 3rd District is home to 65,000 Dominican Americans, the highest share of the population in the state, and one of the largest populations of Dominican Americans in our country. In our district, most Dominican Americans proudly call Lawrence their home. In fact, today, half of the city's 80,000 residents are Dominican, and Lawrence has only become stronger because of it. The city is now home to vibrant Dominican small businesses and restaurants. Dominican Americans serve in public office and have come to lead critical organizations and nonprofits, including our great mayor, Brian DePena, members of the school committee and city council, and so many city officials who are here with us this morning. I can say without a doubt that Dominican Americans are driving Lawrence's renaissance, just like they are in communities large and small across America. That's exactly what we're celebrating here today, the tremendous success of Dominicans everywhere. And it's why I couldn't be more grateful to Congressman Espaillat and for all of the work he and his team have done to organize this great annual event to ensure that Dominican voices from my home district and beyond are heard in the halls of Congress. And trust me when I say, the work does not end here. The conversations and ideas and connections that are made to stay will stay with us and guide our work ahead. Whether it's access to affordable care, addressing gun violence and community safety, and opportunities to help our Dominican-owned small businesses grow, we will lead those efforts in coordination with the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. So thank you all again for being here today. Thank you for contributing your ideas. It's an absolute honor to work alongside you. Viva la República Dominicana!
Muchas gracias, Congressmember Lori Trahan. And now, up next, I'm so excited to introduce our very first panel discussion of the day. Please join me in giving a huge round of applause for Jennifer Pichardo, Elizabeth Acevedo, Sherazada Garcia, Bonnie Ramirez, and Sully Bonelli.
Good morning. How are we doing? ¿Estamos bien? My name is Jennifer Pichardo. I am the Senior Advancement Officer at the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Latino, and I am pleased to welcome you all today to our opening panel. Thank you to Congressman Adriano Espaillat and the team for hosting the 6th Annual Dominicans on the Hill and putting together this fabulous program. And so I think everyone is here to learn about these brilliant artists, and instead of reading their bios, I'm going to kick it off and ask each of them to give a short introduction and to share a little about their journey and how they got here. So we'll start with Bonnie Ramirez.
Hello. Thank you so much, all of you, for coming today. Thank you for hosting us and listening to our stories. My name is Bonnie Ramirez. I'm a visual artist, mainly working in sculpture and painting. I was born and raised in the Dominican Republic. De Tenares, si alguien de Tenares, no sé. And I like to describe my work as almost like an exploration and celebration of Caribbean arts and culture through different themes. I primarily work on figurative painting, a lot of times in also sculpture with different materials. I'm a self-taught artist, so I think I tend to experiment a lot, so I work with very different materials. So the work might look like paintings, but they're almost like a mixed media collage of different materials. I think I work a lot from just my memory in Dominican Republic, growing up there. So I tend to not use references so much so that it makes it a little bit more surreal. I like to tell, the story of our culture and our people through these different compositions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chedesade Garcia. I was born and raised in the Dominican Republic, and I came to New York because I came to continue my studies at Parsons School of Design, and I fell in love with New York. I stayed in New York, and I became a Dominican New York. And I studied at Parsons, and then I did my graduate studies, my MFA at City College, CUNY, where I got still more involved with my Dominicans. My work is all about the crossing of the Atlantic and what happened of these encounters in the Caribbean. So my work is all about the Caribbean and the richness and how important our islands are for what we call America. And right now, I am a professor of art in the University of Austin, University of Texas at Austin. And also, I am also there collecting my Dominicans. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Acevedo. Love you. I am so hyped. I live here in D.C. I've lived in D.C. for 18 years. I walk by the Capitol building all the time. I have never seen a Dominican flag this big in this city. And so I am honored that you all are here. Again, Elizabeth Acevedo, I'm a novelist and a poet. I have several different books. I was born and raised in New York City. My father is from La Capital, Cristo Rey. My mother is from Los Piñales, Cotuí. And my work is heavily influenced by them, by their stories, by the intersection of being from New York, but also longing for the home that they told me about. And I can't believe I'm on a stage with these incredible artists, so I look forward to speaking with you all.
Hi guys, my name is Sully Bonelli. Happy to be here. I was born in the Dominican Republic and I lived there until I was 23 years old. My father from Santiago, my mother from La Vega. And I studied architecture in La UAS, but my dream was to be a fashion designer. In those days, there were no fashion schools, so I moved to New York to pursue my dream. And I became a fashion designer. I graduated from Parsons, like Sherazad. And I opened my business in 1993. My first job was the great Oscar de la Renta. And in my first interview with Oscar, he said to me, Sully, I have to give you an advice. And he didn't give many advices. He says, never deny where you come from. You're not going to be everybody's cup of tea. But the people that really like you, they are going to love you. And that is my motto. I have my business since 1983, like I said, and in my personal life and in my professional life, I am the fusion of the flag that witnessed my birth and the flag that opened their arms and offer me my success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See why I asked them to introduce themselves? All right, let's get this started. So today's theme of this program is Dominicans Breaking Barriers. Could you share with us some of the barriers you've had to overcome to get where you are today? Start with you.
Yes, I think for me, honestly, the biggest barrier, other than like, coming to this country, brand new in a way, back in 2009, it was that I wasn't able to go to school. So, I really always wanted to be an artist. I always knew that I wanted to be, do something creative. I honestly didn't think it was going to be possible. So I think for me, the biggest obstacle at that point was not having a degree. I think, especially in the arts, is something that can literally open the doors beyond all, the connections that you make in school or the people that you meet there, but also like how school helps you, have access to all these different materials and different things that you can use. So for a while, I felt like I was like left behind because I didn't have access to those things. And I knew that it was going to be a little bit harder. Again, specifically in the arts, it's always like, okay, what school did you go to? The difference between like arts and a lot of other degrees is that a lot of times, specifically for visual artists, is like it's subjective. It's like when you're a doctor, you have certain degrees that prove how good you are. When you're an artist, it's mainly just like the work, then that is determined by the public a lot of times. So I think that was the one thing that really like set me back a lot of times. I used to work construction. That was my job since I graduated high school in 2014. But I just kept working, on the weekends and stuff, on my work and stuff. And I think, especially in the pandemic, was where everything kind of took off for me. Just me, just being out there, putting my work out there, mainly like on social media and stuff. And I think that's where I was like, I don't want to say discovered, but that's where like my work started connecting with more people now that everybody was home. So from there, that's where I got like all the opportunities working with different galleries and stuff. And I think that's just like a quick summary of like, I think, again, one of the biggest obstacles was like not having like a formal upper education, only the high school degree.
One thing that happened to me when I came here, it was that I was very surprised. I was an interdisciplinary artist coming from Dominican Republic, from Altos de Chabón. I went to Altos de Chabón. I come from a family with artists and writers, so I guess I was prepared for the craziness. And then when I came to Parsons, I found it way more welcoming than I thought. But also, when I say welcoming, it doesn't mean that it was easy. I realized that our job was enormous as a Dominican from the Caribbean. It's like to break these stereotypes, because it's easy. It's like you put a label and people don't have to think. And the moment they encounter all these Dominicans that came to Parsons because Alto de Chabón, they realized it was a very complex conversation. And that complexity of like we are so plural, we are so diverse of people, is something that is extremely important in my work. As a matter of fact, many times I said that my work is all about politics of inclusion. And politics of inclusion is complex, as we all know. Because we are Caribbeans, we are a plethora of languages, a plethora of colors. How wonderful. How difficult. But since when easy things are good? What is good is when things you have to think, when you have to question. And then that's why, if you take a look at my paintings, you're going to see that almost all my characters are characters that are of color. They usually, I call them cinnamon, canela. But it is not because they look good only. I mean, aesthetics is super important for me. I come from art and design. But the meaning behind that color is that when we mix all the colors in a palette, that I call that is a inclusive action. So the outcome of that mixing is usually brown. So that brown becomes democratic because it really don't leave any story behind. One thing that I learned, because as an artist, we are all ambassadors of our people, is that it was very hard to tell everybody's story. But all those stories belong to me, and I am representing something so big. So then that's why my work is always about this canela, and then all the characters belong to what I call a global Caribbean. So it's more about how I found barriers, but I also found ways to break them. And one thing that happened to me that I think was very meaningful, it was when I was part of the exhibition in the Smithsonian Museum of American Art, All America. It was in 2013. It was curated by Carmen E. Ramos. Carmen is originally from Santiago. She's right now the chief curator of the Museum of National Gallery. And at that time, the piece that they used for to invite people to the exhibition, it was my work. And you know the work it was? It was the image of the Dominican York. And it said, Dominican York. And it was all about how wonderful, diverse, and complex is this country. And I was very proud at that moment.
Thank you.
I think my story might be closer to Bonnie's. The most difficult barrier that I faced is that when you talk about someone being a writer or a novelist in the United States, it's a really privileged position. It is often folks who come from money, who can go to the best schools, not a tiguerita from Harlem who went to a public Title I school, right? Whose grammar was at best proficient. And so when I would think about what kind of writer do I want to be, I've been writing poetry since I was little. Before I could write, I was reciting. My grandfather used to recite riddles to me, and they would be long 20-minute riddles, and I would try to memorize them with him. And so for me, poetry, this storytelling, started before I ever had writing. But when I looked around at the books I got in school, at the writers we were told these are the best writers, they weren't Dominican, right? Or we had one or two, Julia Alvarez, eventually Juno Diaz, right? And no shade to them because I love Julia. She's like an auntie to me. I love Juno's work. But you didn't see enough. And so when I had to imagine what is the path forward, there was no clear answer on what that looked like. Similarly, if you want to be a lawyer, you go to school, you do well, you go to law school, you join a firm, you da-da-da-da-da-da. You want to be an artist, it's like, well, go write, and maybe someone will read it, right? It's not quite the same. And so I think the barrier was a mental one of, do I trust myself and my thoughts enough that I will pursue something even though I have no evidence that it will ever amount to anything more than just to bring me pleasure and to bring me solace, right? And so I just had to trust, like, this is worthy, even if it is just for me. And I was lucky that other people found their way to that work. But I think that that's the biggest leap of faith, is just that you might be putting hours and time into something and it may never go anywhere because there's no clear kind of scaffold up. There's just hoping, right? And so for me, that I don't have faith in a lot of things, so that faith was difficult to have in myself.
Well, for me, my first barrier was very simple, which I'm sure for a lot of you that come from the Dominican Republic had the same problem as me, which was the language barrier. I had to tackle the language because in my thoughts is that if I am going to live in the United States, I need to speak that language as best I can. And up until today, I always correct myself because I want to be a good representative of my country in another language. So for me, I tackled that barrier first, and I conquered it. And then there were many more barriers to conquer, but I was very lucky that when I decided and when people saw my passion on what I wanted to do and where I wanted to go, I got help from strangers, people that didn't know me from anything. They just saw what my passion was, and they were willing to help somebody that they didn't know from anything. So that was another barrier that I didn't even know that I had to conquer. But here I am, 44 years later, sitting with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question I have is ni de aquí ni de allá. Neither from here nor there. This is something that we all struggle with, right? It informs a lot of our work, our professional careers, our personal lives. This duality that we live in. Can you share a little bit about your experience with your identities and how you have navigated intersectionality of being Dominican and American, and both?
Yeah, I think for me, it's almost like a little bit literal too, because I came to this country in 2009 when I was 13. And now I think as of last year, now I have like the same amount of time in the US. So I think a lot of times I do think about like when people ask me like, do I say that I was born and raised in the United States, or do I say that I was born and raised in the Dominican Republic? Because, you know, of course, I think, especially in my work, I think a lot of the things that you see are the things that you see in the Dominican Republic, but I think a big part of my work is like exploring a lot of the immigrant experience. So I think it's always just part of the identity. I think it sometimes is difficult to not get so like entangled into American culture that sometimes you can forget. But I think that's, specifically for me, my way of kind of like staying grounded in my culture and my roots is through my work. I haven't visited Dominican Republic in a while, so for me, a lot of the compositions of my paintings and my sculptures are things that I try to force myself to remember. So that's my way of like always staying connected to that. And yeah, I think it's muchas veces es difícil hasta explicar, like, oh, when you tell somebody, oh, I'm Dominican, and they're like, oh, ¿dónde está eso? Like, where is that? And it still happens, like, throughout, like, that's why I think panels like this are important, like, that all of our stories are this unique, because it shows that, you know, that little island called Dominican Republic exists and it has a place, you know, in the world and in society and in America. Thank you.
Go ahead. Well, un poquito aquí, un poquito allá. There was an exhibition we had in 1992. Then it was un poquito aquí, un poquito allá. By the way, my sister was there. It was also Herman Perez. A group of that time came, that people came to be artists in New York. I embrace it. I embrace the complexity a lot. Because my work is so embedded in history, I see that our island, that it was the beginning of everything. Our island was the beginning of everything, people. You know, the whole thing of this American dream came from that island. And I always see it I see myself of the extended island, then move to another island in this country. So I always embrace that idea that it's okay to be plural. It's okay. So I try to navigate the best I can, you know, taking the best that I found here and having the best that I have from the Dominican Republic. Because I came at a point where I was already a young adult, so then I have a very heavy experience of the Dominican Republic, but I feel very much embedded in this country as well. So I embrace it.
Thank you.
I was lucky enough that I would spend the summers in La Capital with my cousins, one of whom might be here. My mom is one of 15. I have 76 first cousins, and I would spend it shuffling around all the tias and the tios for like the entire summer, right? And so I got to see a lot of different ways that folks lived and walked, and I got to spend time with cousins who were having very different experiences along the lines of privilege. And I yearned for those summers. I loved going to DR, right? Like, my brothers didn't love it. I was like, se fue la luz. I found this so exciting. Like, what are we going to do in the dark, right? Like, they hated that the toilet wouldn't flush. And I'm like, that's just what it is. That's what it is in this moment. Like, for me, there was a richness to what my mother had told me, and then to be there and say, here is a flag I can hold up, even when I'm in the U.S. and no one knows what I am. Where they keep asking this question and I don't have the language yet to give a good answer, right? And Dominican American became quite a tension, because I would go to DR and I was always la gringa, right? Even though they loved me, I was la gringa cousin. It was in how I walked. I didn't like showing my toes, so I would be walking around with Timberlands in 90-degree weather. They're like, girl, what are you doing, right? And in the U.S., I had an accent. Spanish was my first language until I went to bilingual school, in first grade. So I have this kind of way I carry myself where I couldn't figure out how to fit in. And it felt desperate to me when I was little to do so. And I think over time I learned the hyphen, Dominican American, that hyphen is a place where you can stand. It is a place that you can occupy with pride and say, no, I'm not going to choose. I lean in depending on where I am and what feels most comfortable, right? I dream in Spanish sometimes, I speak in English, I read in this, pienso en eso. When I want to sing in Spanish, right? The language that I sing lullabies to my son to is a year old, only in Spanish. I only know Spanish language lullabies. So for me, it's realizing, what I really have is multiple toolboxes that I can pull from. And I don't exist here alone. There are other people who also stand on the hyphen, and we're all here together. So it felt lonely growing up. But realizing actually I can look around and see who else is in the same space, and we hold that space together was incredibly empowering, because it meant there was no choosing and there was no need to perform. I have to perform Dominicanness perfectly. I have to perform Americanness perfectly. Once I released that, it's like, no, yo estoy en el medio y ya. That's it, what's up? And I could hold that. So I love the hyphen these days, because I think there's a lot of power in that connection, and the fact that it evokes connection.
Thank you for that. And I've been notified that we have a 2-minute interruption for a member of Congress that's going to give brief remarks.
La verdad que estamos teniendo un panel de mucha sustancia, pero los congresistas aman mucho la comunidad dominicana y cuando terminan de votar quieren venir a hablar con ustedes. Un momentito, vamos a una pausa con el panel. Gracias. Up next, Congress Member Darren Soto.
Bienvenidos, mi gente dominicana. Es muy importante para ustedes estar aquí para asegurar que todos los congresistas puedan escuchar sus voces, el voz del pueblo. Y yo estoy muy agradecido de congresista Espaillat. Un aplauso por congresista Espaillat, el hijo favorito de la comunidad. Soy su hermano boricua de Orlando. ¿Dónde están mis amigos de Florida? Un aplauso. Hey, Daisy, representante. Es un gran honor. Nosotros estamos trabajando en muchos asuntos muy importantes de la comunidad hispana. Trabajos con salarios más altos, protegiendo nuestro ambiente, mejorando nuestra infraestructura y también para proteger opciones de salud. Por ejemplo, Obamacare. Hay más de 4 millones de personas en Florida quienes reciben sus seguros de salud de Obamacare. Y también nosotros necesitamos ayudar a nuestras familias en la República Dominicana. Seguridad aquí es una situación muy difícil ahora y nosotros, un caucus hispano va a apoyar fondos para ayudar. En el pasado nosotros tenemos el presidente de la República Dominicana en el año pasado, y especialmente por negocios y recuperación después de huracanes. Nosotros, a floridanos, sabe huracanes, créeme. Entonces, bienvenidos, gracias por asistir. Yo entiendo, hay muchos fans de béisbol en este cuarto, ¿sí? En serio, era un tiempo cuando hay mucho más boricua en béisbol de dominicanos, pero ahora ustedes están ganando esta competición, un poquito. Gracias, bienvenidos, welcome to Washington. We're so honored to have you all. Let your voices be heard and welcome.
Muchas gracias, Congress Member Darren Soto. And now we can continue with the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Sully?
My turn. So, for me, here and there, it's actually not that complicated. In my personal life, I'm very attached to the Dominican Republic because the Bonelli family is a very large family, and we are very close. And we do reunions every so often that could be from 200 to 450 Bonelli. So that is in my personal life. In my professional life, I learned something from Oscar de la Renta. Take inspiration from the inspiration is right there for you. And it was right there for you from day one. And that's what I do. For me, the Dominican Republic is it's a source of inspiration that never ends. It's so much that we had, you know, we can talk about the colors, but we can talk about so many other things. So those two things keep me attached to the island, and I am Dominican. So what can I tell you? It's, I can't go from there.
Thank you. And Sully, let's follow up on that. So can you explain or share with us a bit about what your creative process is in fashion design? I think we all want to learn also about what the process is.
Well, in fashion, we do things internationally, not just for the United States. And basically in fashion, we have to, if we're working, producing things in other countries, we need to work at least a year in advance. So that means fashion designers have to know what everybody here is going to wear next year, that you have no idea what you're wearing next year. But we do, because we have to design it this year if we want to produce it. So that's basically how we start, a year prior. That's with the date. And then there is, you know, the inspiration for a collection has to be new. Every year has to be new. Every season has to be new. And so for me, what I do is I keep my book of inspiration, let's say, where I could be inspired by music, a color, a place. I travel the world. And then I sort of shelve it until I know what that inspiration is going to trigger when I opened it again. And when I'm ready to design a collection, let's say, I don't know, primavera del año que viene, it's spring. So I opened that book, and then I said, this is what I thought that I wanted to do for next year. But maybe I thought of it 6 months ago. But I don't go back to it. I just put it there, and then I start building a collection because it's a business. So you have to make clothes to sell for whatever the market is that I'm designing, for whatever the store is I'm designing. So they have to sell. So I focus on that. I probably think about, so what sold last year? I get a report of what sold last year, and then I go from there. And then it's like a puzzle where you start building this thing, and then this idea gives you other ideas, and in the end, that's it. You have a deadline because it needs to be presented to the stores so that the stores can buy what they like, and then we can produce. Or they can produce. You know, we design a lot of things for specific stores around the world.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Being a writer is being a really good observer. You have to be constantly aware that something is happening that you're going to potentially have to use. And you have to be a good collector of that thing. I don't always know what my next book is about, and every book teaches me a different way to write it, right? But one thing I'm really good at is I'm an ear hustler. I'm always listening. I'm like, I'm stealing that, right? I was a little girl, "Tú estás comiendo boca." I'm like, yup, I'm taking that, I'm taking that. I'm that kind of kid, right? And I still have that because you don't know what you're going to need. Right, so my first book, The Poet X, was about a girl who wanted to be a slam poet. She wanted to do competitive poetry, but her mother was really religious, and she's like, "En esta casa no va a haber nada de eso. Like, you're gonna sit down, do your confirmation, and be quiet." And she had all this stuff she wanted to say. My last book was about a woman who was 70 and decided to throw herself a living wake. And you're following her and each of her sisters as they're preparing for this wake. Right, and so every story is completely different, and I just have to be someone who's trusting the process, that I don't know what I'm going to need when, but I just have to be observant. Even when I'm in an interaction where I'm really upset at someone, I'm angry, I have to think about, where am I upset? If I had to describe this, how would I describe it? Oh, you know what, I'm mad, but I'm gonna go write this down real quick, right? Because I'm gonna come back to that. I don't plot, I don't outline. For me, I don't wanna know too much because it takes the joy of writing. I delight in discovery. As I'm writing, I'm like, "Oh, esto está bueno," right? Like, I get into it, and that to me is what brings me back, that there's joy there, there's surprise there. I am making something, and at the same time, it is remaking me. It is teaching me something I didn't know. When I write a 70-year-old woman, I learn more about my mother than I have ever learned from her, because I have to put myself in her shoes and the kinds of choices she might make. And so then I have to approach her differently because of the work that I'm doing. So I guess my process is one of, how am I practicing empathy? How am I following character? And how do I prioritize human emotions and the human experience over, you know, a beginning, a middle, and an end? Like, that to me, that's somebody else's process, but for me, is it delightful? And if it's delightful for me, then there's going to be something for a reader that will spark sometimes hatred, sometimes dislike, but it sparks something. And that's all I want to achieve in a work, is that you feel something and realize a human made something for me, and I'm having an experience while reading this in whatever capacity, because it's pushing me to feel.
I forgot to give it to you. But anyway, I was just thinking that I wish we have the images here because you could see it. I am a storyteller, and I collect stories and I collective. And just like you, Elizabeth, I keep collecting. You know, I listen to people, I observe, and then I am fascinated by history. So then I love the fact that history is told by people that are the winners. So I love to read between the lines and dismantle it. And then all my work that has a complexity, and I find that beauty, you know, and joy, actually, are the resilience. You know, it's like when you see the carnival. The carnival is born out of survival. So I love to play with that. What is behind that beauty, you know, is fortitude, you know, resilience. So that's how I work. I collect stories, and I infuse imagination. And then I am in some kind of crazy music, you know, but it's always a music that is between tragedy and unbelievable beauty. So it's like always like in between, navigating. I am always navigating. That's what I think. So anyways, that's my process. And also, aesthetically, like I said before, with the color cinnamon, because I talk so much about layers and how complex we are, so my work, it can be a sculpture. It can be paintings on paper. And even the paintings have many, many layers because I want to make sure alludes to how many layers I belong to. You know, and then the softest, I do a sculpture, but they are soft. Why they are soft? They are soft because my sculpture should be able to be packed in a suitcase and be taken in an airplane. So it's this idea of we adaptable, you know? Anyways, that's how I think.
For me, my creative process, I think it varies from like show to show. I think that, you know, beyond the paintings and the sculptures, I think I like to work like with a body of work. So it'll come just from one idea, and then I can like take it apart into different layers. My work, it includes a lot of materials. It's basically these like collage, large-scale paintings that look like paintings, but they're not paintings. So it's very like literally layered, but also like you mentioned, like I think our work is like very layered also, like in meaning and different things. So I think in my case, when I'm working on a specific show, I try to, of course, always have like the main idea of my practice, but that to have like a different kind of story or meaning throughout the shows. I'm the kind of artist that also works with the space that I'm showing with. So I always like to like either paint the walls, do a mural, or do something where like the viewer itself feels transported into the worlds that I create. And I think that's a quick summary of like the process itself. Again, it can start, a lot of times it comes from just an idea from my childhood. I think I go back a lot mentally to the Dominican Republic, and I always try to like tackle things that I didn't think I remembered. Puede ser alguna vez cuando tú no estás en Instagram y uno ve una foto de una casa de campo y uno se recuerda de una memoria específica que uno pasó ahí, and then that can trigger like a story itself. So yeah, I think it can start from a simple idea, then I just start to like deconstruct it, for example.
Thank you. So my next question is, you're all brilliant artists paving your own way and breaking barriers, but you're also opening doors for the next generation. As you think about that, what would you like your legacy to be? What would you like to be remembered for?
For me, I think one of the main things as an artist, especially like a self-taught artist, is when I was trying to look for examples of who to follow and who accomplished the things that I want to accomplish, I didn't find a lot of, role models. I think that's one thing that I think, not that I want to be a role model per se, but that I really want people to see that if I can make it, anybody can make it. I think that's why it's important to, tell your story of like, yes, I couldn't go to school because I couldn't afford it, and like all these other things. So, it was difficult to, grab onto like something or somebody that I'm like, okay, si esa gente lo hizo, yo lo puedo hacer, pero yo no tenía ese tipo de ejemplo. So for me, I kind of want to be that, more on the side of, being more like self-taught artist. Yo siempre voy a decir, siempre vayan a la escuela. Si ustedes pueden, vayan a la escuela. Pero cuando no se puede, no significa que es el final de la vida de uno. Which is kind of how I felt at that time a little bit. So again, I think I just want to be a voice for that. That as long as you have the will and the power and that you put in work and effort into perfecting your craft, your dreams are definitely possible.
The project I hated most in school was when they would have you do a family crest and a family like timeline and like my great-grandfather, my great-great-grand, and I didn't have all that, right? Like I knew my great-grandmother's name and that's it. That's as far back as I could go. And I think a lot of my writing is about honoring the people I come from, learning as many names as possible, and holding up the lineage, both blood lineage, that I come from, saying, no, my great-grandmother, like, Ana Mercedes is as worthy of saying as all of these other people they had me memorize in school. And I'm gonna put their names in my books and have other people memorize them in the same way I had to do that work. And so it's holding that up, but it is also forward, that I think I'm in the middle. It's how do I honor my ancestors and my artistic ancestors, right, the writers who formed who I am, and how do I give a template or a blueprint for writers coming after that kind of empowers them. As specific as your story is, there is someone who should read you, and there's someone for you out there, right? And don't get caught up in, oh, the sound of the time, or the trend is this, or what people want is that. Eso se pasa, right? Like, how do you say something that is truthful? And when we do that, when I think we're chasing truth, that lasts long after all of the other fluff, right, falls away. And so I hope that that is my legacy, that I loved my people both backwards and forwards, even as I was right here.
Oh, okay. Well, I think so, yeah. I think it's important to be, I like to be an agent of change. And this idea that I always have is like to be able to be somebody that creates and encourage different platforms for expression. But these different platforms for expression need to be really with good foundation. Like people need to understand that we need to understand our past, to understand our present, and to even imagine the future. So it's being always this fight of mine, Like when I think about with my students, which are the new generation and I adore, is the idea that it is not about following the professor or the teacher or the mentor. The mentor is great, but I don't want you to be just like me. I want you to be better and to have faith in a new vision as artists, you know? So in other ways, I would like to say that I would like to encourage the new generation to be brave and to have faith in their views and in their history. That's how I see it.
You know, it's always great if one is remembered by what you did, because there was a lot of effort during your lifetime doing what you're doing. But I work in fashion, and fashion passes by, and it falls out of fashion. So for me, what I want to be remembered by is how it was, I was a help to the community, to my Dominican community, and to my design community. What can I pass along that I'm not interested that I'm remembered around the world. I'm interested in that I'm remembered to specific people that remember me for passing them into the next thing. Whatever the next trend is, whatever the next thing is with our community, that's what I want to be remembered, and that's what I work for.
Thank you. They're signaling that we're running out of time, and so we're going to wrap it up. I want to thank each and every one of you for your time. Yes. Go ahead.
I know that at a day like this, there's probably a lot of things that seem really important, and a panel on the arts may seem superficial or frivolous or on the side. And I just want to say that I think it's so important that we started with this kind of panel, that we have this here, and that we hold it at the same bar as education, as politics, as legislation. The arts bring us together, right? If we all hear Ojalá que llueva café, like we're all going to start singing, right? If we watch Bantu Mama, we see ourselves in that. When we hold each other, we know that the freedom song that we learned from our parents and from their parents, that's the song we still sing today. And so I just want to say that I think it's so important for all of us to be thinking about the arts in whatever capacity of power we have, because it saves our lives, it saves our spirits, and it's something we can give to our children and their children. And so thank you for holding this panel, and I hope that you continue to have it.
Thank you. And I just want to add that this is why we're building a National Museum of the American Latino, to ensure that these stories are told and shared for future generations. Thank you all for your time and for being here. Thank you.
In the United States of Latino origin, just like us, and Dominicans make up the 5th largest population of Latinos in America. and one of the fastest growing in our country, and that makes us richer for it. Our Dominican hermanos y hermanas only add to the rich tapestry of the United States of America. Our melting pot of cultures, languages, identities is what makes us as strong a society as we are. Our differences make us better. Our differences enrich our communities. Our differences enrich America and make it a unique country. Many Latinos in America, many of us in this room, can trace their roots back to immigrants who came here to pursue their American dream and to better themselves, their families, and to leave a brighter future for the next generation. It is because of this that our great country was and continues to be defined with an immigrant story. But it did not come easily, as many of us in this room all know very well. Throughout history, our people were no strangers to prejudice that plague all societies in the world. No matter how strong our country might be, no matter how much our differences enrich our communities, there will always be the weak who fall into the easy trap of hatred and bigotry. No more than ever, the rising tide of anti-immigrant and anti-Latino sentiment is a virus and a cancer in the United States of America's discourse. It is wrong, it's sickening, and it must come to an end, and it takes all of us to be together and pushing back on these efforts that we turn on some of these channels on TV and see it every day. But whether you're a Tejano in South Texas like myself, or a Cubano in Little Havana, or a Dominicano in Washington Heights, we're all tied together by a shared experience, an experience of hard work, determination, and perseverance. We're defined by the challenges we've overcome for generations now. The stories that nuestros abuelos y nuestras abuelas shared with us when we were growing up, whether they crossed a border by land or sea, they took those jobs others wouldn't touch. They worked in the fields during the hot summer months. They cleaned the homes they could never afford. They worked long hours in the kitchen for less than minimum wage. They worked hard to give their families a better life. And here we are today. Many of us in this room are shining examples of what tenacity they produced. Our very own Adriano is the first Dominican American and first formally undocumented immigrant to ever serve in the United States Congress. Many of us were the first in our families to graduate from high school or from college. We're all trailblazers and continue to be examples for those behind us. From business owners and CEOs and lawmakers, we are who we are because of those who came before us. While our work is not done yet, and we all know that, our work is not done, we surely have come a long way. And as we fight to push forward to an equal and just future, in the words of Dolores Huerta, sí se puede. I want to thank you all again for inviting me to celebrate the achievements and promise of the Dominican Americans. I had the opportunity to visit the Dominican Republic last year with my good friend Adriano, and it was just the joy of my life. I love your community. I'll keep coming as long as you keep inviting me. And I hope we keep working together to make our country better. Thank you to Congressman Espaillat for all you do in Congress and all you do for the American people. I look forward to continuing to work with you and uplifting Hispanic voices across America. Gracias y sí se puede.
Muchas gracias por tus palabras, Congressmember Vicente González. Mi gente, ¿cómo se le están pasando? Y ahora les dejo con un mensaje súper especial del excelentísimo señor presidente de la República Dominicana, Luis Abinader.
Bienvenidos al 6º evento anual Dominicanos en el Capitolio, Dominicans on the Hill, que se celebra en la sede del Congreso de los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica. Felicito al amigo congresista Adriano Espaillat por su continuo liderazgo y compromiso para llevar este evento una vez más a Washington. A través de Dominicanos en el Capitolio, nos unimos para elevar las voces de la comunidad dominicana en el exterior y también las comunidades latinas en los Estados Unidos, aquí en la República Dominicana y en todo el mundo. El tema de este año, Dominicanos rompiendo barreras, refleja la resiliencia, la innovación de nuestra comunidad para superar desafíos y crear oportunidades. Esta celebración de la cultura dominicana y sus contribuciones a los Estados Unidos llega en un momento muy necesario. A través de su liderazgo, el congresista Espaillat continúa abogando para garantizar que se escuchen las voces de las comunidades latinas y de la diáspora dominicana. Estoy orgulloso de presenciar su trabajo y esfuerzo en el Congreso de los Estados Unidos y orgulloso de trabajar con él para continuar nuestros esfuerzos colectivos para fortalecer las relaciones en nuestras dos naciones. Les deseo una conferencia exitosa y una visita significativa y de provecho al Capitolio de los Estados Unidos. Gracias por su participación y compromiso para abordar los problemas y preocupaciones de los dominicos estadounidenses y las familias de todas nuestras comunidades en el exterior. Muchas gracias y que Dios los bendiga a todos.
Así es, señor presidente. Today is all about celebrating our culture and uplifting our diaspora together. This is why the conversation we will have are filled with groundbreaking individuals in art, politics, technology, science, and more. To officially get the party started, porque a nosotros los dominicanos nos encanta una celebración, please join me, Congressman Adriano Espaillat.
Buenas tardes. Bien, de nuevo esperamos a la secretaria de Comercio, Raimundo, y al secretario de Educación, Cardona, quienes van a darnos una presentación sobre las iniciativas de ambas de esas dos áreas, de esos dos departamentos federales, pero queríamos darle la bienvenida y traer aquí a nuestra embajadora dominicana aquí en Washington, la embajadora Sonia Guzmán.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Thank you, Congressman Adriano Espaillat. He's a real leader here in the United States and obvious in the Dominican American community. Thank you, everyone, to be here also. And thank you for the people that visit us from different parts of the United States. Distinguido cónsul de la República Dominicana en Nueva York que nos acompaña, distinguido cónsul de New Jersey, dos grandísimas comunidades dominicanas, distinguido presidente de la Cámara de Diputados, señor Pacheco, por favor, párese para que todo el mundo lo conozca y le demos la bienvenida. Vino especialmente de República Dominicana a este evento. Distinguidos representantes de la comunidad dominicana, queridos asistentes, invitados especiales en esta sexta versión de Dominican on the Hill. Me complace mucho saludarles y participar de nuevo en este evento, ya que en mi tercer año como embajadora dominicana tengo el honor de volver a participar junto a ustedes en este magno evento. Permítame también felicitar al congresista Adriano Espaillat por la exitosa celebración, una vez más, de este encuentro entre dominicanos y congresistas que representan diversas comunidades de los Estados Unidos. Dentro de mis funciones como representante del presidente Luis Abinader, además de estrechar los lazos de colaboración con los Estados Unidos, está el contribuir a mejorar las condiciones de la comunidad dominicana y de mantener el lazo familiar con su país de origen. Eso es un punto muy especial en la diplomacia del presidente Abinader, y creo que nos hemos acercado y hemos estrechado esos lazos de manera fructífera, que ya podemos ver con algunos servicios que tenemos en la comunidad de los Estados Unidos para nuestros conciudadanos dominicanos. The Dominican community in the United States is a moving force that continues growing. Currently, about 2.4 million lives in the United States. The Dominican is the fourth largest Latin community in the country, after the community of Mexico, El Salvador y Cuba. Y nos consta que los dominicanos se han ido integrando de manera eficiente a la sociedad estadounidense y han alcanzado niveles laborales y de educación como nunca antes. El peso de la comunidad dominicana en el exterior, en la economía interna de la República Dominicana, es muy relevante. Según cifras del Banco Central, en el año 2023, el país recibió 10.152 millones de remesas, de dólares en remesas, y unos 8.532 millones, representando el 84% del total recibido, proveniente de la comunidad establecida en los Estados Unidos. Un aplauso para esos dominicanos, apláudanse ustedes mismos. The United States remains our main trading partner in 2023 bilateral trade between the Dominican Republic and the United States totaled 18,072 millions, where we exported a total of 6,489 millions, millions in the Dominican products and goods to the United States, represented the 54.38% of the total exported by the country. Y quiero hacer una aclaración en este punto, porque de los 18.072 que nosotros hicimos como comercio bilateral, millones de dólares obviamente, aunque exportamos, es decir, mandamos menos productos que lo que compramos a los Estados Unidos, si nosotros restamos de esos productos importados el combustible, las maquinarias y piezas de maquinarias, entre ellos automóviles, nuestro déficit, nuestra diferencia es muchísimo menor. Por tanto, nuestros productos están teniendo una salida exitosa hacia los Estados Unidos. Otro punto que muchas personas pesimistas y que no creen en lo que estamos haciendo para avanzar en República Dominicana esgrimen, y es que en el año 23 nuestras exportaciones, nuestros productos vendidos en el exterior cayeron. Y no es cierto. El déficit en las exportaciones vinieron de la caída de los productos mineros, es decir, la actividad minera tuvo una caída, pero no mermó los productos que nosotros, nuestros agricultores, nuestras zonas francas y todas las demás actividades, los equipos médicos que ahora estamos haciendo de alta tecnología en Jaina, no cayeron bajo ninguna circunstancia. De manera que también un aplauso por República Dominicana. In 2023, the Dominican Republic received 10.3 million visitors, marking an unprecedented milestone in tourism in the country and in the entire region. The United States lead the list of non-resident foreign tourists who choose the Dominican Republic as a vacation destination, representing the 46.8% of the total tourism received, almost half. El próximo mes de marzo, la República Dominicana y Estados Unidos cumplirán 140 años de relaciones diplomáticas, la cual establecimos en 1884, es decir, pocos años después de nuestra independencia. La relación entre ambos países continúa siendo de amistad y de estrecha colaboración, como se resaltó en la visita que hizo el presidente Abinader en la Casa Blanca en el mes de noviembre pasado, donde sostuvo una exitosa reunión bilateral con el presidente Joe Biden en el marco de la cumbre de jefes de Estado de la Alianza para la Prosperidad Económica de las Américas. The alliance focuses on the development of the region, economic competitiveness, and the promotion of the greater inclusion to contribute the economic stability and prosperity, which is part of the program of the Dominican presidency, as is the prosperity of all Dominicans, both those who live in the national territory and those who live and reside abroad. Así que en este mes de febrero, en el mes de la patria, fecha de relevancia histórica para nosotros, en que celebramos el surgimiento de nuestra nación libre, de nuestro país, felicito a todos los dominicanos que han echado raíces en los Estados Unidos de América y los exhorto a que sigan unidos, trabajando y manteniendo siempre un vínculo estrecho con la República Dominicana, como ustedes lo hacen. Congratulations again, Congressman Espaillat, for this 6th edition of the Dominican on the Hill. Esperamos que se sigan celebrando muchas ediciones más. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a nuestra embajadora de la República Dominicana en los Estados Unidos, Sonia Guzmán. Y ahora, démosle la bienvenida a Alfredo Pacheco, presidente de la Cámara de Diputados de la República Dominicana, quien está aquí con una delegación de diputados. Por favor, ponerse de pie y dar un caluroso aplauso.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Como he visto que aquí todos se dirigen al público en múltiples lenguas, yo también les anuncio que voy a utilizar 2 lenguas para hablar con ustedes: español y cibaeño. Señoras y señores, buenas tardes a todos dominicanos que han tenido éxitos en algunas áreas, tanto en la República Dominicana como en el exterior. Buenas tardes a nuestra señora embajadora, a los cónsules aquí presentes y a cada uno de ustedes. Muy especialmente damos nuestro agradecimiento al congresista Adriano Espaillat por dedicarse en cuerpo y alma a organizar una actividad tan importante como esta, que ya va en su 6ª edición y que nosotros esperamos que a lo largo de los años tengamos muchas más, con presencia en la Casa Blanca y en el Capitolio de los Estados Unidos. Hoy me pidieron que hablara un poco sobre el liderazgo efectivo en el ámbito legislativo, que es muy importante en virtud de que, si bien es cierto que se necesita de un liderazgo fuerte en las diferentes áreas, el poder legislativo, que es un poder que es más o menos horizontal, también requiere de un fuerte liderazgo que permita que las instituciones legislativas vayan trabajando y progresen en sus iniciativas. En mi caso, me siento muy honrado de servir al pueblo dominicano desde la presidencia de la Cámara de Diputados, sobre todo porque he sido, con mucha modestia, el único dominicano y el primero, espero que en el futuro puedan haber más, que ha logrado repetir en dicho cargo en 2 periodos legislativos diferentes, es decir, he sido presidente de la Cámara de Diputados en 2 etapas. La primera fue en el año 2003, que fue una elección bastante accidentada, ¿verdad, Ligia? Y bastante sui generis. Y en la misma nosotros nos dedicamos sobre todo a impulsar importantes iniciativas legislativas que permitieran que el Congreso Nacional tuviera una visión totalmente diferente. Tomamos y pudimos destacar importantísimas acciones. En este caso yo quiero mencionar una de las acciones más importantes, que fue la creación de la Comisión del Dominicano Residente en el Exterior, que hasta ese momento en el Congreso no existía, y en esa etapa los anhelos de los dominicanos se resumían en aquel tiempo a la intención de que se permitiera el voto aquí en el exterior, de que tuvieran representación en el exterior y que pudieran los dominicanos tener mayor participación. Después de crear esa importante comisión, también nosotros emprendimos un amplio y vasto programa de modernización que permitió que la Cámara de Diputados, que tenía un reglamento desde Trujillo, fuera mucho más democrática y participativa, y que pudiera dotar a los legisladores de mucho mejores herramientas para que hicieran su trabajo legislativo con mucho mayor eficacia. Como reseña importante quiero señalarle que los diputados, hasta que nosotros llegamos, ni siquiera tenían oficinas donde poder desempeñar su rol. Salí de la Cámara de Diputados en el año 2020 e hice una pausa en mi trabajo legislativo, dedicándome a otras áreas importantes de la política y del saber. Luego regresamos a la Cámara de Diputados en el año 2016, ya no regresamos como presidente, sino que regresamos como diputado, pero también nos dedicamos desde nuestra labor de diputado a implementar importantes iniciativas que permitieran dotar a la Cámara, continuar dotando a la Cámara de importantes herramientas para la reforma de la misma. Puedo recordar que creamos el manual de técnica legislativa desde la simple posición de diputado y el manual de procedimiento legislativo. En el año 2020 volvimos a ocupar la presidencia de la Cámara por segunda vez, hasta el día de hoy, posición que ocupamos con mucho orgullo. Para los más jóvenes es importante reseñarle que el Congreso Nacional está estructurado con dos cámaras. Tenemos un Congreso bicameral, el que consta, primero, el Senado de la República, que tiene 32 senadores que representan a los territorios, 32 provincias que tenemos en la República Dominicana, y la Cámara de Diputados, que está compuesta por 190 diputados que representan a los habitantes del exterior, representan a los habitantes de las 32 provincias de las diferentes circunscripciones. Hoy la Cámara de Diputados cuenta con 41 comisiones permanentes, lo que garantiza un estudio efectivo de cada iniciativa que se aprueba en la misma. Dirigir entre iguales nunca ha sido fácil, pero hemos logrado lidiar con nuestros pares, escuchándolos, participando, de muchas veces deponiendo de nuestras actitudes y teniendo la madurez necesaria como para saber que nuestras posiciones no siempre son las posiciones más importantes, sino que debemos atender las de nuestros pares. Quiero, antes de concluir, solo señalar que venimos aquí acompañados en ese espíritu colectivo por diputados de los diferentes partidos políticos que integran la Cámara. Tenemos aquí presente al diputado Ignacio Aracena, del Partido Revolucionario Moderno, a Heriberto Aracena, de la Fuerza del Pueblo, al diputado Ramón Ceballos, que representa al exterior, a Kenia Vidó, que representa al exterior, Leonardo Aguilera, que es del PRM, Ramón Dorrejo, que es del Partido de la Liberación Dominicana, a Sócrates Pérez, del Partido de la Liberación Dominicana, Lili Florentino, del exterior, Ángel Esteve, del Partido de la Liberación Dominicana, Selvia Iris, familia del exterior, y Norberto Rodríguez, del exterior. Le traemos un maravilloso saludo y los mejores deseos de parte de la Cámara de Diputados de que estas actividades puedan seguirse haciendo y que los dominicanos y dominicanas puedan continuar proyectándose y destacándose en el exterior como lo han hecho todos y cada uno de ustedes y muchos que no han podido estar aquí presentes. Muchas gracias y un fuerte abrazo desde la República Dominicana.
Gracias, Alfredo Pacheco, por sus palabras. Y ahora, la senadora Kirsten Gillibrand.
Hola, Dominicanos. How are you? Thank you for coming to Washington. This is a wonderful yearly opportunity for all of us elected leaders to meet with you, hear from you, talk to you about the things that are most important to your communities. I want to recognize and thank Congressman Espaillat for his incredible leadership. Let's have a round of applause for Congressman Espaillat. He has been such a stalwart to fight for the Dominican communities in New York and across the world. He's made such a difference on committees of jurisdiction like the Foreign Relations Committee, but also in making sure we have investments in New York City for our Dominican New Yorkers. He makes sure that our small businesses can thrive. He makes sure that our communities have access to good quality health care, to make sure that we have job training and the best education, public school education. We have over 900,000 Dominican Americans in New York State alone. This community has contributed to our state in powerful ways for the economy, our history, our culture, and it's shown an extraordinary capacity for innovation, for resilience, and for ingenuity. But even as our Latino communities contribute so much, they've also seen a lot of hardship, especially in recent years. Our Dominican and Puerto Rican communities were hit very hard by recent hurricanes, which imperiled their family, their friends, and devastated their homelands. And our frontline workers, many of whom are Latino, bore the brunt of COVID-19 in being our first responders, our frontline workers, our hospital workers, our grocery store workers, and they kept our economy thriving. For this reason, it's been one of my top priorities to fight for more support for our nation's frontline workers and to deliver aid to the communities most affected by these hurricanes. I look forward to working with Congressman Espaillat to continue to deliver for our Dominican New Yorkers. God bless you all and enjoy your conference.
Thank you, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, for your remarks. Please welcome back Adriano Espaillat.
Buenas tardes de nuevo. Vamos ahora a escuchar a nuestro cónsul general de la República Dominicana en la ciudad de Nueva York, el honorable Eligio Jaques.
Buenas tardes. El diputado Alfredo Pacheco habló a nombre de la Cámara de Diputados. Mencionó a varios diputados que están presentes. Yo quiero hablar a nombre del Consulado de Nueva York y el Consulado de New Jersey. A mí me dijeron que estaba por aquí el cónsul de New Jersey. A ver, ahí está. Yo quiero felicitar al congresista Adriano Espaillat, que ha tomado la iniciativa de reunir en este escenario a representantes de distintas organizaciones de la comunidad, de la creciente comunidad dominicana residente en los Estados Unidos. Me da un gran honor participar, aceptar la invitación para venir a este escenario. Esto no es un escenario cualquiera. El gran poder de la gran nación americana se legitima desde este escenario del Capitolio de Washington, uno de los invulnerables espacios que tiene esta gran democracia y esta gran economía del mundo que se llama los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica. En ello, la comunidad dominicana ha puesto su grano de arena. Hemos venido acá a buscar alternativas que a veces no se consiguen en las naciones de nosotros, como lo que hemos hecho nosotros lo ha hecho también migrantes de cualquier país del mundo para venir a esta gran nación, a tratar de conseguir acá lo que con muchas dificultades se va consiguiendo en todas nuestras naciones. Y la República Dominicana no es una excepción. Nosotros también tenemos una democracia que se va consolidando con el paso del tiempo. Y tenemos también una magnífica relación con los Estados Unidos que se puede mejorar aún. Nuestros campos pueden producir mucho más para exportar y atender la demanda de este gran mercado. Así como nosotros nos suplimos de insumos y materias primas de acá, también en esa misma proporción pudiéramos hacer de allá para acá, para marchar parejo en esa correlación comercial. Les deseo a todos ustedes una feliz estadía en el día de hoy y que no quiero dejar de recordar que nosotros estuvimos acá en una universidad que se llama Georgetown University, Vinimos en el año 1986 y un profesor que era muy agresivo me preguntó un día que por qué yo había venido aquí, si yo podía estudiar inglés allá en República Dominicana. Y entonces yo le dije, because nobody's gonna make me look like a stupid guy. Había que decírselo. Sí. Aquí nosotros hemos visto pasar a muchos profesionales dominicanos que han venido acá a trabajar, a hacer sólido el nombre o la referencia del dominicano. Yo resido ahora en Nueva York y le digo que en Nueva York hay una cantidad enorme de espacios ocupados por los dominicanos, desde la justicia, desde la educación, desde la policía, en el transporte. No hemos venido a hacer un bulto, sino a levantar bien alto el nombre también acá de la República Dominicana. Muchísimas gracias y buenas noches. Buenas tardes.
Nuevamente, Adriano Espaillat.
Ahora vamos a recibir a la moderadora del próximo panel, que es la dominicana comisionada de Educación por el estado de Rhode Island, nuestra amiga Angélica Infante, que está con nosotros, hija del Alto Manhattan. Y con nosotros también está la secretaria de Comercio, Gina Raimondo, también con raíces en el estado de Rhode Island. Y finalmente, con nosotros también, nuestro secretario de Educación con raíces en el estado de Connecticut, Miguel Cardona. Bienvenido. Y vamos a, antes de comenzar el panel, vamos a entregarle a ambos de ellos un reconocimiento con una bonita foto, naturalmente de The Mothership, la madre patria, el Alto Manhattan. Tanto al secretario Cardona, que ha destacado en la educación de nuestro país, los Estados Unidos. Un aplauso a él. Como también a la secretaria de Comercio, Gina Raimondo, quien lidera todas las iniciativas para el comercio de los Estados Unidos. Thank you. Le dejo con ellos. Gracias.
Buenas tardes. Quería empezar diciéndole a ustedes que esto es un orgullo muy grande. This is such an honor to be with two of the cabinet members del presidente. Ellos son parte del gabinete del presidente. Pero aparte de eso, son personas que apoyan la comunidad dominicana. Yo le quiero decir que ella me reclutó en Nueva York para ser la comisionada en Rhode Island. Yo soy la única comisionada dominicana en los Estados Unidos. And you did that. Entonces, es un orgullo para mí estar aquí con ellos. And now I'm going to ask them some questions, and it is going to be really, really, really exciting. Porque el estado de Rhode Island es sumamente dominicano. Y antes de empezar, el secretario de Educación es una persona que es muy dedicada a la comunidad latina y tiene una pasión por el trabajo que él hace, y hoy lo van a oír porque ellos son ejemplares. Okay, so we're going to get started. So Secretary Raimondo, you've been a long proponent of promoting youth. There it is. So, si lo que está en inglés lo estamos poniendo en español aquí para que puedan entender todo el mundo. Okay? You've been a long proponent of youth career pathways. When you were governor, you created the Prepare RI initiative, which helped bring together K-12 education, post-secondary education, workforce development, and economic development to increase student participation in high-skill, high-growth career pathways, to support businesses and find skilled workforce. Now, as Commerce Secretary, you are helping lead the Unlocking Career Success initiative for the Biden-Harris administration. Why are you so passionate about career pathways?
Buenas tardes, Dominicanas. Es un placer estar aquí, and it's a special pleasure to be with mi amiga Angelica. And Secretary Cardona, my buddy, all from New England. It's really exciting for me to be here. As Angelica said, I was the governor of Rhode Island. Yes? Soy la gobernadora.
Yes.
And Rhode Island has the highest population of Dominicans per capita. Big Dominican population. And growing, and growing. It's one of the fastest growing populations. And when I was the governor, I always said Rhode Island was stronger and better because of the Dominican population and the Latino population, which added vibrancy and entrepreneurship and dynamism to our community and our economy. But in order to make sure that everybody could have a job and play a role in the economy, we had to make sure they could get a good education and the skills they needed to do that. And that's why it mattered so much to me to do the Prepare RI initiative that Angelica just spoke of. I talked to so many Rhode Islanders who smart, hardworking, but didn't have a lot of money and didn't have enough money to go to college necessarily because of the tuition. And so what we were all about was breaking down the barriers, making it less expensive, making it easier, providing transportation. And this one thing that we did, Prepare RI, allowed students to get college credit in high school for free. Do you know who the biggest beneficiaries were? Latino population. Because they just wanted an opportunity. And so we allowed them to get maybe 1 year of college credit for free when they were in high school, which means they had a chance to get a college degree, which means they had a chance to get a job. So I want to give Miguel a chance to pipe in, but I've got so much passion for this topic because at the end of the day, it's just about giving people an opportunity, not a handout, just an opportunity, breaking down the barriers, making it a little bit easier to get the skills you need to get a decent job to take care of your family.
Yes. So Secretary Cardona, you've been a great partner for Rhode Island and all of New England and the nation for that matter. In the summer of 2022, we partnered together for the Reimagining Education and New England's Workforce, Renew Summit, that brought together education and workforce partners from all of New England to help strengthen career paths. As the Education Secretary, what excites you most about increasing student access to youth career paths? What have been the biggest accomplishments of unlocking career success to date?
Thank you. Bueno, primeramente, saludos. Y déjame decirte, esa bandera se ve linda ahí. Qué bonita bandera, qué bonita bandera. Es la bandera dominicana también. Bueno, me siento muy contento estar aquí. Yo sé que no están traduciendo ahí, so le voy a tirar en Spanglish. Para mí, me siento orgulloso de estar aquí. Cuando entré y vi todas las personas, vi lo que está pasando, me sentí muy orgulloso y le quiero dar las gracias al congresista Espaillat por la invitación, por siempre poner en alto la bandera dominicana, la cultura dominicana. Y para mí, ¿sabe que tenemos el Mount Rushmore, verdad? Aquí en los Estados Unidos. de presidente. Para mí, el Mount Rushmore de Dominicano tiene Angélica, tiene también Monchi Alexandra, tiene Elizabeth Acevedo, tiene Romeo, por supuesto tiene Juan Luis Guerra, pero también tiene congresista Espaillat. Un aplauso para el hermano. Que se oiga el güiro. Y le doy gracias a ustedes por siempre mantener la cultura preciosa que tienen en alto y celebrar su identidad latina como dominicano. Para mí, dándole oportunidad a los estudiantes que tengan diferentes, ¿cómo se dice?, pathways para seguir adelante en sus estudios es muy importante. Yo, como latino, yo estudié ser mecánico de los carros cuando estaba en la escuela superior y yo vi que tuve opciones. Tuve opciones de seguir adelante arreglando los carros o seguir como maestro y decidí ser maestro, pero para mí es muy importante que todos los niños tengan la oportunidad de tener opciones cuando se gradúan. Y yo quiero cambiar el sistema escolar, donde en la escuela superior los niños tengan oportunidades de tener internships y aprender, develop skills. Tenemos trabajos, millones de trabajos buenos que vienen. And I know Secretary Raimondo, Secretary Granholm, el presidente y la vicepresidente, we've invested and Congress has invested in America. There's millions of jobs, high-skill, high-paying jobs that many of our students need access to too. And these are jobs that I think we need to be preparing our students for earlier. I know Rhode Island is ahead of the curve on this because they have Angelica there. Pero the options that our students have are critical, that we make sure we create pathways into these careers that exist now thanks to the investments of the President and Vice President in our Congress. I'm going to say something. 86% of Dominicans, in our recent data, 86% of Dominican students graduate high school. However, only 50% went to college and only 8% graduated with an associate's degree and only 9% graduated with a bachelor's degree. We got to do better. El sistema escolar tiene que mejorar para darle la misma oportunidad a los dominicanos que se merecen porque están graduando a un nivel bien alto. Tenemos que cambiar el sistema escolar para darle la oportunidad de tener opciones y como secretario voy a seguir luchando por eso. Gracias.
Okay, Secretary Raimondo, ustedes saben que ella es la secretaria de Comercio. The mission of the United States Department of Commerce is to create conditions for economic growth and the opportunity for all communities. That's exactly what we're aiming to do in Rhode Island, and with our other states' new readiness-based graduation requirements. We require that students are proficient in computer science, financial literacy, civics, world language, and more. As the Commerce Secretary, what do you see as areas of opportunities to promote economic prosperity for our country's Latinos and primarily the Dominican community?
Yeah, thank you. So Angelica knows this, but when I was the governor of Rhode Island, I was very proud of the fact that we became the first state in the country to teach computer science in every public school in every grade. And once we did that, we saw a huge increase in the number of Latinos and Dominicans who majored in computer science and who took the AP computer science exam. Same thing I said before. These students are smart and talented and hungry to do well. They just needed opportunity. This, to me, is about opportunity. And publics, everybody, everyone, Dominican, Latino, not so, in every zip code in this country, deserves to go to a public school for free that is top-notch, that prepares them to get a job, that teaches computer science, and that ensures that they have an opportunity. And so when we taught computer science in every public school, the greatest beneficiaries were people who previously couldn't afford a tutor or couldn't afford to go to a private school. So it's just like the Secretary was saying, it's just about, just giving people the opportunity to develop the skills they have. At the Commerce Department, we are working with Unidos US to do job training. We are putting out a lot of money to semiconductor companies to create manufacturing jobs in the United States, and we're requiring those companies to partner with your community to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to get those jobs. One of the things we run at the Commerce Department is the MBDA, Minority Business Development Agency. We put out $125 million, most ever. In fact, Rhode Island received some of that, to work with minority-serving institutions to help small businesses to take advantage of all of the job opportunities that we have. One of the first things I did when I became Commerce Secretary is we added the words, quote unquote, for all communities to our mission. Because for so long, we would do the same work the same way, and certain communities were left behind, weren't included. And President Biden is very clear with us. He sets the tone at the top that says, all means all. All means every community, including the Dominican community, including all the minority populations. So we're very serious at the Commerce Department, partnering with you for job training, job creation, manufacturing, to make sure that you get the full benefit of all the work that we're doing. By the way, sometimes people criticize me, and they say, oh, this is a social program. Why are you doing social programs? This isn't social program. This is cold, hard economics. Dominican population, some of the smartest people we have, most entrepreneurial people we have, as I said earlier, make our economy vibrant and dynamic. Shame on us if we don't tap into the talent. So this isn't a social program. I want to succeed. My job is to make America's economy the strongest, most competitive in the world. And the only way to do that is to make sure everybody participates in that economy.
Ya oyeron, ustedes se pueden beneficiar de las becas que ellos tienen. Por favor, vayan al Departamento de Comercio de los Estados Unidos y apliquen, porque ya ustedes oyeron la visión. Ahora vamos a ir donde el secretario Cardona. You became the Secretary of Education in March 1st, 2021. Your time as Education Secretary has been intertwined with our country's response to the pandemic. As our students recover from learning loss during the pandemic, what role do you think career pathways can play in recovering lost learning and graduating our students ready for college and career readiness?
Thank you for that question. Primero, vi una gran amiga entrar y quiero reconocer a alguien que yo admiro mucho, Ambassador Julissa Reynoso. Tremenda persona. Tuve la oportunidad de no solamente trabajar con ella aquí, pero también la visité en España y me siento orgulloso de poder ser su colega y su amigo. Bueno, cuando empecé como secretario de Educación, solamente 46% de nuestras escuelas en este país estaban abiertas porque la pandemia cerró muchas de las escuelas. 46 o 47%. En 9 meses tuvimos más del 97% de las escuelas abiertas. Okay, so nos enfocamos en abrir las escuelas para darle la oportunidad a los estudiantes. También teníamos un sistema roto de loans, student loans. El presidente peleó y solamente la mitad de este edificio aquí votaron por el American Rescue Plan. $130 mil millones para ayudar a los estudiantes con el aprendizaje. También nosotros enfocamos en darle más oportunidades a los estudiantes que quieren seguir adelante con sus estudios universitarios. Hemos ya más de $137 mil millones en alivio de préstamos. Cancelamos más de $137 mil millones. Y el plan del presidente que la Corte Suprema tumbó tenía la mitad de los latinos con deuda iban a tener su deuda cancelada completamente. So, estamos enfocando no solamente en elevar la educación, pero también a apoyar a las personas, los latinos, que necesitan apoyo también. Alguien que miren y digan, mira, en este país hay muchas brechas, tenemos que enfocarnos en los latinos también, porque estamos creciendo, ¿verdad que sí? El enfoque para mí, como le dije anterior, es dar oportunidades a los estudiantes. Sabemos que para muchos estudiantes seguir adelante con la universidad y pagar $150,000 para recibir un trabajo que uno gana $30,000 al año, eso no tiene sentido. Tenemos que darle mejores opciones. So, estamos enfocándonos en muchos de los community colleges, como le dije anterior, donde pueden recibir entrenamiento en los trabajos y las carreras que tenemos ahora, que uno puede ganar mucho sin tener mucha deuda. También estamos enfocándonos en cerrar esos colegios y universidades que están aprovechándose de muchos latinos que quieren seguir adelante, pero ¿cómo se dice? They take advantage of first-generation college students by bringing them onto campus and giving them a degree that's worthless and no skills to get a job. We're cracking down on those bad actors in higher education. Y también empezamos un plan que se llama el SAFE Plan, donde it's the most affordable income-driven repayment plan. Many students, yo me recuerdo cuando era director de la escuela, tenía un estudiante, era dominicano, un chamaquito bien inteligente. Y me vino a visitar cuando tenía como 12 años y me dijo, mira, yo no voy al colegio, la universidad es muy cara. Y yo me sentí como triste porque yo dije, este nene es uno de los más inteligentes en la escuela mía. Y ya él le tiene miedo a la universidad por el costo, ¿verdad? El precio. Yo me enfoqué en ese momento en poder darle oportunidades y para que él vea que puede seguir adelante con sus estudios. El SAFE Plan para ese niño sería bueno porque con el nuevo SAFE Plan, los costos, ¿cómo se dice? La deuda, los pagos mensual van a estar cortados por mitad con el nuevo SAFE Plan. Y eso está disponible ahora. Es nuevo, lo empezamos el año pasado, para darle más oportunidades a las personas que no tienen mucho dinero poder seguir adelante en sus estudios. So, todas las pólizas que tenemos es para abrir las puertas de la universidad y también darle oportunidades a estudiantes a aprender diferentes skills para los trabajos de hoy que algunas veces no requiere 4 años de universidad.
Okay. Again, this is an honor to have 2 secretaries here. This doesn't happen all the time. So I want us to really take in the words that they're saying because these are very powerful people that have very busy agendas, but they wanted to be here with the Dominican community because what we represent is a community that's hardworking and wants to move forward. But one of the things that I think is really important, I'm going to take this a little bit off script, is that our kids have to be in school in order to learn. And I say that to say, porque ustedes saben que en febrero se vacía la escuela. Y 2 o 3 días que ustedes cogen con los niños afectan su educación. So, quiero decirle eso, que nosotros vemos los niños que no asisten a la escuela tienen 20 puntos menos de progreso que los niños que están yendo todos los días. Cada día cuenta. Entonces, cuando se van de vacación y tienen un día, vienen a la semana después, le están robando su educación. Entonces, todos los beneficios que ellos están hablando es sumamente importante. Sorry, I had to join in.
Se nota que ella es educadora, ¿verdad? Se nota. Pero es verdad. Como director de escuela, yo me recuerdo tener estudiantes que viajaban a Puerto Rico, República Dominicana, México, para ver su familia, y eso es muy importante, ¿verdad? Pero faltaban 2 semanas. 2 semanas para un estudiante que está aprendiendo inglés. Eso es como un mes. So, gracias por decir eso. Sabemos que nosotros como latinos también tenemos que levantar esos puntos, porque algunas veces es difícil, ¿verdad? Uno no quiere decir que uno no quiere apreciar la familia en la isla, pero también tenemos que entender el afecto que tienen en nuestros niños. Thank you, Angelica.
Y la oficina de él lo mide en todos los estados. So his office measures that. But I want to take this opportunity to ask both Secretary Raimondo and Secretary Cardona. You're addressing our nation's most motivated and passionate Dominican leaders. That's you guys. What advice do you have for us as we work to ensure our kids are prepared to succeed and thrive in today's and tomorrow's economy?
Thank you. By the way, your exact first thing is help the kids stay in school. You know, I always get nervous when Angelica says she's going off script, but that was good. That was a good message. I know her too well. I worked with her for years. Anyway, in all seriousness, work with us. You know, I wanted to be here. I didn't know if the Commerce Secretary always comes, but we at the Commerce Department are creating manufacturing jobs with the semiconductor opportunities. We're bringing internet to every American school and every American household. We'll be creating 100,000 jobs in the process of doing that. We're investing in small businesses. We're investing, like I said, in skills and job training. Work with us. Get to know the Commerce Department. Your organizations, we want to partner with you. I said we're partnering with Unidos. We're partnering with some of your organizations, Hispanic chambers all over the country. Help us work with you so that the money we have and the programs we have get to the people you serve, including and especially the youth. You know, young people. I saw this. You know, in Rhode Island, 90% of the kids in public schools in Providence are not white. That's the future. That is the future. These kids need to be educated. They need to be given opportunities. And it's our responsibility to do that. And I am fully, totally committed to doing that with you. You know, fully, totally committed. At every level. The high schools, Hispanic serving institutions, community college. You know, when I was the governor, we made community college tuition free. You know who benefited? Dominicans. Smart, hardworking people. Get the degree, get the job. And now I'm doing so much more of that at the Commerce Department. So I guess the message is, this is a moment. You know, because of President Biden's leadership, as Miguel was saying, the amount of investment going into the community is bigger than it's ever been. Let us work together to capture the moment so that your community is fully included in all of these opportunities.
Well said. Bueno, mi mensaje para ustedes es bien fundamental. Sigue expresando su orgullo de ser dominicano. Nunca cambien. Tenemos un refrán en Puerto Rico que dice, yo tengo la mancha de plátano todavía. Siendo boricua, entrando en la escuela o en la universidad, yo siempre como que era el único, ¿verdad? Cuando era director, el único. Y algunas veces uno piensa, uno tiene que cambiar un poco, ¿verdad? Para poder estar más, ¿cómo se dice? Integrate, ¿verdad? Asimilar un poco. Lo que yo he notado y lo que mis padres me enseñaron que no. Tienes que ser orgulloso de tus raíces, tu identidad latina. Y lo que yo he notado es ser bilingüe, ser bicultural es un superpoder. Hay algunos que van a decir, tú tienes un acento, o bueno, la ropa, o lo que sea, la cultura. No, para mí, eso me hace diferente. Eso me siento más orgulloso. Yo cuando vengo aquí para tener los hearings, yo siempre tengo la salsa o la música para recordarme quién yo soy, quién son mis padres, quiénes son mis abuelos. Y mi mensaje para ustedes, nunca cambien. Siéntense orgullosos que nosotros trabajamos por ustedes. Esta es tu casa. Y para los estudiantes también, que aprendan el idioma, que entiendan la cultura. Yo siempre digo, uno tiene que ser el mismo del barrio hasta el briefing room. No cambie los colores, don't change your stripes. And if you could do that, you're teaching the next generation that being unique is an asset, that you bring something extra to the table. For me, that's the biggest lesson here. Y cuando el presidente me preguntó para coger ese puesto, me preguntó porque él dice, tú entiendes lo que está pasando en la calle, tú entiendes lo que está pasando en el salón. Y como latino, tú también entiendes lo que está pasando en este país, es lo que necesitamos. Nunca cambie quién eres y celebren su identidad latina con orgullo. Eso lo diría.
Before we finish, I want to thank both of them because they have both put Dominicans on committees as well as Secretary Raimondo, her assistant secretary, is Dominican. That is a big deal, guys. Ella no es dominicana porque no nació allá, pero es dominicana. Pero, y al secretario Cardona quería darle las gracias porque él ha puesto a Sid, que está aquí, sentado aquí. Él es el único dominicano sirviendo en the White House Hispanic Commission, appointed by President Biden and Secretary Cardona. Thank you. So let's keep. No, I'm not going to say that. But I will tell you that we are very grateful y queremos que les den unos aplausos, que se sienta la comunidad dominicana para ellos dos. Por favor. Ahora.
Muchas gracias.
Oh,
Muchas gracias.
Can I say one thing? I have to say one thing. Okay, never mind. To all the Rhode Islanders from the Dominican Republic, I want to say thank you. I see you in the audience. I would not have been governor if I didn't have your love and support. The Dominican community in Rhode Island, my heart remains with you. I want to thank all of you. Keep doing your good work. Que viva República Dominicana.
Ven, mírala ahí.
Entren.
They came to score you out.
Hola la del mar. Hola la del mar.
¡Huepa! ¡Qué rico el sonido de tambor y la güira dominicana! Instrumentos típicos de Quisqueya la Bella. Thank you, please pay close attention to the screen around the auditorium. Podrán ver que hemos preparado 3 fascinantes y educativas
Bien, ¿me escuchan ahora? ¿Me escuchan? Ahora van para los breakout rooms. Aquí le dejo con Génesis.
Thank you. Please pay close attention to the screens around the auditorium. Podrán ver que hemos preparado 3 fascinantes y educativas conversaciones para su disfrute. In each of the breakout sessions, you will explore some of the most interesting topics relevant to the Dominicans in the diaspora, presented by groundbreaking individuals in government, technology, podcast, gaming, and biomedical innovation. Es importante resaltar que pueden disfrutar de sándwiches y snacks mientras escuchan su sesión de interés. Las sesiones empiezan ahora. Nos vemos aquí a las 2:30.
Los alcaldes van a hablar aquí y para el breakout room de tecnología afuera y también de biociencia afuera. Los alcaldes van a hablar aquí. Así que si quieren escucharlo, por favor quédense aquí. De otra manera, vayan a los breakout rooms que están afuera de tecnología y biociencia.
Por favor, guiarse de las pantallas para que sepan dónde se tienen que dirigir. Gracias. Déjame ver. Mándale la de la Casa Blanca. Mira la de la Casa Blanca.
Sí. Génesis. Los alcaldes. ¿Dónde están los alcaldes? We gotta ask them to come up. Otherwise, they're not gonna get to do the
¿Cuáles
panel.
eran los candidatos que
¿Dónde está el alcalde que tiene que subir de otra
lo
manera?
llamamos?
Antonio Reynoso.
Decimos los alcaldes, está bien.
Sí, pero yo estoy diciendo que debieron tomar.
A los alcaldes, por favor, necesitamos que suban al escenario. Necesitamos empezar el panel. A los alcaldes, por favor, que suban al escenario. Alcaldes, por favor, al escenario. Ay, mira, con Adriano, ven. A los alcaldes, por favor, que forman parte del panel, que suban al escenario. Por favor, vayan bajando del escenario. Hola, Yadira. How are you? A los alcaldes los necesitamos en el escenario. We need to start the panel.
Antonio Reynoso. Yadira is here. We have the other, we're missing one mayor. Okay.
A los alcaldes, por favor, que suban al escenario. Please, mayors, hit to the stage. We need to start the panel. We need one more. Antonio Reynoso, Juana Matías, Brian de Peña, Juana Matías, Antonio Reynoso. Please, mayors, we need you on stage. We need you on stage. Please, mayors. Mira, pero me lo pueden mandar ahora o no. ¿Le llegan ahora? Please, mayors, to the stage. ¿Quién falta, Adriano? Juana, ¿y quién? Janet Peguero, Juana Matías, Gelmín Cava, Antonio Reynoso, Brian de Peña, please head to the stage. Please head to the stage. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll be back for this.
I saw him over here, but I don't know what happened.
Juan Lasco, please, Mayor, head to the stage.
Sorry, I wasn't saying hi before. Great to see you too.
reception is over.
I'm sorry. Can you take a picture? Let me give it to Mom. Girl, no, please. I've been to so many events, and I'm like, I'm really good. And I'm like, yes, come on. I was like, that's what I need. Do you want to take it with
Yes,
me?
yes, please, yes, please. If you guys, hey. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm better. There you go.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Right? I was like, oh my God, they have a second. Let me say hello. Could you guys do here for me too? Because I have some for decorations as well. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Yes, yes, yes. In the Bronx.
to this, 204%, growing from 800,000 to 2.4 million. That deserves a round of applause, okay? Somos mucho. Como el tema en esta gran conferencia nos dice, we are breaking barriers y seguiremos creciendo. And since we know that there is power in numbers, leaning in the lessons of yesterday, what good trouble are we going to get into as Dominicans? The data tells a story. We are on the precipice of something great. This moment is ours. We have a real opportunity to reimagine leadership, what leadership looks like in this country. And I hope that you leave here inspired with an even greater understanding of our collective responsibility to the next generation of Dominican leaders and the future of the United States of America. Cuando nuestros padres y nuestros abuelos llegaron a este país, no creo que se imaginaban que íbamos a llegar tan lejos en tan poco tiempo, que íbamos a ser la potencia que somos en diferentes industrias, como en la educación, medicina, tecnología y en la política. Somos el reflejo de los sacrificios de nuestros padres. Y ahora hablan los ejecutivos. Nuestros panelistas, mucho como el congresista, are also first in their respective positions. Yadira Ramos Erber is the first Latina elected mayor of one of the top 10 cities in New York, representing New Rochelle. And we have Antonio Reynoso, the first Dominican to serve as borough president in the city of New York, in the great borough of Brooklyn. We have Elim Cava is the first elected mayor of Dominican descent in the city of Perth Amboy. Y el señor Héctor Lora, mayor of Passaic, New Jersey. Sorry, Brian De Peña. Me lo contaron mal. But it doesn't underscore that our panelists demonstrate the greatness that comes out of our culture. Today, we can dream and aspire to become mayors of great cities, borough presidents, Congress members, senior advisors to presidential administrations, and ambassadors. When I was growing up, this wasn't the case. I didn't see this level of representation. And what we will learn from this panel is that we all have a story to tell. And at the root of it, we are grounded in the principles of Dios, patria y libertad. Y con eso los dejo con Juana Matías. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Deputy Borough President Peguero. It's a pleasure to have you here. You're an inspiration to so many. I know there are a lot of young Latina women in the room who know what it's possible and what they can achieve by seeing you as a role model. Thank you for your inspiring remarks. And now I want to get us started because there's so much we can discuss. We know that at the forefront of driving a city, you're really a chief executive officer. You're not just dealing with the politics, you're dealing with managing an internal administration, building and fostering collaboration internally, externally, and what's most important about your stories is how you got here. So I really want to talk about that lived experience that people can walk away with, knowing that your positions, where you sit today, they can also see those positions as places they belong and should be, and that it plays a critical role locally. We know that local government has a bigger impact on your life than what's happening at the federal or state level, and so really excited to start today's discussion. And to begin, me encantaría que comencemos, que nos digan un poco de quién son, cómo llegaron a donde están hoy, y alcalde Brian De Peña, me encantaría comenzar con usted.
Qué bien. It's a great honor for me. For many years, I don't see a lot of Dominicans together in one room. And that's, I decided. Yo me siento muy orgulloso de donde vengo, porque la joven dijo que ella agradece el esfuerzo que hicieron sus padres. Y yo tengo que agradecer el esfuerzo que tuve que hacer yo. Eso era un privilegio. Mis hijos y bisnietos tienen ese privilegio de decir esa palabra. Pero yo soy de una generación que vino sin nada. Yo llegué aquí a este país en una yola, sin un kiki, como dicen por ahí, y tuve la dicha de aprovechar mis estudios en República Dominicana, donde yo me eduqué y donde trabajé como profesional en el área de la hotelería, y eso me abrió las puertas, pero cuando llegué aquí fue duro, tuve que romper las barreras, primero la del idioma, que todavía no es que lo dominamos muy bien, pero estamos dirigiendo una ciudad donde el 80% de los residentes son dominicanos, donde es la única ciudad en el mundo, fuera de República Dominicana, que gobierna a los dominicanos, socio, político y culturalmente. Donde los últimos 5 alcaldes han sido dominicanos, donde el consejo de la ciudad, de 9 concejales, 8 son dominicanos, de 2 representantes estatales, los 3 son dominicanos y representan otras ciudades que no tienen muchos dominicanos. En la historia de la ciudad de Lawrence no tenía el privilegio de elegir un senador, porque he compartido con 3 ciudades. Y hoy, después de 30 y pico de años, tenemos el primer senador, después de 30 años, electo por la ciudad de Lawrence, y es un dominicano. Donde el 98% de los estudiantes en el sistema público son dominicanos. Donde el 87% de todos los negocios son de dominicanos. Donde la mayoría de las viviendas e inversiones a nivel millonario son de los dominicanos. Y yo me siento muy orgulloso de ser el alcalde de esa ciudad. Corrí como concejal por 4 años, siendo el concejal, como Juana sabe, más votado en la historia de la ciudad de Lawrence, y ahora electo como el alcalde que también más votos ha sacado en esa posición de alcalde. Y para mí es un orgullo ser dominicano.
Thank you so much, Mayor de Peña. I'd love to kick it off to you, Borough President Reynoso. A little bit about your story. How did you get here, and why public service?
So I was born of Dominican parents that got here from the Dominican Republic in the late 1970s. Sin un kiki también. Llegaron pobre, food stamps, Section 8, welfare, you name it. My family had to take advantage of it just to give me the opportunity to sit here amongst the stage with you all. And through that, I feel deeply grateful for what government did for me. Because government stepped up, it allowed for us to have a roof over our head, food in our stomachs. So I was deeply grateful through a public education. So I decided that I want to dedicate my life to public service and pay it forward. So I worked for Councilwoman Diana Reyna. That was the first woman elected to any position in New York, for a Dominican. I worked for her for about 7 years, ran for city council, did city council work for 8 years. Something that is deeply important is that I didn't pass 500 pieces of legislation as a council member. I passed 5 really good ones. And with that, it helped carry me to become the borough president. And unlike the mayor over here, I represent Brooklyn. In Brooklyn, there's only 19% of the population is Latino, and a much smaller portion, which is about 180,000 out of the 2.6 million people in Brooklyn, only about 180,000 are Dominican. So I wasn't elected because I'm Dominican. I was elected because of my politics. And I would just say that something that I think a lot of Dominicans should know is that the one thing that allowed me to have a solid foundation to run for borough president is that the struggles of the Dominican are the struggles of the poor. And my policies were always based on poverty and addressing poverty in a deep, deep way. So it was easy for me to translate to poor black populations, poor Chinese populations, poor white populations, because my policy was always focused on addressing poverty in my council district and now as borough president. So now with the graces of God and the constituents of Brooklyn, I'm the Brooklyn borough president.
The future is bright if this is what we have in our pipeline. What an inspiring story, and really love your focus about, it's not about our identity, right? And identity politics, it's about what we bring to the table, our capacity, our acumen, and we can be just as great and effective advocates as anyone else. And I want to move on to Mayor Ramos, the first Dominican woman to hold this role. Tell us a little bit about your story. There are many women in the room here today who aspire to be in your shoes. How did you get there? What were the challenges? And, you know, inspire us.
Okay. Well, it's first woman and first person of any color in the city of New Rochelle. So, and the city was founded in 1688. My mother is Dominican. She came to the States in 1968. My dad is Puerto Rican. He's a New Yorican from the Lower East Side. I grew up in Queens and moved to New Rochelle in 2007. I can't say I necessarily saw politics for me. I actually don't like campaigning or fundraising or the performative elements of it, but I like to get involved, and I've always wanted to help and give back. So I'm a lawyer by training. I practiced law for a little bit, and I'm just stepping down as an associate dean at Columbia Law School, where I worked with our students on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and just kind of making law school a better place for our community. In New Rochelle, which is coming from Queens, 80,000 people, far more accessible to your electeds. You know, that you're just like running over them. And I kind of used my lens as a mother to really get involved. We lived in a predominantly African-American neighborhood, so picking up on my colleague here, and felt that there were parts of that community that were under-resourced. The parks didn't look as good, intersections weren't safe, and that New Rochelle lacked a little bit of equity. So I just started going to meetings and just raising my hand and just raising issues that I thought I wanted all parts of New Rochelle to look the same. And through following just what I thought needed to be improved as a mother, was asked to run for city council. So I ran in 2019, I served my term, and then during that term, we had a police shooting killing of a black man, and I was asked to chair our police reform plan. And so again, bridging the gap, I think especially as Dominicans, I think especially as an Afro-Latina, bridging the gap to an African-American community and speaking on issues of equity and poverty and really focusing on policy. In New Rochelle, 30% of the community is Latino, but Dominicans are like 1%. So I think some of the challenges, you know, I think being a woman, you're still facing issues around who's going to watch the kids and how are you going to manage the house and running. And so you still have to get over the gender issues and bias. As a Dominican Latina, explaining, like, are you black? Are you Latina? Who are you? What side are you on? And not choosing a side, because our backgrounds are of African descent, of European, of indigenous. And so embracing that full identity and just trying to connect in the spaces that had not been seen. And then being, you know, a mom and everything else. So I'm day 40 on the job, so it's still very, very early. But, you know, when I walk into a CVS and a Latina speaks to me in Spanish and cries because she can tell me her issues and not worry about finding the right words, when I speak to black women and we can just kind of connect and affirm on those issues, I know that I'll be able to bring those lived experiences to make some real lasting change in my new city of New Rochelle.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We look forward to everything you will accomplish. It's 40 days, but we hope there are re-elections and re-elections to come. Mayor Caba, your background speaks to a lot of community organizing, civic engagement. How did you get to where you are today? How did that play a role? And why public service?
Thank you. Good afternoon and blessings to everyone. Saludos y bendiciones para todos. I was born in the Dominican Republic in 1973, and I came to the United States when I was 4 years old in 1977. Came to the city of Perth Amboy. Well, originally, first we came to New York City, Lower East Side, Manhattan. My parents came to the United States in the late 60s. And definitely went through the struggles that many of us, my colleagues, and many of us in this room, I'm sure, went through, right? Where we had, well, I had parents that were working multiple jobs just to get us by. And I could tell you that it wasn't easy, right? And as far as politics goes, in my early years in life, there's no way that I ever would have imagined that I would get into politics. But one thing that I made sure I did was stay involved, whether through sports, whether through community activism, and so on, right? Not the politics, but definitely giving back to the community some way, somehow. And I'm also a family member, man. That's the most important thing to me, right? Not just the politics, not just being mayor, but being a family man. I have a beautiful wife, which she's my boss, and we could all relate to that, right? Because let's be honest, in a Latino household, the ladies are the bosses, right? Most of the time. And I have a beautiful wife. I have beautiful kids. I have my son is 5 years old. My daughter's 3 years old. And those are my inspiration. As far as the politics goes, like I mentioned, giving back to the community, right, is something that I always did early on. And in 2014, I was asked if I wanted to run for politics. And I could tell you that I ran for city council, didn't make it. We ran a very grassroots campaign, came within a few votes of getting elected, but did not give up, right? And a couple years later, ran again, was successful, got elected to the city council, first Dominican to get elected to the city council. Also ran to be a committee member for my ward for the Democratic Party. I was elected to that, and then I was elected to be the chairman of the Democratic organization in the city of Perth Amboy, first Dominican elected as chairman. Then, a few years later, threw in the hat to run for mayor, first Dominican mayor elected as mayor. That's great, right? As far as for myself. But that's not enough. It's, once again, it's giving back, making the true changes. And I could say that since I got into politics, I have been part of many changes in the city of Perth Amboy. Not just for Dominicans, but minorities in general. So our city council was not made up of minorities like it is right now. So I could tell you that help out of 5 council members in the city of Perth Amboy, right now, 4 of them are minorities, right? And yes, we help get the youngest Dominican, and she's also Puerto Rican, and she's also in this room, councilwoman ever elected at the age of 28, Haley Cruz, councilwoman, Haley Cruz. We also made history in the city of Perth Amboy by getting 3 females elected to our city council. So they're the majority right now in our city council, 3 Latinas. And on top of that, also our council president is the first Dominican elected council president in the history of Perth Amboy. So we accomplished that too. And it's not only about getting Dominicans elected. It's about getting people that are a reflection to the community elected. Just like both of you have mentioned, right? You got elected when you were not, the majority were not Dominicans or probably even Latinos. However, you are a true reflection of the community, just like all of us are, right? A true reflection because the struggles that we went through and the struggles that our community still goes through.
Thank you so much, Mayor Cava. So much to unpack here. I think I heard a couple of themes. Resilience. Sometimes you run and you don't win, but it's about getting back up and doing it again. I heard a little bit about making sure that when we are advocates, that we don't forget where we come from, and we have more shared and similarities with underserved populations. So it's not about just the Dominican agenda, but it's about the working class agenda, which a lot of our immigrant communities share. And the last theme I heard about was, not forgetting where you come from, opening that door for that generation that's coming behind us. And I kind of want to transition into part of the conversation that I think sometimes is left unheard. It's very burdensome to run for public office, right? Personally, on your family, on those near you and who support you. And so my next question is to really kind of gauge, how do you get it done? How do you take care of yourself as a political candidate so that you can bring your best self to the work, right? And so leading a city can be all-consuming. It requires immense dedication and resilience. We're curious to learn your personal strategies for finding balance. Can you share what you do to stay centered and grounded amidst the demands of this role? How do you practice a healthy balance between your responsibilities as a municipal leader and your personal life? Because if I can go back to my congressional race, that was the one thing I didn't do right. And if I ever did it again, my self-care needs to be top 3. Why don't we start with you, Mayor Ramos, because as women, I feel like sometimes we carry a greater burden.
Yes, woman and a mom, right? So you're carrying your 2 little souls on. I mean, first and foremost, I have a therapist. I strongly believe in mental health, so I just want to call it out. It's for me, it's even still hard to say it. It's not something that my mother and father loved, but it was a lot, and I needed to have the space, the professional kind of neutral voice to help me do the things the right way. So every other Tuesday, me and my girl check in at 1 o'clock. And I do make time to work out. I start my morning working out. I wake up very anxious when you have the list of things to do and all of the things you want to get done. So I carve out 30 to 45 minutes every morning. I'm not even a morning person, but with kids, it's just the best way to get it done before I go to work. And I have to give myself grace. I pray. I really try to give myself grace, delegate, and I'm gonna mess up. We're human, we're elected, but we're human. But really, and then just try to keep my inner circle. People that knew you before the politics, before the spotlights, who just, you walk into their house, they have a glass of wine and a dessert for you, and you can just be you and not worry about it. So it's not easy, there's only 24 hours in the day, but picking from that menu helps keep me balanced.
I love that menu. I love that menu. Alcalde de Peña, la pregunta era la siguiente. Liderar una ciudad puede consumir todo y requiere inmensa dedicación y resilience. Tenemos curiosidad por conocer sus estrategias personales para encontrar el equilibrio. Cómo usted se cuida a usted mismo, dedica tiempo a su familia y también puede seguir adelante para poder ejecutar su visión.
Well, in my case, that's not easy. But I'm looking for balance, every day. The first half an hour in my life, my first call is God. God, my life, if you like. Y me pongo en la mano de Dios cada día. Porque en mi caso no es fácil. Ustedes los que viven en Lawrence, Massachusetts, saben, tengo una familia grande, soy propietario de 5 compañías de negocios diferentes que no son la misma, que fueron un poquito más llevadero. Correr una ciudad como Lawrence, donde la mayoría son dominicanos, a veces se piensa que lleva la ventaja. Los dominicanos a veces son un poquito difíciles cuando ya el poder se reparte entre nosotros. Somos muy unidos cuando le queremos quitar el poder a los demás. Pero una vez que entre nosotros, y tú has corrido en Lawrence, sabe que es un poquito desafiante. En el caso mío, también llevo una responsabilidad en mi iglesia, como cristiano que soy, tengo una responsabilidad como primer anciano de mi iglesia, y eso lleva una responsabilidad de ser alcalde, de ser un alcalde, como dicen en la radio, demasiado, y dicen los medios de comunicación, demasiado popular. Eso conlleva también que la gente exige más de ti, que cuando tú eres un político que te mantiene una distancia. Es la primera vez que en la ciudad de Lawrence, y tú lo sabes, un alcalde dedica toda una tarde todos los martes hasta las 7 de la noche para que la gente vaya sin cita. Y tú sabes que se acumulan 30 y 40 personas todas las semanas. La gente no estaba acostumbrado, la gente estaba acostumbrado a un alcalde que andaba en un carro oficial. Yo no uso un carro oficial, estaba acostumbrado a un alcalde que no iba a los supermercados. Yo ando solo con mi niño de 12 años, voy a la escuela, lo recojo, lo llevo a la escuela, y eso conlleva que no es tan fácil ser alcalde, ser empresario, ser miembro de una iglesia también, o sea, pero me he acostumbrado porque antes de ser un político fui un empresario donde la gente me cargaba mucho con sus problemas, al punto que una vez mi secretaria me dijo, quitémosle el nombre de Tenares Tire Service y pongámosle Casa Comunitaria de Lawrence. Y ya yo venía probado en la política y para mí no ha sido fácil, pero a la vez ha sido como parte de la rutina de mi vida.
And I can attest to this. I've walked into Mayor De Peñas' office where you see, doesn't matter your title, doesn't matter if you're a donor, you've walked in and you want time with him, and he'll walk out of his office, pause the meeting, and make sure that that person gets treated with the respect and dignity and gets put on the calendar. More so than he should, in my opinions, but he's un alcalde del pueblo y lo muestra con sus acciones. Borough President Reynoso, how do you care for yourself, family, and execute on your objectives so that you can be the public servant you want to be?
So unlike these, I have no balance in my life. There's no balance. And what I do get from the general public is grace, a lot of grace, because I don't pick up my phone enough, I don't set enough meetings, I don't show up to every single meeting. Today, my kid had a special celebration at 11. I usually show up to those. I'm not there today. My wife. So I feel like I give everything like 80%. I do the best I can, and I need a lot of grace from people. So people call me, and the good thing is I try to stay positive and show a lot of love all the time. So people, when they don't see me or they don't hear from me, and they see me in a week or 2 weeks, they're like, it's okay, Antonio, how are you doing? So they give me grace. But I have no balance in my life at all. I try to work out when I can. I ride my bike everywhere I go to try to stay fit, because if I didn't do that, it would be problematic. I can have a driver, but didn't have one for a year and a half in my office. There were no cars. It was just me riding around to Coney Island, to East New York on my bike. My wife is an amazing person who is forgiving in a way that you can't imagine. The one thing, the people that are not forgiving is the constituents. It doesn't matter where you are. I could be in church, I could be in the supermarket, I could be anywhere. They will stop you, and they could care less if you're with your entire family, and they will stop you and ask you questions and talk to you. So you kind of go into this business understanding that. So the grace that I feel like I receive from my friends and my family, I give to my constituents, understanding that if they're coming to me in a private matter, it means that they're desperate, that they're in a bad situation, they're in a bad place, and I chose this job to help those people out. So I would say there's no balance. If you want to be an elected official in New York City, I want to be clear, and no disrespect to anyone. In New York City, from council member, assembly member, state senator, borough president, any citywide official, congressman, balance, if you do it, something's missing. Something's missing. Be careful with those folks. But yeah, the balance is tough. I want to be honest with people that want to run for office, want to take leadership positions. If you want to do it in New York City, you're going to give up a lot, and you're going to have to sacrifice a lot, because it is almost impossible to create balance.
I'd have to agree with that, but I want to take something you said and challenge those in the room here today, our communities, especially the Dominican community, which is grace. Like, I think sometimes people underestimate the amount of demands a mayor has, the challenges that they're trying to overcome, whether they have to do with policy, budgetary priorities, internal workings, external workings. And so, you know, treat us with some grace, right? When that person isn't picking up your call, it's not because they're intentionally not picking it up. They're in the middle of a meeting, they're getting texted by their chief of staff, that's something that just went wrong with the city. And so always bringing grace to the table, I think, makes our societies better and allows us to work more cohesively. Alcalde Cava, yo sé que usted es un hombre de fe. You're a man of faith. Beyond faith, what do you do to ensure that you're able to execute, but also taking care of other priorities, right? We're holistic people. Our jobs identify us, sometimes too much, but there's more to us.
And you're right, balance is really out the window, but we have to continue to try. And one of the things that keeps me going is my family, right? So being a mayor, especially in a city like Perth Amboy, it's not easy, right? It's really working 24 hours a day. But when I get home, I see my family, I see my kids. It kind of gives me that, it brings down my stress level, right? Even though it starts up again when they start fighting with each other, right? However, I love it because, those are the moments I know that, are going to fly by and I'm going to miss. So they are the people that really keep me sane, right? Which is my beautiful wife and my kids. But each of you touched upon, what is it that drives us, right? And it's the people, right? I know I mentioned that my wife, joking around that she's my boss, which she is. However, all of you, the constituents, are our boss. So I've been there where, just like you mentioned, Antonio, where it's been, they don't care if you're in the middle of, an emergency. They're gonna stop you to ask you a question. I've been there with my daughter, almost vomiting. They see that, and they're still saying, Mayor, 2 minutes, right? But you know what? That's what we signed up for, right? That's what we signed up for. And it's our responsibility to make that balance, right? At that moment, right? Don't just push them away, right? Get someone, right? Either your aide or staff member, someone to make sure, okay, I'm in an emergency, but please, get their number or get their phone number and get back to them. Because you know what? If they are bothering you when they know that you are in the middle of an emergency yourself, it's because they're in dire need of help. So, but once again, my family, that's the blessing. And that's coming from someone that used to be an avid fitness guy where, before getting into politics, I was into fitness, definitely watching what I eat. And I still do from time to time, but, as mayor, it becomes a little bit more challenging.
I love that, Mayor. It's a call to action, right? When you answer the call to serve and be a public servant, it comes with a tremendous amount of work. But if you keep that North Star that you're there to serve the public, even in those difficult moments when you need to reset, I think it makes the work worthwhile. So I love ending on that note when it comes to that question. I want to move on to expectations. I remember being a 27-year-old candidate for state representative in the state of Massachusetts, and I had this idealistic notion of what it was going to be legislating in the Massachusetts legislature. And from campaigning to governance, I learned so much, because governance is a completely different ball game. And what I'd love to hear from all of you, and I'd love to start with you, Borough President Reynoso, is reflecting on your initial expectations of your current roles. What aspects of day-to-day governance surprised you the most? Was it the amount of public scrutiny, the complexity of specific issues, or the internal workings of city administration?
Yeah, so what surprised me the most in government was its inability to get things done. Was the biggest shock I had. I felt that the reason we couldn't get anything done was because we had a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. But if I got there, then I would be able to fix everything and start getting things done. And then I get in there and I'm seeing all the hoops and the red tape and how everything takes longer than it has to. It's unnecessary. That's a big shock to you. Because I went there, I went to work. When I became a city council member, la misión del hombre pobre a trabajar. I'm Dominican. My father taught me work, 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 That's all he knew. That was the principle and the foundation of our house is work. So when I became a council member, even before that, when I was a chief of staff, before that, when I was an organizer for Acorn, I always knew I could outwork anybody. I don't have privilege. I might not be the smartest, but no one's going to outwork me. So I decided to go to city council and outwork everyone. And I think I did outwork everyone. But even with that, I feel like I worked everyone. And I want to be clear, like I don't want to pat myself on the back and act like I'm a Dominican Latino, the youngest borough president to ever be elected to the office in the history of the city of New York. That's important because the hard work got me through it, and I was able to maybe cut things down 3 months, maybe 6 months, maybe 2 weeks, and that mattered. Those little things mattered. But that's the only thing that surprised me of government is how long it takes, no matter how many people you have in it. And then when I became an executive, because I was a legislator as a city council member, and that took a long time, and then I became an executive as borough president. And the thing that surprised me the most is human resources, HR, dealing with the people fighting in your office and getting emails about the most nonsensical things is something that I didn't experience as an executive, and I think is going to prepare a legislator. Someone else deals with all that stuff for you. As an executive, you learn that, which I think is deeply valuable for my growth for the future in having this executive role, understanding that not everybody likes each other, that people work against each other, even if they're in the same building, and learning how to manage that I think is deeply important. So I would say how slow things get done and managing your staff in a way to make them most efficient are the two things that surprise me.
The bureaucracy is real, especially when you sit in the federal government. You get to see it at the forefront and all of the red tape and how things aren't put on a path to actually get done. Mayor Caba, since being mayor, like, what has surprised you in the role? What's been the most difficult and challenging obstacle you've overcome?
Same thing. Same thing. I served as a council member, right? And as a council member, I was like, wow, government is really slow. As mayor, I was like, wow, government is really, really, really slow, right? So much red tape, you know. I had so many ideas, right? My first year, this is my, going into my fourth, right? And I'm accomplishing things now that I started my first year 3 years ago. And now is when we're getting it done, right? Like, for instance, the Business Improvement District, right? It only covered our downtown district, a little bit, some side streets, right? I wanted to make sure it covered the entire city. That way we're able to help every single business in Perth Amboy, right? That was the vision. It took 3 years to accomplish that, where the last council meeting, it was finally approved. Thank you once again to our councilwoman, Haley Cruz here. And that's so important because, you know, in Perth Amboy, we're predominantly Latinos. We're around 80% or more Latinos, right? And the majority of the businesses are Latino, or not even Latino, minority-owned businesses, right? We need to make sure that, you know, we're giving back to each of them, and we're working collaborative with each other. And so, just like you mentioned, you know, that's one, the red tape, right? And the other, you're right, as far as so many employees not liking each other, right? So another challenge is change. You know, we're all creatures of habit, right? So I came in there with some fresh ideas, fresh vision, right? To make sure that we implement the right policies, the right change, right? To move the city forward. Because Perth Amboy, for those that don't know where Perth Amboy, New Jersey is, Perth Amboy is across the bridge from Staten Island, just to give you an idea. So Perth Amboy is 4 by 5 square miles, and we have a beautiful waterfront, right? And our population in the last census was 55,444. Now, we're also a historic city, where Perth Amboy was established in 1683, almost 100 years before the United States, right? So we have rich history in the city of Perth Amboy. Actually, our city hall in Perth Amboy is the oldest operating government building in the entire nation. So, with that said, very difficult to get people to embrace change, especially trying to bring Perth Amboy into the 21st century. So, to give you an example, in our clerk's office, this is another challenge I still have not able to accomplish, they still use a typewriter. Yes, yes. So that's a challenge. However, in other areas, I believe that we were successful, right? The single coin meters, right? I was able to remove all of them. And I started my first year. Now is when we finally accomplished it, just a month ago.
Progress.
So now in Perth Amboy, for parking, you're able to pay not only with coins, but with cash, with credit card, debit card, or right from your own phone with an app.
Amazing. The wheels of government move slow. We know this, but if you have the conviction and the focus, you build the coalitions, you build the trust with external and internal partners, you really can accomplish a lot. Mayor Ramos, I don't know if you want to add anything to that in terms of like what you've seen that's been most shocking since, in terms of your initial reactions of what you thought governance would look like, and then since being there, what's keeping you up at night?
You can't underestimate the relationship building that's necessary to get anything done. So you touched on the coalition, especially when you're representing a district, you can really go hard on certain issues. Representing an entire city, a very diverse city, you have to have a little bit of humility to listen, to build those relationships, but also kind of keep everything mission forward so that you're actually producing. And that's an everyday balance. Every meeting is a tension of when do you kind of turn on and when do you kind of fall back and when do you lean in. But the relationships help you in those crisis moments. So
100%, 100%. It's not just what you know, but who you know. It can make the difference in bridging something from not being able to be accomplished to being accomplished. Alcalde de Peña, yo quiero hacerle esta pregunta a usted porque nosotros venimos de una comunidad que casi 90% latina, dominicana, y alguna vez usted piensa, bueno, la gran mayoría de la comunidad dominicana se llevan bien, están de acuerdo, pero la realidad es una cosa muy diferente. Entonces, la pregunta es la siguiente. Reflexionando sobre sus expectativas iniciales, sobre sus funciones actuales, ¿qué aspectos de la gobernanza diaria lo sorprendió más? ¿Fue la cantidad de necesidad pública, la complejidad de la administración interna y externa de la ciudad? ¿Qué usted pudiera compartir un poco cuando se viene a ese tema?
Mira, ya haber servido 4 años como City Council me daba una idea, siendo miembro del subcomité de finanzas, de personal, ya tenía un roce con el manejo del gobierno, un poco. Pero lo más difícil, y créanme, la mayoría somos dominicanos allá, y a veces muchos pensamos que las cosas son como allá. Y el mayor desafío que yo he tenido en ese trabajo ha sido para gobernar la gente que quiere siempre un trabajo, que creen que los trabajos que tiene la alcaldía son inagotables. Pero de repente tú le das el trabajo, ellos quieren otros. O sea, ya no están conformes con que tú le diste el trabajo, sino que quieren otro. Pero entonces quieren el de la familia también. Y para mí lo más difícil ha sido el tema de los trabajos, los empleos. La gente quiere trabajo y trabajo y trabajo, y tú le das trabajo y siempre hay alguien que quiere otro trabajo. Y al yo ser, como te dije al principio y como comenté, al ser un alcalde que siempre, al ser un ciudadano, antes de ser alcalde, que siempre estaba una solución para la gente. De hecho, hay gente que va a mi oficina solamente para decirme que quiere que le aconseje un hijo, que le aconseje el marido. O sea, que soy un todo. Soy un todo. Sí, porque a veces en esta posición, especialmente en la comunidad de Lorenz, que los que están aquí de Lorenz lo saben, En Lawrence se piensa que el alcalde todos los problemas los resuelve, que tiene soluciones para todos los problemas, pero que también todos los problemas son culpa del alcalde también. ¿Ok? Y es un poquito, eso crea un poquito de desafío. Sin embargo, lo disfruto mucho y esa es la razón por la que corrí para esa posición, porque cuando mi esposa le di la idea de que iba a retirarme de todo lo que tenía que ver con la vida de la sociedad, porque yo he sido presidente de la Cámara Hispana de Comercio, de todas las instituciones, cuando han estado ya muertas, que no van a celebrar el desfile dominicano o la Semana Hispana, ahí viene Brian Pan, la revive, y todas las instituciones yo le he dirigido en la comunidad. ¿Qué pasa con este tema? Que entonces yo le digo a mi esposa, me voy a retirar de todas las instituciones. Y cuando yo le he dicho, pero es que ahora la gente quiere que yo sea concejal o alcalde, me dice, tú me prometiste a mí que tú te ibas a salir de todo, y eso es todo, a eso tú le llamas todo. Y no te creas que a veces tengo ese desafío donde mi esposa me dice y mi familia me dicen, tú eres el hombre más estúpido. Cuando el Señor te ha dado todo en la vida, te ha dado buenos amigos, te ha dado empresas, te ha dado hijos, te ha dado todo, ahora te metiste en el lío peor de tu vida. Pero cada uno de nosotros que estamos en una posición de esta, no ha sido por una decisión de nosotros. Es Dios quien quita y pone reyes y gobernantes.
Well stated, well stated. And I think you guys would all agree with me. You can't do this work in a vacuum. You can't do this work on your own. I am a firm believer, and it's something I say constantly, you're only as strong as your team. They're your greatest asset. So I'd love to hear a little bit, and Mayor Caba, you mentioned this. You talked about value-driven leadership. What values do you bring to the table to be able to effectuate change? So what have you done to build an effective team that supports you individually, that you trust, because in this arena of work, trust is absolutely critical, especially with your closest soldiers. And what are some hard challenges or lessons that you've learned? And I'd love to start with you, Mayor Ramos.
So it's an interesting question. New Rochelle has a council manager form of government, which means the council appoints the manager hires the commissioners. So you don't walk in and get to just hire or fire. So when we lean into the relationships, it's a real thing, at least for us. I need 4 votes to get any policy passed. And so, yeah, so for me, it's really working closely with my council members once they won the election, and we're really just trying to build the relationships, be focused on the mission, what are the goals, what are the changes we want to be able to be responsible for, and just having tough conversations with our city manager, with our commissioners about expectations, but also giving grace as well. My predecessor was in office for 17 years, so it's like nearly 20 years of the same leader, first woman, first person of color. There's so much new, and change is really hard in government. People are used to things operating that way. And so it's just, and making myself accessible and available to the community so that there's also community support backing initiatives that we're trying to do. But you're right, it's a tough game, and in particular in this form of government, it's tricky to kind of find those alliances in that way, but figure it out.
Especially when you inherit a team. When you inherit a team, I think it's key. I've seen this in the federal government, like how am I bringing my team along? It's in an inclusive process, because you're only going to reach that finish line with them there beside you. Alcalde de Peña, me gustaría ir donde usted estábamos hablando de que su equipo determina qué tan exitoso usted va a ser como alcalde. ¿Qué usted ha hecho para crear un equipo que usted le tenga confianza? ¿Y qué ha sido alguna de las lecciones que usted ha aprendido? ¿Verdad? Sabemos que hay turnover, que hoy usted tiene a alguien en su equipo y mañana no. Y que esa gente son clave para poder ejecutar una visión. ¿Usted pudiera compartir un poco de lo que usted ha hecho ya casi en 4 años en la ciudad de Lawrence?
Sí, mira, lo primero que tienes, cuando tú tienes un equipo y quieres que sea exitoso, lo primero que tienes que hacer es aprender a delegar, pero a delegar con confianza y con responsabilidad. Y a no depositar toda la confianza al punto de que el otro se sienta demasiado confiado. Y es un equilibrio que hay que tener y que se debe tener cuando tú gobiernas, porque debe hacerlo sentir como que toda esa confianza es absoluta, pero no debe ser absoluta, porque es peligroso. El hombre y la mujer, cuando se siente demasiado en la cúspide del poder, ve a los demás, a quienes debe servirle, muy pequeños. Y debemos reconocer siempre, gracias, siempre me gusta reconocer que cuando Dios nos pone a servir, es para que aprendamos una lección de vida que es la más importante, aprender que es mejor servir que ser servido. Y es un privilegio servir. Entonces, a la vez, cuando tienes un equipo que tú les das esa confianza, tú también tienes que hacerles sentir que ellos son importantes, aprender a valorarlo y aprender tú mismo cómo te sentirías tú en la posición que ellos están. Siempre le digo a mi esposa, en los negocios, en la empresa, le digo siempre, recuerda que el tú ser el dueño de la empresa te da un grado de superioridad que no es real, porque el único grande es Dios. Pero cuando tú vas, cuando te vas a dirigir a tus empleados, a los que tú crees que son tus servidores, debes siempre reconocer que solamente el tú ser el jefe te da un grado de superioridad ante los ojos del que está sirviéndote. Pero me gustaría siempre que le vas a llamar la atención a unos de nuestros empleados, que te pongas en su lugar y pienses cómo te gustaría a ti que tu patrón o que tu jefe o quien te da orden o quien te da responsabilidad te gustaría que te tratara. Trátalo igual y siempre va a tener éxito con tus empleados. Por eso yo tengo empleados que tienen 17 años conmigo en mi empresa, 5. Y cuando llegan allí, tú lo sabes, que se van, llegan a pie y se van en un buen carro. Han comprado sus casas. ¿Por qué? Porque yo lo trato de la misma manera que a mí me gustaría que me trataran.
I think that characteristic that you're speaking about, that I think all public servants, regardless of your title, it's humility, right? Treating everyone with the respect that they deserve, regardless of title. I want to kind of kick this question both to you, Mayor Gaba, and Borough President Reynoso, and I want you to add a little bit about, yeah, there's your internal team, those people who are direct reports, but the city council needs to be a part of your team. So, you know, I think Congressman Espaillat, who's been a mentor to me, or a padrino, I would have never been able to run for Congress without his support, always told me, Juana, it's a game of addition, right? It's a game of addition internally and externally. So as you're answering this question, I'd love for you to elaborate on how are you making those city council members, right? Who aren't for that initiative, who are causing those delays and red tapes, how are you gaining their trust to overcome these bottlenecks in the policy and budgetary priorities you're trying to drive? Borough President Reynoso, can you kick it off for us?
Yeah, I think the biggest mover for council members is previous success. If they see that you've succeeded, they will want to follow suit. If they see you failing, they're not going to want to follow. Brooklyn is was a moderate borough. Mayor Eric Adams was the Brooklyn Borough President before me, and he is a moderate. Before then, it was Marty Markowitz, who would be considered a conservative. We have a group of council members. I was the most progressive council member in Brooklyn, arguably, the most progressive. So out of 16 council members, I was the most progressive. The city council was very moderate, and it didn't want to do a lot of things. I voted against the budget. I voted against increasing the police budget in an effort to increase the education budget. I passed legislation that was deeply unpopular, with only barely getting veto-proof majority, barely. I did all these difficult things, and everyone said, you're very limited in your ability to grow because you keep going this way, when politics is here. When I won borough president, everything changed in Brooklyn. Now we have more than 50% of the council members are all progressive. And there's like 3 council members that are more progressive than I am. So now people think the formula to become a borough president is to be a progressive. So all of them want this seat in 6 years, si Dios quiera, que me dejen 2 años y después me reeligen. They all want this seat, and they don't think that the seat, the way you get it, is by following suit, doing what the county party's asking you, being average. It's like, do something bold, be progressive. So the city council right now is more progressive than I am. They're doing things that I never thought were possible when I was in the city council. And that happened because they're seeing the success of Brad Lander, who is the comptroller, Jamani Williams, who's the public advocate, myself. We're all deep progressives that were told we weren't going to be successful, and we all won our seats. And we were all underdogs. In the polling for Brad Lander, he was in 3rd place. I was in 3rd place when we first started. And our success now has made it so that a lot of the younger people, we have an all-women city council, majority women city council, majority minority city council. All that is happening because the progressives in New York are starting to rise up. And I think it's happening because of the modeling they're seeing. So I've been very fortunate to not have to really squeeze the city council for anything. They're doing things that I didn't even think I could do. So they're pushing me left now. So I'm really grateful for that. But I think it only happens because we won. If we would have all lost, they would have been more moderate and would have been scared to take on chances. So that's how we do the work in Brooklyn.
Getting it done. Mayor Cava, what do you have to add to that?
My first 2 years, I could tell you, it was a lot more challenging, right? Because I didn't have a council that agreed with the vision, right? But I believe that true leaders create leaders, right? Like that old saying, true leaders create leaders. So from day one, that's what I set my mind, right? To make sure that we're supporting like-minded people. And I could tell you that right now, we have a council, not only the city council, but that with every other board, the business improvement, the business improvement district, the zoning board, the planning board, the redevelopment agency, all of them. Now, we have like-minded people, right, that share the same vision I do. We might have disagreement on how to reach that vision. However, the most important thing is that we share the same vision.
Thank you, Mayor Cava. So what we're taking from this conversation is you have to build coalitions. You have to reach across the aisle, even with those who may have a different party affiliation, different vision, and work with them to be able to accomplish your goals. I want to close this session with one last final question with a very kind of lightning round response. And I want to close it with the theme that this entire summit is about, right? Breaking barriers. And I believe that one of the ways you break barriers is by ensuring that there isn't just these 4 elected officials that are before us today, but how are we building the pipeline? How are you looking back, opening the door to ensure that young Latina, young Latino who's interested in serving gets an opportunity and seat at the table? And so for closing thoughts, when you look back at your journey, what are some of the essential skill sets and experiences that some of the people here in the room should be aware of that they should cultivate before considering running for office, and why? And let's start with you, Mayor Ramos.
Run and why? Do the work, follow your passion. If it's something you care about, you will commit to it. You know, learn, be humble, but just find your passion. Do the work, be humble, and you can do it. Everything I was terrified of happening to me when I ran for mayor happened, and I survived, you know, and I made it to the other side. So even if you're scared, jump in, because we need you.
Borough President Reynoso.
I hope we didn't scare you on this stage. If you want to be the first, it's not going to be easy. And I think people need to know that. Everything is difficult. It is hard. Being an elected official is difficult. And I think that we've gotten to a place in our society where we think things have to be given to us or that we deserve things. You don't deserve anything that you're getting, you get because you work for it. No one's going to give you anything if you're the first, especially if you're Dominican. They're not trying to give you anything. And another thing is relationships, I think is deeply important. Adriano Espaillat, like having him as like el padrino de Adriano, tenerlo ahí para los dominicanos en Nueva York tiene mucho valor. Uno no, algunas veces no cree que hay valor o que estamos besando el anillo, que estamos apoyando a Adriano y el otro. Sin Adriano no llegamos ninguno en Nueva York. Y hay que apoyarlo. Y aunque no estemos 100% en línea, vamos a decir, con la política, siempre hay que apoyarlo a él porque fue primero y he ayudado ahora, somos como 15 o 16 que estamos elegidos en un tiempo cuando era el único él. Y eso pasó porque él ayudó. Por eso es muy importante la relación y respetar la herencia, como dicen.
Well stated. Alcalde de Peña, estamos cerrando con esta última pregunta y se trata del tema de esta conferencia, rompiendo barreras. Nosotros vamos a seguir rompiendo barreras cuando estemos asegurando que no sea solamente usted, la alcaldesa Ramos o Reynoso o el alcalde Cava, que estemos creando oportunidades para esa juventud que viene detrás de nosotros. ¿Qué consejo usted tiene para esa juventud que está aquí en el cuarto hoy? ¿Qué es lo que ellos tienen que hacer para prepararse para ser servidores públicos?
Un consejo sencillo y lo recibí de un hermano, mi hermano más pequeño. Una vez estábamos en un lugar y me dijo, brother, eso fue en Brooklyn, vivíamos en Brooklyn. Y me dijo, brother, vámonos de este lugar, porque en este lugar los mejores somos nosotros. Vámonos a un lugar donde los más malos seamos nosotros, que ahí no vamos a tener problemas. Y siempre recuerdo a mi hermano pequeño. Y un consejo que le quiero dar a los jóvenes es que aprendan a tratar a las personas como a ellos les gusta que lo traten. Y que aprendan a perdonar como ellos le piden a Dios que le perdone.
Well said. Mayor Cava, close it out for us. What do we want to, how do we inspire that next generation of public servant leaders, and how do they prepare to take the torch from us and continue to do good?
Keep it short and sweet and to the point. You got to get involved and stay involved. I know you mentioned that it's not what you know, it's who you know. I want to take it a step further. It's not who you know, it's who knows you. Thank you.
I'm leaving inspired by knowing that we have these people at the helm driving a vision across housing, economic development, education, infrastructure, climate change. We need to replicate leaders like this, and I want you, all of you, to stand up and help me in joining them and giving them a warm round of applause. Thank you so much for your leadership and the work you do.
Hey.
José y César Romero y nos encontramos justamente en el salón de conferencias del Capitolio Visitor, desde donde se está desarrollando diferentes paneles que justamente pues marcan lo que ha sido en diferentes vertientes el desarrollo de los dominicanos.
Tiari, definitivamente hoy se ha manifestado la presencia de la comunidad dominicana en todos los... Hay convenciones de diferentes estados de la Unión Americana que han venido hoy a traer sus inquietudes, a traer
Nos sentimos muy orgullosos de en este día estar, por supuesto, representando a la República Dominicana en cuanto a la comunicación se refiere. Somos TV Quisqueya y aquí estamos transmitiendo en vivo, señores. Y realmente, César, hay que resaltar que durante los diferentes paneles que se han llevado en el día de hoy, resaltando todos los valores y todas las cosas muy interesantes que está haciendo el dominicano en Estados Unidos, justamente hay que resaltar el que viene a continuación, sí, que es el de dominicanos rompiendo barreras en diferentes vertientes, tanto en la música, en la pelota. Usted sabe que el dominicano con su pelota y el béisbol
dueño y señor
claro
de las
sí.
Grandes Ligas.
Así es, y en la parte política, una conferencia que es dirigida por Adriano Espaillat en esta ocasión y que justamente él, como un dominicano que ha roto barreras, pues va a presentar también otros dominicanos que lo están haciendo.
Así es. ¿Sabes, Tiaris? Durante todo el proceso de las diferentes conferencias hemos tenido dominicanos destacados en diferentes estados de la Unión Americana trayendo y poniendo a disposición lo que es la experiencia vivida por ellos para beneficio de estas generaciones presentes que nosotros creemos, muchas veces decimos, para nuestros jóvenes como futuro de nuestra comunidad. Los jóvenes son presentes que nos preparan un futuro a desarrollar de la comunidad nuestra aquí en Estados Unidos. Por ello, aplaudimos todos y cada uno de esos jóvenes profesionales y que son parte de la estructura gubernamental de diferentes estados que han venido hoy a exponer sus experiencias, sus conocimientos, pero sobre todo su visión de lo que es una comunidad progresista rompiendo barreras aquí en Estados Unidos.
Claro que sí, es la juventud, es la que marca realmente lo que será el futuro de la República Dominicana y de los dominicanos en Estados Unidos. Realmente es muy placentero ver cómo jóvenes dentro de la política, dentro del arte, dentro del entretenimiento y la comunicación, pues también están desarrollando, se han manifestado en el día de hoy a través de diferentes paneles de que sí, nos estamos empoderando y que estamos rompiendo barreras en Estados Unidos. Y en esta ocasión, César, voy a tener la oportunidad de darle lectura a lo que va a haber a continuación, y es justamente Dominicanos rompiendo barreras. Esto va a estar moderado por la comunicadora Génesis Suero y van a participar nada menos y nada más que Yulisa Reynoso. Ella es embajadora de los Estados Unidos en España.
Y la madre patria.
Así es. Tom Pérez, asesor principal del presidente de los Estados Unidos, Joe Biden.
Y déjame decirte, Tom Pérez fue casualmente el decano del Partido Demócrata aquí en los Estados Unidos recientemente. O sea, dirigía lo que era la parte enfocando el desarrollo de la presencia demócrata en todos los estados de la Unión Americana.
Así es. Otros de los que también van a participar, y señores, que es una de las más esperadas en esta conferencia, Fefita la Grande, acordeonista y reconocida intérprete femenina del merengue típico dominicano, que sin duda
80 años, dándonos ese calor de la música dominicana, de verdad. Mis felicitaciones a Fefita la Grande por sus 80 años, pero sobre todo por ser un ícono de la música folclórica dominicana.
Así es, y como esto fuera poco, señores, también está dentro de este panel un deportista. Él es Nelson Cruz y él es 7 veces All-Star y veterano de 19 años en las Grandes Ligas.
Así es. Señores, definitivamente no hay más nada que pedir. Hoy hemos tenido en demasía lo que es la presencia de los dominicanos en los Estados Unidos, la identidad de la dominicanidad. Vámonos hasta la presentación del próximo panel.
Así es, en este momento vamos nosotros a dar a conocer todo lo que va a haber.
De la gobernadora.
Es el mensaje de la gobernadora en este momento, que realmente, señores, hay que decir y destacar que todo lo que tiene que ver con la gobernación, el mismo presidente Joe Biden, pues también envió sus felicitaciones para los dominicanos.
Escuchemos a la gobernadora.
First, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Congressman Espaillat. As the first Dominican American to serve in Congress, your unwavering dedication and support has delivered Dominican Americans opportunities all across our state and in Congress. With this year's theme, Dominicans Breaking Barriers, we celebrate the remarkable strides of the Dominican community in overcoming challenges and setting new standards in politics, education, arts, sports, embodying resilience and innovation. Nearly 1 million Dominican Americans call New York home, contributing immensely as doctors, academics, athletes, and entrepreneurs, and public servants like you here today. New York wouldn't be New York without our Dominican communities. Last year, I met with President Luis Abinader to discuss opportunities for economic and cultural collaboration. Banreservas, the DR's largest bank, actually opened an office in New York. We also funded the Dominican Studies Institute at City College and provided $2.5 million to the Juan Pablo Duarte Foundation Community Space in Inwood. These efforts strengthen our economic ties, elevate Dominican voices and talent, and enrich New York's cultural and educational landscape. Today we honor past achievements and anticipate a bright future shaped together. A future where the Dominican community thrives, breaks new ground, and remains a vital part of New York's diversity. Que viva la comunidad dominicana. Gracias.
Y como dice la gobernadora,
Definitivamente fue el mensaje de la gobernadora del estado de Nueva York para la comunidad dominicana hoy aquí en su sexta celebración Dominicanos en el Capitolio.
Claro que sí, y al final un chin de español. Qué bueno, señores, que también todos los políticos y funcionarios de Estados Unidos pues se unen a esta fiesta, a esa celebración de la dominicanidad, porque realmente eso es una celebración lo que estamos viviendo en el día de hoy.
Así mismo es. Tú sabes, Yaris, que hoy hemos venido a vivir lo que es la presencia de los dominicanos. Hemos tenido aquí representantes de todos los estamentos de la sociedad dominicana en Estados Unidos, empresarios, políticos, profesionales, médicos, hombres sencillos de negocio que han venido hoy a ver realmente cuál ha sido el crecimiento de nuestra comunidad en Estados Unidos. Pero sobre todo hemos tenido representantes de la República Dominicana. Tuvimos al honorable presidente de la Cámara de Diputados, don Alfredo Pacheco, que en esos actos de presencia. Tenemos aquí el cónsul general de la República Dominicana, don Eligio Jaques, y un sinnúmero de hombres y mujeres que representan con dignidad nuestra comunidad aquí en los Estados Unidos.
Sin duda alguna, usted mencionaba algo muy interesante y es ver cómo la gente se ha venido desplazando hasta aquí de diferentes puntos de Estados Unidos, y hay que resaltar que todo el mundo vino con su bandera, está muy enérgico, muy alegre de ver a personalidades que realmente son de República Dominicana, pero que también están aquí en Estados Unidos y dignamente nos representan. Creo que esta plataforma marca un antes y un después de lo que es el dominicano en el exterior. Realmente.
Que ha sido bien marcado la participación de jóvenes, la participación de profesionales jóvenes de nuestras comunidades aquí en Estados Unidos, que hoy han venido a exponer sus experiencias, sus vivencias, pero sobre todo el concepto de futuro que tienen para ponerlo a disposición del desarrollo de nuestra comunidad aquí en Estados Unidos.
Sin duda alguna, y también una de las partes que a mí me encanta es que las mujeres también estamos muy empoderadas, y las dominicanas, señores, estamos haciendo de todo un poquito, pero sobre todo poniendo en orgullo y levantando la bandera dominicana en los Estados Unidos. Las mujeres no nos estamos quedando atrás, nos estamos empoderando y tomando posiciones importantes también.
Sí, me di cuenta que la mayoría de los exponentes eran mujeres.
¿Qué le está diciendo usted?
Sí, y mujeres que inclusive acabamos de hacer una entrevista a la subsecretaria del Departamento de Vivienda de los Estados Unidos, que es de Salcedo, de la provincia de Salcedo, y de verdad que fue un orgullo tener un breve conversatorio con ella. Aquí y así otras tantas mujeres que se han destacado aquí en las diferentes áreas de negocios, profesionales, políticas y sobre todo que comprometidas con el desarrollo de sus comunidades.
Así es, y sin duda alguna yo creo que Adriano no se ha equivocado en hacer este tipo de eventos, porque realmente veo cómo la gente está aquí, se disfruta todo esto, conoce más de lo que está haciendo el dominicano en Estados Unidos y que realmente pues apenas vamos por el 6º año de este evento y espero que sean muchísimos más y que este evento se repita para que de una u otra manera el mundo conozca lo que está haciendo el dominicano en Estados Unidos, porque sin duda alguna estamos rompiendo barreras.
Y qué bueno que eso lo está haciendo Adriano Espaillat, 40 y tantos años en la vida pública aquí en Estados Unidos. Casualmente, en la entrevista que le realizamos a Adriano, le marcaba cuán diferencia se planteaba entre aquel joven que yo conocí hace 40 y tantos años en una oficina donde él era consejero de violencia familiar, prácticamente siendo un niño todavía. Y ahí inició Adriano sus primeros pasos a incursionar en lo que son los trabajos a nivel público. Ahí empezó, luego se lanzó a buscar el ser el primer concejal electo dominicano. No pudo, fue el concejal Guillermo Linares, pero asimismo Adriano siguió insistiendo, porque jamás he visto una persona más insistente que Adriano. Es consumadamente firme y decidido cuando se pone un objetivo, hasta que no lo logra, no se echa a un lado. Recuerdo cuando lanzó su candidatura a asambleísta y de verdad perdió 2 veces y la tercera la ganó. Y así mismo cuando se lanzó para senador estatal y ahora congresista. Definitivamente es un exitoso dominicano aquí en Estados Unidos dentro del marco de la política.
Así es, sin duda alguna la intención de Adriano siempre ha sido resaltar todos los valores de los dominicanos y todas las cosas que está haciendo el dominicano en Estados Unidos. Y realmente él es un vivo ejemplo de que el dominicano no tiene barreras, que no importa las circunstancias que pasen en la vida, señores, hay que seguir hacia adelante. Mire, usted acá lo acaba de decir, 2 veces se postuló para algo, perdió, pero no paró, siguió hacia adelante y la tercera fue la vencida.
Y déjame decirte algo que me ha hecho siempre admirar a Adriano Espaillat, es que él no ha encontrado obstáculos que lo puedan doblegar. Todos los obstáculos que se ha presentado, él al final logra romperlos.
Como un buen dominicano, porque dice que el dominicano
está rompiendo barreras aquí en Washington.
Así es, y realmente este panel que estamos esperando es muy interesante y la gente está muy ansiosa porque se va a tratar de diferentes vertientes del dominicano. El dominicano en el deporte, el dominicano en la música, el dominicano en la política. Y eso es algo bien interesante realmente para ver este tipo de vertientes que el dominicano se está desarrollando, señores, y que es gratificante ver cómo nosotros estamos creciendo, ya sea en España, en Ecuador, en Chile, en Perú, en Estados Unidos, donde sea, estamos rompiendo barreras.
El dominicano, donde llega, rompe barreras, porque cuando no se las sabe, se las inventa en el buen sentido de la expresión, verdaderamente.
Y en este momento se está viendo, César, lo enérgico que somos los dominicanos, señores. Miren cuánta bulla.
Es un comediante que acaban de presentar.
Haciendo un stand-up comedy. Él es justamente de Quinmero. Él es un influencer y que realmente también nos representa muy bien en todo esto de ahora, de la revolución de la era digital y todas esas cosas, y que está dando su toque especial aquí.
Así mismo es. Retomando, Tiaris, lo que ha sido el desarrollo de la comunidad dominicana, y quiero enfatizar en el desarrollo de la mujer, en todos los estamentos de la sociedad. No importa los obstáculos que haya tenido que enfrentar, porque el primer obstáculo que presentaba la mujer nuestra era el machismo del hombre. la mujer nuestra ha logrado romper esa barrera y ha logrado crear las condiciones para crecer y caminar junto al hombre.
Ese es el movimiento de empoderamiento que la mujer dominicana ha tenido hoy día, porque realmente quizás está venir a un país que es totalmente desconocido de sus culturas, de sus raíces. Y señores, echar para adelante aquí, como decimos popularmente, no es fácil para una mujer donde ya se ha roto específicamente la parte del machismo. Y nos hemos empoderado y hasta ocupando posiciones que antes era imposible, que solamente eran los hombres.
Así mismo, pero te podrás imaginar, ojalá que pudiésemos tener un enfoque de todo el panorama que tenemos aquí y por lo menos estamos totalmente seguros que alrededor del 60 al 65% de las son mujeres las que hay aquí, de verdad. Son más sensibles a lo que es la lucha por desarrollo de la sociedad y eso podemos ver mejores resultados del trabajo de la mujer.
Así es, sin duda, señores, eso es lo que se ha visto y se ha percibido justamente también en esta edición de Dominica's on the Hill, porque como decía usted ahorita, las mujeres, la mayoría son las que han estado presentes en los paneles, debatiendo temas, también presentando las cosas que está haciendo la mujer dominicana en Estados Unidos.
Así es, definitivamente, señores, hoy hemos tenido una expresión genuina de lo que es la participación de la mujer, pero tampoco vamos a echar a un lado lo que ha sido la trayectoria del trabajo del hombre hoy, pero sí se ha creado un equilibrio más de mejores condiciones para el desarrollo de la sociedad, cuando hombres y mujeres han logrado en muchos aspectos unir esfuerzos para lograr metas comunes de beneficio para toda la sociedad.
Así es, y realmente, César, yo viendo en esta oportunidad a Kitner, me voy a esos tiempos donde en República Dominicana el humor era parte, o es más bien parte de lo que es nuestra esencia. El dominicano siempre es chistoso, siempre está alegre, siempre está contento, siempre le busca una sonrisa a las cosas. Y mire cómo realmente en este momento él tiene a todo el mundo con los ojos puestos donde él. De hecho, él inició diciendo que el de la foto no era él, pero es él, porque imagínense usted. Pero realmente para que ustedes vean, señores, que el dominicano está presente en diferentes vertientes. Y justamente en este momento estamos en la parte del humor. Y ese joven Kitmero ha puesto la República Dominicana bien en alto, con más de 300,000 seguidores específicamente en Instagram, donde más se desarrolla, pero haciendo ese stand-up comedy con esa esencia dominicana. Sí. Sin duda alguna. Y es parte de nuestra esencia también llevar ese humor y esa parte jocosa.
Exactamente, porque los dominicanos no las inventamos. En la parte humorística, yo recuerdo cuando en la República Dominicana hubo un presidente que le llamaban el sastre.
Sí.
¿Tú sabes por qué? Porque cada vez que iniciaba un discurso decía, estamos tomando medidas y lo bautizamos como el sastre. Esa genialidad del dominicano, de verdad, para sacar la parte positiva de la situación negativas que se nos presentan muchas veces.
Y es también, César, resaltar a todos los amigos televidentes que están conectando con nosotros a través de TV Quisqueya con esta transmisión especial de la edición número 6 de Dominica's on the Hill, que luego de que termine este panel se estarán dando reconocimientos a personalidades importantes de República Dominicana, pero que están aquí en Estados Unidos y han hecho y están haciendo trabajos increíbles.
Exactamente. Tú sabes, Tiari, la importancia de este evento que por sexta ocasión se celebra aquí en Washington, en la capital de los Estados Unidos, y casualmente en el centro donde se toman las decisiones que afectan positiva o negativamente a los ciudadanos y que la comunidad dominicana venga a celebrar aquí su herencia, su identidad, pero sobre todo a presentar lo que han sido sus aportes a esta gran nación Estados Unidos de Norteamérica a través de la gestión no solamente de nuestros oficiales electos encumbrados hoy en diferentes posiciones, sino en nuestra clase trabajadora dominicana que se levanta diariamente a buscar el sustento de su familia aquí y de sus seres queridos allá en República Dominicana. Y esa es la riqueza de nuestra comunidad valor de nuestra comunidad que nosotros debemos emular y debemos siempre mantener en alto, como en alto se ven esas banderas en este momento aquí, en este salón de conferencia del Congreso de los Estados Unidos.
Claro que sí. Eso fue César, que yo recuerdo cuando estaba más pequeña. No, eso fue el otro día. Sí, más pequeña. Que solamente se veía el dominicano como aquel que trabajaba en el supermercado, aquel bodeguero, aquel que simplemente trabajaba en un restaurante. Pero ya eso no es así. El dominicano, sin duda alguna, señores, ha roto barreras y hoy por hoy, pues ocupamos posiciones importantes hasta allá en la parte política.
Así es. Y eso se está demostrando cada día en nuestras comunidades. Hoy vi algo que me resultó muy, ¿cómo te diría yo? Me dio que pensar en el sentido de que nosotros debíamos estar más lejos. Sí, como comunidad debíamos estar más lejos, porque la esencia de lo que vimos hoy aquí, después de 6 años, por esta fecha, el mes de febrero, que es el mes de la patria, el mes en que celebramos nuestra independencia, y casualmente es el punto de referencia que asume nuestro congresista Adriano Espaillat para proyectar lo que es la presencia nuestra aquí en Estados Unidos. Y yo veía esta gente que vino en autobús desde Nueva York, casi 5 horas dentro de un autobús, madrugó, se levantó a las 3 de la mañana para las 4, tomar un autobús a llegar aquí, inmediatamente integrarse a este evento. Eso es algo que debemos aplaudir, debemos reconocer y debemos sentirnos orgullosos nosotros mismos de nuestra comunidad.
Claro que sí, sin duda alguna, porque nosotros somos gente que nos gusta apoyar a nuestra gente. Y realmente esto es un evento donde el dominicano dice, espérate, hay que coger para allá, hay que apoyar, y realmente hay que reconocer el trabajo que está haciendo Adriano Espaillat. De verdad que Adriano, sin duda alguna, es un ejemplo de que el dominicano está rompiendo barreras. Y eso mismo que él ha hecho y ha mostrado, lo quiere para los otros dominicanos. Quiere que otros también, igual que él, pues se empoderen y sigan adelante. En este preciso momento, Adriano Espaillat le va a hacer entrega de un reconocimiento especial a Kid Mero, este stand-up comedy dominicano. Veamos.
Esta es la segunda vez que me hace eso, a mí solo entrego. Aquí mero, un talento, un aplauso para aquí. Me lo hizo en la cena de gala con el presidente Biden ahí. Y yo le dije, ese edificio chiquito que está ahí, con una cúpula que se llama el Capitolio, míralo bien porque esa es la última vez que tú lo vas a ver.
Felicidades de primero.
Bandera.
Y ahora vamos a empezar con el último panel, donde yo seré la moderadora del panel. Bienvenidos Yulisa Reynoso, Nelson Cruz, Fefita La Grande y Tom Pérez.
Thank you.
Llámenla, que llegue Fefita. Muy bien acompañada, llega la vieja Pepa. verdad que los dominicanos amamos a la reina del perico ripiao.
Gracias. Yo a ustedes.
Gracias, Yulisa. Y ya. Wow, la verdad que soy una mujer muy dichosa en sentarme hoy a conversar con 4 dominicanos que siguen haciendo la diferencia y que han rompido barreras. Bienvenidos nuevamente. Yulisa Reynoso, Ambassador, you have studied at some of the best colleges in the world, including, in your opinion, what role can ensure education play in helping communities and individuals to become more powerful?
Thank you. First of all, hello. Saludos a todos. Qué bueno verlos. Qué bueno estar aquí de nuevo con todos amigos, particularmente mi gente de Nueva York. Right? So I was born in the Dominican Republic and grew up in the South Bronx, and a lot of Bronx people here too. And without education and the discipline of education, I went to Catholic school, the nuns taught me well, they really gave me the path of discipline in my life, and also the spiritual value of enlightenment and learning and really being thoughtful about how I learn and what I did with my knowledge and my understanding. That education, not only elementary school, high school, but obviously going to very good schools, that really only in America someone like me could accomplish. And I really believe that. I've traveled throughout the world, and only in the United States do people like me get to places like Harvard and off to these important positions of power. I am really lucky and blessed that my mother decided to immigrate to New York City and not some other place, because I don't think I would have been here. It was the immense amount of attention I got as a student and the cultivation and the promise that education gave to me, and also the discipline and the connection with public service and community that my education provided me is what I think made all the difference in my life. I still am a continuous learner. I still consider myself as a person whose second language is English, working in a country that created the Spanish language, so it's a very interesting mix. And so I'm continuously trying to improve who I am as a learner. And I think we should try to instill that in our young people, that through knowledge, understanding the world, languages, cultivating ideas, really being bold and experimental, and kind of not just learning what you need to know, but learning things beyond what people assume you should know. I think that could really be transformational. It has been for me. Thank you.
As Yulisa says, it doesn't hurt to keep growing and learning. Nelson Cruz, teniendo en cuenta la importante representación de jugadores latinos en las grandes ligas de béisbol, ¿por qué no vemos una presencia latina correspondientemente mayor dentro de las oficinas de dirección y administración?
Muy buenas tardes. Primeramente, darle las gracias a Dios porque nos permite estar aquí. Agradecerle a Adriano Espaillat por la diligencia de traerme aquí y cumplir un sueño que toda mi vida tuve, que fue visitar la Casa Blanca, al Capitolio, y más que todo sentirme en casa, porque aquí hay tantos dominicanos que me hace sentir como que estamos allá en Dominicana. Me hace sentir muy orgulloso de ver tantos dominicanos sobresaliendo en diferentes aspectos de la sociedad, en este caso aquí en el Capitolio, en el Congreso, en la Embajada, en la Casa Blanca, a Fefita, que siempre la llevamos en nuestro corazón, a ti por representarnos también en el medio de la prensa. Yo creo que la pregunta con relación a ti va también, incluye lo que es la educación, y por eso mi empeño en que los jugadores dominicanos no solamente seamos buenos beisbolistas también, sino que tengamos jugadores educados, que podamos llevar a grandes ligas jugadores que nos representen como dominicanos en todos los aspectos del juego, no solamente en el terreno, sino fuera del terreno también. Gracias a Dios mi papá siempre se empeñaron en que en mi casa la educación era lo primordial, y gracias a ellos pues mi transición durante ligas menores, el venir a Estados Unidos, en las grandes ligas, no lo hace fácil, pero sí mucho más fácil que otros compañeros que tuve a través de los años. Con relación a tu pregunta, bueno, sí, yo creo que estamos creciendo como latinos. En mi caso, personalmente, pertenezco a los Dodgers de Los Ángeles, una organización, y estoy como asesor en materia deportiva, en lo que refiere a jugadores que ellos entienden que necesitan ayuda mental o ayuda con los aspectos del juego. Y también, como le mencioné a Tom el día de ayer, pertenezco a la MLB, a la oficina de MLB en New York, también como asesor de Rob Manfred. Entonces, en ese caso también tenemos comentaristas de grandes ligas, el caso de Pedro Martínez, el caso de Carlos Peña, David Ortiz, Alex Rodríguez, gerentes generales, el caso de Omar Minaya, coaches, managers. En sentido general, nosotros como jugador, como país, en los aspectos de oficina, en los aspectos del juego en sentido general, hemos crecido y estamos creciendo. Entonces eso dice que nosotros como país somos una potencia, no solamente como jugadores. Y eso me hace llenar de orgullo cada vez que veo a un dominicano, como lo hago aquí. Me hace sentir esa dominicanidad de donde quiera que voy, pero más, yo creo que uno la siente más cuando está fuera de su país, como en este caso aquí estando con ustedes. Espero que disfruten la tarde y bendiciones a todos.
Esa brechita que se nos está dando, por ahí nos estamos entrando. Fefita la Grande, en un campo generalmente dominado por hombres, su trayectoria ha sido innovadora e inspiradora. ¿Cuáles fueron las mayores barreras que tuvo que superar como mujer en la industria de la música y cómo afectaron estas experiencias la forma en que abordó su trabajo y sus canciones?
Wow. Y aquí, dime, háblame, dame ver, ¿y ahora? No. Ah, los dos, ok. Santo Padre de la Gloria. Bueno. Buenas tardes. Es un placer inmenso para esta humilde mujer que ustedes ven aquí, que desde muy niña, mi historia es bastante larga, no puedo contarla porque sería casi imposible. Tengo una carrera artística como Fefita la Grande de 58 años ininterrumpida, con un público y un fan que me ha seguido por toda la vida. Me siento orgullosa, feliz, papá Dios. Gracias por ser dominicana, cibaeña y campesina orgullosamente. Una persona sin estudio universitario, donde pude salir adelante. Soy arreglista, compositora, actriz, modelo, músico, cantante.
¡Wow!
Y he podido llevar a todas partes del mundo donde he tenido la oportunidad de llegar con este instrumento que se hizo para hombres, pero que yo un día de atrevida, muy pequeña, 7 años, cogí el acordeón de mi papá, el señor don Eliseo Cabrera Seito, mi padre, que en gloria esté, y oí un merengue de Guandulito. Venía del río de cargar agua con una sobrina de mi padre, que yo estaba muy pequeña y la mandaban conmigo. y oí un merengue de Guandulito y nací artista. No estoy hecha, nací artista. Y cuando llegué a mi casa, cogí el acordeón de mi papá, toqué, canté, ¿cómo? No sé, pero lo hice. Y antes de irme, de hablar con ustedes, quiero dar las gracias al señor Adriano Espaillat. Pido un fuerte aplauso para él. Una persona que hace posible que nosotros estemos aquí. Muchísimas gracias. Mis dominicanos, lo amo, lo quiero, lo adoro. ¡Ay, cibaeños! A los cibaeños, a los dominicanos, o te menea o te me apea.
Fefita, antes...
Una anécdota, perdón, ¿puedo seguir?
¡Claro!
Una pequeña anécdota. Estuve de gira por Europa y me llevaron a Noruega. Muchísima gente de aquí sabe. Noruega es un país que son 6 meses de día total, la gente lo sabe, los que saben, y 6 meses de noche. Y cuando yo llegué, digo yo, pero Virgen de la Altagracia, pero yo iré a encontrar un dominicano aquí. Y dígame quién me recibió. Una muchacha de mi pueblo, Santiago Rodríguez. Me sentí feliz y contenta. Señores, ustedes saben que yo lo quiero, que lo adoro. Gracias por tenerme en el lugar donde estoy. La Mayimba, Fefita la Grande, la gran soberana de la República Dominicana. Represento orgullosamente a la mujer donde quiera que voy con altura. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Fefita. Pero antes que usted se me menee y se apee,
Dios mío,
yo quiero que usted me diga
¿cómo?
¿Qué obstáculos pasó Fefita la Grande que le hicieron Fefita la Grande
Bueno,
en la música?
Tú te imaginarás que, como dije antes, ese tipo de instrumento que solo se hizo para hombres, tú te imaginarás cuando esta muchachita, yo era como media bonita y como media atrevidita, pero ahora me pasé.
¡Ay!
Y sí pasé muchas cosas, claro está. Porque para llegar donde estoy no fue nada fácil. Pasé mucho trabajo. Yo soy una mujer de campo, humildemente pobre, como le dije antes, sin estudio, pero que pude salir adelante y nunca dije para atrás. Todo el tiempo, eso es lo que quiero. Y yo, se lo digo a los dominicanos, todos lo saben y lo saben que yo soy una persona que me gusta hablar la verdad. En República Dominicana, gracias le doy a Papá Dios, que todo el mundo me respeta, me valora y de verdad como mujer y como artista, pues me tienen en un lugar que quizás, yo pienso que quizás ni me lo merezco, pero yo creo que sí. Y pasé muchas cosas, hambre, necesidades, en un burro. Yo nací en un catre, aquí la gente no conoce eso, pero hay una cosa que se llamaba catre, que no era como una cama, yo nací ahí. Aunque hoy, gracias a Papá Dios, pues quizás puedo dormir en una camita.
En una king.
Más o menos. Pero de verdad, aquí estoy para ustedes siempre, y ustedes lo saben, que yo los quiero muchísimo y que mi arte se lo dedico a todos ustedes y a mi país, a República Dominicana y a Santiago Rodríguez, mi pueblo.
Ni para atrás para coger impulso, como decimos los dominicanos. Doña Fefa se merece todo lo que tiene. Tom Pérez, we all understand the gravity and the intense responsibility that comes with being a senior advisor to the president. With that in mind, could you share with us a lighthearted memory that you have experienced while working with one of the most powerful person in the world? Something that perhaps offers a different perspective on day-to-day working of the White House.
Explícame, velo aquí.
Gracias. Podemos dar otro aplauso para mi amigo, el congresista
Y ¿dónde está tu mamá? Tu mamá también. Es un gran honor pasar tiempo con ustedes. Hay dos deportes en DR. Béisbol, aquí, y política. Dos deportes. Y músico, tres deportes.
Y mucho perico ripiao y bachata.
Deportes, okay? And, politics was what brought my family to this country 90 years ago. Because my mother was the second youngest of 9. Mi abuelo se llamó Fejo Brache, and he was a diplomat. In 1931, he was appointed ambassador to the United States. And in 1934, he said, no puedo hacer más, porque Trujillo es, well, my dad died when I was 12, but I always remember his swear words. And you can fill in the blank on that. And so that's how we got to this country. We settled in Mecca for Dominicanos, Washington Heights. And my father was part of what we would call in the States the student movement. Él tuvo que salir también. Y, he served along with my mother's male siblings. They all served in the U.S. Army as immigrants. And, immigrants, as I said last night, have been fighting for the U.S. Army and making the ultimate sacrifice in some cases since the Revolutionary War. And when I hear people talk about and bash immigrants, it really angers me. Because immigrants are what make America great and what always will make America great. And I work for a guy, Joe Biden, who understands that. And our experiences in life shape who we are. I was 12 when my dad died. My mom almost died that same summer. It wasn't a good summer. And you learn things. And what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Joe Biden has experienced unspeakable tragedy in his life. Unspeakable. Imagine burying your wife, burying your young daughter, and then 40 years later burying your son. And the things that I see, the humanity that I see that you often don't see, because he doesn't want to broadcast it. It's not about scoring political points. It's about understanding humanity. So a couple weeks ago, we had 300 mayors in town. And by the way, if you are an elected official or you're working in government, could you raise your hand right now? Mira, muchísimas gracias por su liderazgo. Tenemos una congresista hoy. En 10 años vamos a tener 20 dominicanos en la Cámara de Representantes. We had the mayors here a few weeks ago. And one of the mayors who's become a really good friend, her name is Regina Romero. She's the mayor of Tucson, son of Mexican immigrants. Su padre solamente habla español. And she was in the Oval Office with the president because we like to give FaceTime to people that he's getting to know. And he's sitting with her, and she's telling him her story about the hard work that her parents made to come to this United States and the opportunities they gave. And he said what he often does, get your mama on the phone. And they're sitting in the Oval Office, and she calls up her mother, and they start speaking, and she says, cada día, señor presidente, cada día. Every morning, I say a prayer to God for you. And those are the things that you see day in and day out. And, when my sister lost her oldest kid, who called her? Joe Biden. That's the humanity that we need in leaders. That's the humanity if you are in the city council or the state legislature in Rhode Island or Pennsylvania or New Jersey or so many other places, so many other Dominicanos serving. That humanity is what it's all about. And I think that humanity has been the secret sauce for Joe Biden, because he understands people who have struggled, because he didn't read about it in the history books. He lived it. And when you live something, you develop a capacity to understand. And that's why it's been a pleasure to work with him. And if I said for him, he would correct me and say no, with him. Prepositions matter. And when we work together and you bring diverse voices to the table, whether it's la mesa de béisbol, es muy importante que Nelson Cruz está trabajando por Rob Manfred. Es muy, muy importante. 11% de jugadores de MLB son dominicanos. 25% son latinos. That's a big deal. No solamente necesitamos un asiento en la mesa, necesitamos un voz grande en la mesa, como Nelson, como otra gente. And that's what it's all about. And that's why it's amazing to turn around here and look and see la bandera, but equally and frankly more importantly, la gente de todos los estados. I'm so excited to see the lieutenant governor of the great state of Rhode Island. Can you just, Lavina, came here. I mean, her story is everyone's story. Roughly 18 years old when she arrives in Nueva York, gets over to Rhode Island, and now she's the #2 person in the damn state.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. And if Joe Biden were here, he would say, keep doing that. And there may be days where you don't succeed, but there's no such thing as failure. The only failure is the failure to swing the bat. Successful baseball players fail 7 out of 10 times when they go to the plate. That'll get you in the Hall of Fame. And by the way, we need to get a campaign going for this guy, okay?
That's right. Thank you, Tom Perez. I agree with you. Nosotros los dominicanos, donde quiera que llegamos, hacemos la diferencia.
Exactamente.
Yulisa Reynoso, how has your Dominican American identity influenced your approach to politics, and how have you navigated this in your political career?
Okay. Well, let's see. I think as a Dominican, you kind of every world is in you because you're organically of mixed race, a mixed experience as an immigrant. I was a foreigner in the United States, and so understanding international relations as an immigrant is a natural thing for me. When I got to the State Department in 2009, the first time with Secretary Hillary Clinton, they asked me, what experience do you have in foreign policy? I had gone to all these fancy schools, and I said, I'm from the Bronx. That is the nature. You can't be more foreign policy oriented than being from the Bronx. I mean, everybody in New York, everybody's from somewhere. And I had to negotiate in the streets of New York to stay alive for a while, but also to be able to navigate conflicts. I mean, I learned more from the streets of New York City as an immigrant than I did at Harvard as how to manage disputes and negotiate deals and end conflicts and get people to like me, which is half of what we do as diplomats. Right. You get people to like you, then you get them to do what you want. And so that is the nature of diplomacy. And in working in the State Department, I was able to navigate a really complicated agency with very, very few people that look like me, just period, then and now. And in all of we have over 200 ambassadors in the world right now. we have about maybe 5 Latinas in the whole world representing the United States. It's really, we're not in, we could do a lot better. But my identity as a Dominican, as an immigrant, as a New Yorker, a Bronx person, a person who comes from come from a village, como un campo, como Fefita, sin que me crié sin agua, y no tenía ni electricidad, y llegar a Nueva York con todo el revolú que es Nueva York, con gente de todo el mundo, hablando idiomas exóticos, y con líos y problemas. Yo digo, después de esto, everything else is a piece of cake.
That's right.
You know? So, you know, I am not afraid. I'm not afraid of using my origins as a person who comes from a very rural part of the world, un sitio muy rural, un campo de verdad, y también mi experiencia en una ciudad agria, ¿verdad? Pero con un potencial y un dinamismo enorme, como es Nueva York, y era Nueva York y el Bronx en los 80, para poder representar toda la complejidad de los seres humanos como somos, y también para que la gente entienda lo interesante y lo intenso y lo complejo y diverso que somos los americanos. Y los americanos, como yo, nuevos, ¿verdad? Entonces, para mí, esa experiencia de dominicana, emigrante, neoyorquina, lo he usado mucho en mi trabajo político, pero más aún en mi trabajo diplomático, porque la gente no conoce, mucha gente, esas experiencias de americanos como yo, y dicen, wow, qué interesante los Estados Unidos, qué país, qué potencial, qué enorme camino ha logrado, and only in America. And so once they begin to understand how incredibly inspiring this country is, but also, at least for me, at a personal level, when I have to deal with deep problems in my job, and I have all types of problems, from military issues to issues of intelligence to economic problems to dealing with hundreds of employees, I go back to my New York Bronx roots, and I was like, well, I've seen a lot worse. This is not as hard as it was back in the 80s in the South Bronx. So I just use that experience to get me through, and also to understand how we just have the tools as immigrants and as people who have diverse experience and complex backgrounds to really understand and empathize with all types of people and get to a better result. That's my experience. Thank you.
Wow, Julissa. Qué palabras. Cuando me preguntan a mí, descríbeme Nueva York en ti, yo digo, Nueva York me dio personalidad, me dio caparazón, coraza. Y por eso somos 1 millón ahí, porque nosotros los dominicanos podemos lidiar con esa jungla. Nelson Cruz, además de sus logros deportivos, ha recibido reconocimiento por sus esfuerzos humanitarios. ¿Podría contarnos qué lo inspiró a hacer su trabajo social? ¿Cuál iniciativa es la que está más cerca de su corazón?
Bueno, creciendo en República Dominicana cuando pequeño, pues no teníamos mucho, ¿sabes? Mi papá, los dos fueron maestros y teníamos lo básico para comer. Pero recuerdo que todas las tardes mis hermanas y yo, pues nos sentábamos con mi papá, le sacábamos canas, los cabellos. Yo creo que por eso que él está calvo ahora. Le sacaban muchas canas y siempre le pedía de regalo un camión de juguetes. Y recuerdo que en una ocasión, efectivamente, llegó un camión lleno de juguetes. Y yo dije, se cumplió mi sueño, y llegan todos los juguetes. Pero esos juguetes eran para toda la comunidad. Siempre vi a mi padre involucrado en todo lo que son labores caricativas de la comunidad, fiestas patronales. Fue quien fundó el primer torneo de baloncesto, las primeras patronales, fue el primer regidor de mi comunidad. Entonces, en sentido general, yo siempre vi a mi padre involucrado en todas las actividades que llevaban al desarrollo de mi comunidad. Y creciendo, pues fue lo que vi. Entonces, yo creo que mi padre ha sido el inspirador para que yo tenga ese deseo de ayudar también a mi comunidad. A través de los años, pues, y de mi fundación y mi familia, pues hemos llegado a muchas familias, no solamente en República Dominicana, también aquí en Estados Unidos, lo cual me ha reconocido para ganar premios importantes aquí, como son el Roberto Clemente. Yo creo que el premio más importante para que destaca a cualquier atleta en cualquier disciplina deportiva, que es el Muhammad Ali. Yo creo que la labor que más me toca, pues, es cuando en los operativos dentales que hacemos en mi pueblo, ver cómo van las personas con una autoestima baja, que no sonríen, que son muy callados, y luego de que tienen su dentadura, pues son diferentes tipos de personas que pueden salir a la sociedad y competir y vivir el día a día de lo que es más importante, disfrutar de la vida.
Gracias, Nelson. Esa semillita de edad ya estaba plantada desde tu niñez. Fefita la Grande, como pionera en el negocio de la música, ¿qué opina del creciente número de mujeres que quieren seguir sus pasos? ¿Qué orientación le daría a estas mujeres con ganas de hacerse un nombre en la industria musical?
Ay, ay, ay. Bueno, no me gusta realmente opinar mucho de esas cosas, porque la gente en la cuestión de la música típica, hay mucha gente que cree que nada más es coger un instrumento, tocarlo y cantarlo. Cantante y músico es una cosa y ser artista es otra. Son tres cosas muy diferentes. Bueno, es realmente lo que soy artista y bueno, mi consejo es cuando tuve la oportunidad de salir, como le dije ahorita, pues al aire, siendo única mujer entre tanto hombre tocando este tipo de instrumentos, pues como le dije antes, fue muy duro, que la gente no se lo imagina jamás en la vida, pero yo siempre dije, como la guerrera que soy, pues siempre dije, para adelante, esto es lo que me gusta, esto es lo que quiero, mi vida, mi sangre, mi respiración son los escenarios, los aplausos, el quítate, el ponte, el ven, el jala, ¿me entiendes? Entonces, dentro de mi trabajo, pues, gracias le doy a Dios y a mi público que me ha seguido, como dije antes, he creado una fama extraordinaria y la gente le gusta traerse fotos con Fefita. Las mujeres que están ahora, que son muchas, pero muchas, le podría decir que, pues, que haciendo el trabajo honradamente, orgulloso de ser dominicano, cibaeño y llevar este tipo de instrumento, como le dije ahorita, que no es nada fácil, es un instrumento que bastante pesa y que hay que hacerle un poco de fuerza. Cantar, bailar, tocar el instrumento no es nada fácil. Entonces, pues hago las cosas y de verdad seguir para adelante y haciendo las cosas serias. Yo siempre he tenido el orgullo de decir de que cuando me contratan para una fiesta o para un espectáculo, una tarima, una cosa, porque son muchas cosas diferentes, siempre llego a mi hora. Mi equipo de trabajo en Santo Domingo, que lo maneja Rosalona de Estrella Naná, con mis choferes, mis seguridades y mis cosas aquí. Quiero dar gracias de todo corazón a ese gran empresario dominicano radicado aquí en los Estados Unidos, que agradezco en el alma su generosidad para conmigo, el señor Don Vidal Cedeño. Pido un fuerte aplauso para él. Es la persona que hace posible que yo esté acá. Pues, para adelante y nada, arriba el merengue típico, arriba el deporte, arriba la política y de verdad los dominicanos nos sentimos orgullosos de ser lo que somos, dominicanos.
Más de 50 años de disciplina en el perico ripiao.
58.
Casi 60, pero...
58 años como Fefita la Grande.
Eso.
En el mundo de la música para ustedes.
Tom Pérez.
38.
No. She wants you to know.
Oye, aquí, yo toco acordeón desde muy pequeña. Todo el mundo, el dominicano aquí sabe que yo soy la vieja Fefa desde niña. Desde muy niña. Desde niña. Yo estaba niñita, una muchachita que Sí, no, porque Tatico Enrique, una gloria de República Dominicana, acostumbraba, y la gente del dominicano aquí lo sabe, acostumbraba a decirle a su gente, de que viejete, viejo fulano. Entonces un día le dijeron, mira, en Santiago Rodríguez hay una muchachita que toca acordeón, la hija Seito, le decían. Entonces, Seito le decían a mi papá. Y él dijo, tráiganme la viejeta para conocerla. Entonces me llevaron la vieja Pepa desde niña. Por eso es que hay gente, no sé si lo puedo seguir hablando.
Un chin más.
Un chin más.
Pero un chin.
Por eso es que la gente bebe, gente que tiene 60 años, y pagan para ir a vieja Fefita en un escenario y dice, pero esa no es la vieja Fefa, esa que se está meneando ahí no es ella. Dice, sí, pues yo tengo 60 años de que naciera la vieja Fefa, pero ese es el problema, es que soy la vieja Fefa desde niña. Gracias.
Qué linda historia.
Tampoco estoy vieja.
No, usted está nuevecita de cajeta.
Nunca vieja, nunca.
Tom Perez, as this event comes to an end, we look toward the future and the steps that must be taken to affect positive change. Drawing on your extensive background in public service, how would you suggest that we bring this upcoming generation to the decision-making table?
Tenemos que votar. Nuestro voto es nuestra voz. Y nuestros números son nuestro poder. That is the reality of the moment. I used to lead the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. I worked there for 12 years. We did a lot of voting rights cases when I was there. And, you know, I always thought that we should have debates about issues. We can agree and disagree on a lot of things, whether it's immigration or an economic issue or a foreign policy issue. But at the end of the day, what we should do together is make sure that every single person who is eligible to vote in this country casts their vote, and that every legally cast vote gets counted. I thought that was a pretty simple proposition. But we have seen over the course of recent events, and we had an active docket of cases when I was leading the Civil Rights Division, involving jurisdictions who made it harder for people to vote. And in particular, all too frequently, harder for communities of color to vote. That is not only illegal, it's un-American. And the most important thing we can do right now, our democracy is on fire. It's not just here, it's around the world. Mira lo que ocurrió en Ecuador durante la campaña. Murió. He was assassinated.
Asesinado.
Sí, un candidato. These challenges are around the world. Mira lo que ocurrió con Bolsonaro. You know, when at the end of his campaign, where did he learn that from, by the way? See? And this is not a phenomenon limited to los Estados Unidos. This is a problem across the world. And what I have learned from a lot of grassroots organizing over the course of my career is that when we organize, when we inspire, when we explain, and when we get people into la mesa de oportunidad, that's how we succeed. And that's what is so inspiring about seeing so many Dominicanos. You don't have to run for office to make a difference, but thank you for those who do. You can use, and the wonderful thing about Julissa is whether she was in private practice or whether she's embajadora or whether she was doing other things, she's always been a leader. You could call on her. Yo quiero sus zapatos. I mean, muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias.
Eso.
Necesita su ayuda con mis ropas, con mis zapatos.
Oiga, no reciben. Lamentablemente. no le sirven.
But in los Estados Unidos y otros países hay personas como usted que tiene la oportunidad de usar su voz, exactamente para cambiar por mejor la situación. We have too many people who are suffering right now, folks. We've too many people who've lost hope. We've got too many people who are being scapegoated. We have some people who want to fix problems, and we have some people who want to weaponize problems. We have to be involved. There are people this year that are counting on folks in this room not to participate. That's a reality of the moment. I end where I started. Nuestros números son nuestro poder. Nuestro voto es nuestra voz. Y nuestros números. Remember that. Get involved. It ain't a spectator sport, folks. Can't sit around and say, well, this person, I like only 80% of what that person does. Well, folks, elections are not referenda. Do I like this person or do I not like this person? Elections are choices. And please get out there and educate not only your families, but your friends and your communities about the importance of getting out there and voting. Because, that's going to be the difference. Our democracy is on fire. You hear a lot of times, this is the most important election of a lifetime. And you know what? Every time it's been said, I would argue it's been true at the moment. And at this moment, it couldn't be more true. And so let's do it. That's what my parents came to this country to flee a brutal dictator. We all know our own stories. La Embajadora Guzman has a remarkable story in her own family. And I want to thank you, Embajadora. I know she was here somewhere, but I want to thank you. And so let's do it, because that is how we set the example. So much is at stake.
Get out and vote. Pero yo sé que ustedes todos aquí están curiosos como yo. Doña Fefa, usted que viejita desde pequeña.
Ya yo veo.
¿Cómo es que usted se mantiene con tanta energía y regia? Todos aquí queremos saber.
¿Ustedes quieren saber?
Pero con precaución, estamos en el Capitolio. Con precaución. ¡Ay! Los bomberos, por favor. ¡Seguridad! ¡Seguridad! ¡Ay, Dios mío! El meneo se apea, Fefa. Pero dígame los secretos.
¡Ay, Dios mío! ¿Ustedes les gusta el can con la vieja Fefa? Bueno, soy una mujer muy positiva. Siempre estoy alegre, siempre estoy contenta. Creo mucho en Dios. Amo mi trabajo, lo hago con amor para cada dominicano y los no dominicanos, porque creo, sin temor a equivocarme, que soy uno de los artistas dominicanos que tiene más seguidores de todas las nacionalidades, porque todo el mundo quiere ver a Fefita. En el escenario, pues, ya las cosas son diferentes, ya la cosa ahí ya es diferente. Me dijeron que no sé si querían que viniera vestida como Fefita la Grande, porque déjenme decirles que todo el dominicano que está aquí debe decir, la vieja se siente incómoda porque yo no estoy acostumbrada a vestirme seria. No puedo. No, porque ya la forma de...
Pero se ve bella, Fefa, se ve bella.
No, pero la forma de vestir para trabajar es totalmente diferente. Totalmente. Entonces, un poquito incómoda porque Pero yo creo que los dominicanos me quieren como quiera, ¿verdad que sí? Oye, bueno, de verdad, yo gozo de ese privilegio y soy una mujer que todo el mundo sabe la fama que tengo, la que ustedes me han dado, y que yo soy una persona humilde, sencilla, sin problema. Ahora, en el escenario, ya uno tiene un poquito de todo, porque esta gente, estos guardaespaldas de uno es un lío. ¿Tú me entiendes? A veces le dicen de todo. Que no me dejes tener una foto con la vieja, que esto, que por allí. Pero de verdad, ninguno de ustedes saben lo que siente en mi corazoncito. Sentirme aquí al lado de ustedes. De verdad, yo no sé lo que usted está diciendo.
Ay, Fefa, ¿por qué no me dijo?
Solo me dijo que quería los zapatos míos, pero yo no sé pero yo sé que es bueno, porque yo lo que sé que es bueno porque están aplaudiendo. Como dijo un americano una vez, yo tocando en Bruselas, me dice una muchacha, pero, ¿y qué tú? Yo estaba en Bruselas, estaba de gira. ¿Y qué tú estás bailando? Dice, bueno, yo no sé lo que estoy bailando, yo lo que sé que está bueno. Bueno, de verdad, óyeme, faltarían las palabras, de verdad, para decirle a ustedes, gracias por tenerme en el lugar donde estoy. Gracias.
La verdad que nuestra vieja Fefa es única. Para todos los... ¡Ay! ¡Ay! ¡Ay, ay, 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 ay! Fefa, va a coger fuego el escenario. Va a coger fuego. Enséñeme un chin de cintureo. ¿Cómo es? ¿Cómo es? ¿Cómo es? ¿Cómo es? ¡Ay! Ya. Le tengo otra preguntita. Ya no le podemos enseñar tanto. Fefa, no de todos sus secretos. No todos. No lo enseñen todos.
No todos.
Guarde municiones.
Vive enamorada toda la vida. Casada por la ley, por la iglesia, con mi acordeón.
For all panelists, para todos los panelistas, on this stage, we have Dominican breaking barriers across fields. Can you share a piece of wisdom or lesson learned from your own journey that you believe will be valuable for the next generation of Dominican American leaders? Fefa, no se me asuste. Que
no sé lo que tú dijiste.
No, ven, no te asustes.
Adriano, ayúdame, Adriano, ven.
Fefa, ven. En este escenario tenemos a dominicanos rompiendo barreras en todos los campos. Pueden compartir algún conocimiento adquirido o lección aprendida de su propia trayectoria que cree que sería valioso para la próxima generación de líderes dominicanos estadounidenses. ¿Viste que no te saqué los pies?
¿Qué fue lo que dijo?
¿Todavía? Te la repito. En este escenario tenemos a dominicanos rompiendo barreras en todos los campos. Pueden compartir algún conocimiento adquirido o lección aprendida de su propia trayectoria.
Claro que sí.
¿Qué cree que sería valioso para la próxima generación de líderes dominicanos estadounidenses?
Pero aquí en Estados Unidos o en República Dominicana.
Donde usted quiera, comparta su palabra.
De verdad, yo quiero felicitar al gobierno de acá, de Estados Unidos, porque está haciendo muy buen trabajo con los hispanos. Eso es lo único que puedo decir. He oído, he escuchado y los felicito, de verdad que sí. Claro que sí.
Pero ¿qué le puede decir usted de su trayectoria?
Bueno, tú sabes que yo sé muy poca cosa de eso, pero sí, no, claro, pues yo no voy a decir que sé, porque dime lindo, dime.
No, pero de su trayectoria, del perico ripiao. Eso es de usted, no tiene que ver con política. Eso es de doña Fefa.
No, de mi trayectoria, pues, no, agradecida de Dios y de verdad yo, ¿cómo te digo? Que, pues, el dominicano acá, que siga apoyando, pues, las cosas buenas que se hacen acá y que sigan apoyando el merengue típico, realmente.
Julissa?
I think for me, make sure you keep in touch with.
Muñeca, háblame en cristiano, para yo saber
Te
lo
lo
que
voy a
tú
decir en
estás diciendo.
te lo voy a decir en español. Qué piropo, muñeca. A ver, gracias. Para mí, la pregunta es si, ¿qué le puedo decir a la próxima generación de mi trayectoria?
Ajá.
Yo creo que es muy importante mantenerse conectado con la comunidad, con su familia, con su gente, bueno, antes de ser profesional, antes de ser importante o cualquier término que podemos usar, es muy importante tener unas raíces fuertes en la comunidad. Eso siempre ha sido el fundamento de todo lo que yo he hecho. Siempre vuelvo al mismo lugar, siempre vuelvo al mismo lugar. Y ahí me dicen lo que quieran, me dicen la verdad, me dicen tú estás loca, me dicen no sabe lo que está diciendo. Pero es una honestidad que es necesaria, ¿verdad? Que muchas veces entre más tú llegas a lugares importantes o famosos o qué sé yo, la gente como que te dice cosas que tú quieres escuchar y eso para mí no es necesario, o sea, no me mejora la vida y no me mejora mi función en el mundo. Eso para mí es importante. Segundo, este concepto que para mí es muy importante es que seguir aprendiendo de lo que sea, idioma, del mundo, viajen, encuentren rincones en el mundo que no conocen. Nunca estén muy cómodos porque el día que están muy cómodos, para mí es el fin del mundo. O sea, si estoy muy tranquila y la gente me conoce, hay un problema. Entonces, para mí, ese esfuerzo continuo de aprender cosas y buscar manera de mejorar quién soy como lo que sea, como abogada, como escritora, como diplomática, como amiga, como lo que sea, eso es algo que para mí es muy importante para el resto de la vida, es seguir aprendiendo.
Qué bueno, tú ves, te entendía, eso es bueno seguir aprendiendo. Ahora te entendí muy bien.
La gente siempre me dice, Génesis, ¿y cómo es que tú haces tanta vaina? Es que como dice Julissa, a mí me gusta estar incómoda para estar cómoda. Y lo dije para Fefita en español.
Ajá.
¿Viste?
¿Te gusta estar cómoda para estar incómoda? Hasta a mí también. Hasta a mí también.
Bueno, yo creo que Julissa abarca el punto más importante de que nos identifica como dominicanos, las raíces, de dónde venimos, son de las partes que siempre se ha quedado conmigo, no importa en el escenario donde esté, siempre trato de recordar de dónde vengo, lo que significa mi pueblo para mí, lo que significa mi familia, entonces es el consejo más importante, no olvidar desde sus raíces. Y todo lo otro, bueno, con esfuerzo y dedicación, pues uno lo puede conseguir. No hay nada imposible, uno tiene siempre sueños. Yo siempre soñé con ser un jugador de Grandes Ligas. Y créame que si yo lo logré, no hay por qué todos esos jóvenes que están soñando con ser jugador de Grandes Ligas no lo puedan conseguir. Siempre veía juegos de Grandes Ligas viendo a un Sammy Sosa sacando pelota, a un Pedro Martínez empochando gente y yo decía, wow, si en algún momento se da, eso sería como lo más grande que pudiera vivir. Y hoy en día pues veo jóvenes que desean ser como un Nelson Cruz y eso me llena de mucha satisfacción y siempre mi consejo es el mismo. Si yo lo conseguí, pues también ustedes pueden conseguirlo y no se rindan.
Muy bien.
Aprendí cuando era joven que los 2 días más importantes en su vida es el día de su nacimiento y el día de determina por qué. And by the way, you had nothing to do with the first one, okay? But you have everything to do with the second, figuring out the why. My family's story of coming here, what they taught us as kids is the ladder must always be down, you must always help your neighbor, and you must always work not only to help your family, but to help your community. And I would strongly urge folks, don't hesitate. First of all, spend some time reflecting on that question. I still reflect on that question. I think I'll be reflecting on that question until the day I die. I feel very blessed because I've had opportunities I never would have imagined. I had those opportunities because people believed in me. They took a risk on me. ¿Puedo coger los pantalones?
¡Ey, no! Fefa. No. Esa no.
Lo siento.
No, Don.
Yeah, I know.
Ahí no podemos. Se cancela Dominican on the Hills, no se puede. No.
Oye, te está pasando de contento. Ya me está mandando a quitar la ropa. Dime, lindo.
Fefa, es que usted todavía tiene mucho swing.
In all seriousness, the most important thing I would urge folks to continue to do is don't hesitate to take risk. Don't jump off the 10th floor of a building. That's not risk. That's lunacy. But don't hesitate to take risk. The older I get, the more willing I am to take chances. Usually, the older you get, the more set in your ways you become. And the reason I say this is because we've got a lot of folks who are taking it on the chin, and they need your help. And this is a group of leaders here in your communities. It's so fun to go to Providence, Rhode Island, or to go to central Pennsylvania, or to go to New Jersey, or to go to Lawrence, Massachusetts, and to see what has happened in these communities. Because you all asked that why question, and you said, yo tengo que asegurar que mi comunidad tiene oportunidad.
Eso.
It's exactly what you did. So keep doing that. And sometimes the chapter doesn't end like you want it to. But again, I think the biggest sin you can commit is not swinging the bat.
Muchas gracias a estos 4 dominicanos por un panel con mucha sustancia y diversión. Para culminar esta conversación tan productiva, quiero llamar al escenario al congresista Adriano Espaillat y a las delegaciones de oficiales electos de Nueva York, Nueva Jersey, Massachusetts y Rhode Island.
Bien, podemos, primero, si puede subir la senadora Ana Quesada, el representante estatal Danilo Burgos de Pensilvania y la concejal Julia Mejías de Boston, Massachusetts, y pueden pasar por acá. Y también quería tomar esta oportunidad para darle la gracia a mi equipo de trabajo, ¿verdad? Zaida, Aneiri, que salga mi equipo completo, que venga el equipo, venga. El trabajo que hace. También que vengan los otros también. The others. Bien. Y queremos pedirle también al doctor La Antigua, a Rodolfo Pou y a Sid Wilson, que son parte del equipo que se reúne periódicamente para este evento, que suban acá también. Daisy, no se olviden, ver Daisy. Bien, y entonces vamos a darle los micrófonos primero, antes que vamos a reconocer a los estelares dominicanos que están aquí en este panel, a Ana Quesada, a Julia Mejía y a Danilo Burgos, para que le presenten primero a los nuevos oficiales electos de origen dominicano que están aquí con nosotros de todo el país.
Muy buenas tardes, para mí es un gran placer estar aquí y tenemos muchos electos dominicanos aquí, sobre todo de mi estado, de Rhode Island, así que mucha felicidad a Rhode Island, que se paren, que tenemos una gran delegación aquí, como cada año que venimos a apoyar a nuestro congresista, el congresista Adriano Espaillat.
Buenas tardes a todos. ¿Cómo le va? Oiga, la otra vez que vinimos aquí no había nada de comer, pero hoy había comida. ¿Se recuerdan de eso? Bueno, mira, primero primeramente tenemos que darnos cuenta que nuestro jefe, ¿verdad? Es el número 6, el evento que hacemos, pero mira lo grande que hemos crecido. Ya el año que viene no cabemos aquí, ¿verdad que no? Nos vamos más grandes, ¿verdad que sí, jefe? Muchas gracias. Bueno, primeramente queremos también darnos cuenta que cuando nosotros tenemos dominicanos en poder, fui la primera mujer dominicana elegida en Boston. Ahora tenemos 2 dominicanos más que están representando en el concejal. Vamos a llamar uno a la vez para que ustedes vean el talento que tenemos aquí en Boston.
¿Cómo estamos? Mi nombre es Jonathan Guzmán, soy el vicepresidente del Comité Escolar de la ciudad de Loren.
Buenas tardes, mucho gusto. Me llamo Manny Rutinel, soy el representante de Colorado desde 2023 y me encanta estar aquí con mi gente, lo aprecio mucho.
Dime a ver, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Enrique Pepe, yo soy un concejal de la ciudad de Boston, soy del Distrito 5, me acaban de elegir en noviembre, un honor estar aquí con ustedes. Gracias.
Saludos. Me llamo Henry Santana, soy concejal para la ciudad entera de Boston, acompañando a Julia Mejía, que fue la primera que la hizo y ahora por ella hay 2 ahí en ese camino.
Saludos a todos, me llamo Julio Mejía y soy miembro del comité escolar de la Escuela Técnica de Lawrence.
Espérense un momentico, solamente tiene 18 años y el más joven elegido en el estado de Massachusetts.
Saludos, buenas tardes. ¿Cómo se sienten hoy, dominicanos? Mi nombre es Nelson Peña, yo soy presidente de los comisionados en Orange County, en Florida. Estoy representando a los dominicanos orgullosamente. Muchas gracias.
Yo quiero coger la oportunidad para invitar a la delegación de empezando por nuestra vicegobernadora Sabina Matos, el concejal Pedro Espinal, Ana Vargas, Juan Pichardo, que por favor que suban.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Para mí es un placer y un honor estar aquí por primera vez en Dominican South the Hill. Soy Rafael Marte, soy comisionado del condado de Bergen en New Jersey. Fui concejal por 2 términos en el pueblo de Bergenfield y para mí el placer más grande es servir a mi comunidad y a todos de Bergen County. Quiero darle las gracias a todos los que están aquí en este día. Tengo muchas amistades, tengo personas que no había visto por mucho tiempo y de verdad que se siente la vibra de la familia aquí en este lugar. Quiero darle las gracias al congresista, nuestro congresista Adriano Espaillat, por este evento que él ha llevado a cabo y por traer y por llevar a los dominicanos a este lugar y unirnos de la forma que lo ha hecho. Muchas gracias.
Queremos darle la gracia a Dominican Professional Association, un grupo de voluntarios que estuvieron aquí. Párense por favor para ver si están ahí. Y también a la policía del Capitolio, que nos tuvo un aplauso para la policía del Capitolio. Y ahora le vamos a pedir a los otros oficiales electos que suban para entregarle las proclamas, para entregarle los reconocimientos a los 4 dominicanos estelares que se presentaron aquí hoy. Bien. Los alcaldes, si todavía están por acá. Bien. Aquí le entregamos a cada uno de ellos un reconocimiento con fotos del Alto Manhattan. el centro, el corazón, el pulmón de nuestra comunidad, que todos nosotros tenemos una conexión con ese vecindario. Así que le entregamos a ellos, cada uno de ellos, ese reconocimiento. Pérez también. Yulisa Reynoso y Nelson Cruz.
César.
Cuerpecito, Dios te lo libre del mal. Y qué lindo cuerpecito, Dios te lo libre del mal.
Para todos los que llegaron en el autobús, pueden comenzar camino hacia el autobús que sale rápidamente, y los que se quedan pueden quedar en la recepción, la pequeña recepción, que vamos a estar en el salón HC5. Estarán los voluntarios afuera para dirigirlo hacia allá. Los del autobús.
Bueno,
y no
señores, una vez más se celebra la dominicanidad en el Capitolio. Wow, Dios mío, cuánta.
Y a golpe de tambora, confetita en grande.
Sin duda alguna, señores, esto es un evento que marca un antes y un después.
Sí, el evento está cerrado.
Creciendo, y en vista de eso se da este evento Dominicans on the Hills.
6 versiones de este evento que muestra realmente el avance que hemos tenido los dominicanos en Estados Unidos. A través de las iniciativas del congresista Adriano Espaillat, una vez más demostramos la incidencia, pero sobre todo el espacio que hemos ganado con nuestro esfuerzo, nuestra entrega y nuestra dedicación aquí en Estados Unidos.
Claro que sí, y yo creo que no era mejor manera de cerrar con broche de oro esta edición número 6, con estos 4 panelistas que diferentes áreas, César, han desarrollado, y se ha visto cómo han roto barreras para hoy convertirse en lo que hoy día pues muestran un dominicano hasta la tambora, pero que sobre todo ha marcado la diferencia y se ha empoderado y ha roto barreras.
Casualmente en ese panel, hablando de la mujer,
sí,
y casualmente ahí había Yulisa Reynoso, dominicana, casualmente de Washington Heights, donde ella creció y se dio a conocer. Fue embajadora de Estados Unidos en Uruguay y después, ahora en este momento, es embajadora de Estados Unidos en España, en la madre patria.
Claro que
ahí
sí.
Estuvo también Tom Pérez, que fue el DIN del Partido Demócrata, la autoridad máxima del Partido Demócrata en un periodo de política aquí en Estados Unidos. Y él hoy está aquí hablando de su experiencia, de su vivencia, Y así mismo Fefita la Grande,
Claro.
80 años dándonos música.
Dando guiri y acordeón, señores. Y es que realmente estos dominicanos pues marcan que realmente se ha roto barreras. Y con esta presentación que en el día de hoy, a través de los diferentes temas que se trataron, pues una vez más Adriano Espaillat dice presente y dice que está apoyando la dominicanidad y el desarrollo de los dominicanos en Estados Unidos. De verdad que queremos extenderle desde aquí y desde todo el equipo de TV Quisqueya felicitaciones a Adriano Espaillat por tan bonita labor que está haciendo, pero sobre todo por hacer este tipo de eventos donde se resalta y se celebra la dominicanidad en el exterior. Sin embargo, hay que resaltar, César, que el apoyo masivo en el día de hoy fue algo impresionante, señores.
La comunidad dominicana se desbordó.
Esto se desbordó para acá y yo quisiera ver si algunas de las personas que se van acercando por aquí, pues pueden como darnos su impresión de ver cómo le pasó. Ay, pero no, míralo aquí. Eso.
Yo lo puse en su boquita, de coral en su cabeza, de victoria detrás. Ay, qué lindo su boquita, ay, qué lindo su mirar, ay, qué lindo cuerpecito, yo te lo libre de pan. Ay, qué lindo cuerpecito. ¡Juega! ¡Dominicano!
Ay, Dios mío, con guira de tambores y acordeón, señores, aquí en la sala de conferencia del Capitolio.
¿Qué le pareció?
Sí, muy buenas tardes, sí, fue excelente este evento que Adriano forma cada año por año acá y cada día estamos apoyándolo. Así que para adelante siempre con Adriano, que es una tremenda potencia para nosotros, dando ese ejemplo para seguir luchando cada día en este país. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a usted. Vamos a seguir por aquí, a ver la impresión de algunas personas.
Perdóname que tenemos al hombre que nos trajo a Fefita la Grande.
¿Cómo te
Sí,
sientes,
un placer, va todo bien, contento. Tú sabes que uno como dominicano este tipo de cosas tiene que apoyarla. Muy agradecido de nuestro congresista Adriano Espaillat por el reconocimiento que le dio a Fefita y a los demás, como Yulisa, a Tom Pérez. Y ¿qué te digo? Nosotros estamos escalando poquito a poco y gracias a Dios tenemos una buena representación aquí en el Congreso con Adriano.
Vidal, pero tú eres uno de los que has roto barreras también.
Hemos partido corozo, como dicen, hemos guayado nuestra yuca, pero así como lo hemos hecho nosotros y como lo dijeron los panelistas que están reconocidos, los dominicanos aquí en realidad hemos hecho un aporte muy importante. La gran mayoría de nosotros, como siempre lo he dicho, somos exiliados económicos. Lo que vivimos en la parte triestatal, principalmente New York, New Jersey, para allá arriba, Providence, Massachusetts, pero hemos hecho un trabajo que ha sido encomiable, independientemente de todo, aunque deberíamos de tener mucho más representación política que la que tenemos actualmente, pero se hará el trabajo poco a poco.
Muchísimas gracias.
¿Qué tú haces para mantenerte gordo y colorado?
Es como una pregunta, ¿tú quieres que te responda? Ay, no te voy a responder. No, señores, uno trabaja de noche, está en este menester del entretenimiento, el corre para aquí y para allá, pero nosotros somos zanahoria. Es decir, nosotros tranquilos, no tomamos así trajitos de cosas y llevamos una vida lo más uniforme posible.
Te quiero, hermano.
Gracias a ustedes.
Suerte, felicidades, mucha salud.
Wow, señores, de verdad que hay que resaltar que también en la parte de entretenimiento, este es un pilar en cuanto a la parte de entretenimiento. Es una persona encargada de traer muchos
Lo
artistas.
vi nacer y crecer, Vidal Cedeño, con un 3/4 de aquello antes, promoviendo sus artistas. Y míralo hoy, es un señor promotor. Hoy representa a Fefita la Grande, casualmente, está acompañándola en este día. Es una lástima que no podemos traer a Fefita aquí.
No nos permite por el asunto de que ya en este momento ya se están pues esparciendo las diferentes personas ya para la salida y ya irse a sus diferentes hogares. Otros van hacia Nueva York específicamente porque viene una gran concentración de personas, de periodistas y personalidades hasta aquí Washington DC para participar de este evento tan especial en el día de hoy. Señores, sin duda alguna, hoy día se ha sentido la dominicanidad. Venga por aquí.
Sí, señor. Usted ha sido uno de los héroes de
Muchas
de hoy,
gracias, muchas
junto a
gracias.
un grupo de hombres y mujeres que cada uno ha dado su aporte para que hoy realmente podamos tener brillando nuestra insignia tricolor que la tenemos ahí de frente y sobre todo nuestra identidad, la dominicanidad.
Claro que sí, mire, estamos a la altura de lo que corresponde con nuestra comunidad. Durante mucho tiempo teníamos miedo de echar raíces en Estados Unidos, porque pensábamos que todos íbamos a regresar. Y eventualmente todos vamos a regresar. El asunto es que no vamos a regresar físicamente, pero en espíritu, en entrega, en dedicación, en aporte, ¿verdad? En apoyo, siempre vamos a regresar.
Y hasta podemos compartir con los nuestros físicamente allá.
También podemos compartir, gracias al WhatsApp, ¿verdad? También, pero sobre todo...
El éxito nuestro aquí en Estados Unidos representa el éxito de nuestra gente allá.
Sobre todo.
Estamos allá y aquí,
Estamos
en
allá y
espíritu
aquí.
y
Pero
en
era
alma.
necesario mostrarle a los dominicanos que estamos viviendo aquí el nivel que ya tenemos, que tenemos más de 60 figuras que son electas de manera nacional, que tenemos grandes líderes impactando la economía, la cultura, el deporte, en fin, las comunidades. Y eso era muy importante. Y hasta que tú no lo ves en persona, no entiendes lo grande que somos para el tejido norteamericano. Somos muy, muy importantes.
Claro que sí. Tú sabes que ahorita había una persona que decía que nosotros deberíamos estar más lejos. ¿Qué crees tú que le haría falta al dominicano para seguir, para posicionarse más todavía en el exterior?
Yo creo que tardamos un poco porque teníamos un país a que regresar. Los venezolanos no tienen un país a regresar, los cubanos no tenían país a regresar, los salvadoreños tampoco, ni los mexicanos. ¿Se da cuenta? Nosotros teníamos para... Entonces eso, y eso impedía el que nosotros echáramos raíces, que fuéramos parte del tejido de Estados Unidos. Cuando nosotros decidimos que podíamos echar raíces sin perder la dominicanidad, en ese momento emprendimos. Lo que le espera a Estados Unidos de la comunidad dominicana los próximos 10 años es incomparable con cualquier otra comunidad. Nosotros vamos a crecer a una velocidad superior a cualquier otra comunidad, solamente comparado con la comunidad hindú. Oiga lo que les digo, en 10 años nosotros vamos a tener no solamente representantes en el Congreso, sino representantes en el Senado. Y no duden ustedes que en menos de 20 años el acompañante de boleta, no solamente de República Dominicana, sino el de este país también, sea un dominicano.
Hoy acabamos de entrevistar casualmente a la vicegobernadora, pero también a la vicesecretaria del Departamento de Hacienda, que es de Salcedo, República Dominicana.
Exactamente. Si no es de Salcedo, es de Tenaria, que hay muchas personas que vinieron del Cibao, y en fin. El país que nosotros queremos existe aquí y existe allá, y podemos hacer lo posible, y es necesario pero que todos pongamos nuestra parte, participar localmente, participar en política. Óigame, si uno no participa en política, la política se va a meter contigo, tiene que buscar la forma de ser partícipe, y reitero, los dominicanos estamos encaminados no solamente a ser ya la tercera población latina más importante de Estados Unidos por su volumen, por la población en cantidad, sino por los aportes que puede hacer.
Nadie da lo que no tiene. Entonces nosotros tenemos que ser grandes aquí para poder hacer fuertes y grandes a los nuestros allá en República Dominicana. Así que felicidades, hermano. Éxito en esa labor que vienes realizando.
Muchas gracias.
Y cuenta con
Muchas gracias con TV Quiqueya y con todos aquí por estar presentes apoyando esta iniciativa.
Claro,
muchas gracias.
Felicidades para ti también. Bueno, César.
Definitivamente, señores, hay algo que se dice, tú siempre has dicho que aquí tenemos a
Rafael Bello, claro que sí, que ha formado parte.
Él como
también.
bello está bien, pero yo como feo estoy mejor, olvídate.
¿Y cómo es esto?
Que estábamos ahí haciendo las averiguaciones, creo que Nelson Cruz está en el salón, y si lo pudieran traer para cerrar sería un éxito, porque él estaba esperando justamente las cámaras. Pero qué gusto compartir con ustedes, con César y Aris, y el estar aquí en un evento en donde la dominicanidad se apropió del Capitolio de los Estados Unidos y de la capital norteamericana.
Así es. Y sobre todo aquí en el centro donde se toman las decisiones que afectan a la ciudadanía, positiva o negativamente, pero aquí se dictan normas y procedimientos a seguir.
Claro, y el tener actores, y perdón, Antiaris, el tener a un asesor del presidente Biden en el señor Pérez, un dominicano, el tener a Yulisa Reynoso como la embajadora de España de Estados Unidos, y el tener actores que inciden en la política pública, el tener dominicanos y dominicanas en educación, en salud, en tecnología, eso nos enorgullece. Y es justamente lo que decían cada vez que hacíamos las entrevistas, que la gente va a ir viendo en estos especiales de esta sexta edición, de cómo podemos seguir rompiendo barreras, pero manteniendo nuestro orgullo dominicano y nuestra cultura.
Claro que sí.
Fíjate cómo son las cosas. Tú rompiste barreras, ahora un joven destacado, a quien admiro. Has logrado sitiarte en el lugar que específicamente deben tener aquellos triunfadores, pero tuviste que romper barreras para estar con nosotros, con Tiari y yo. ¿Verdad que sí, hermano?
Claro,
bienvenido
sí.
sea.
Así es, y tú sabes que lo más emocionante de todo esto es también sentir como ese calor dominicano, porque realmente al final, con esa guira, la tambora y el acordeón de Fefita, yo creo como que eso marcó esta parte de esta sexta edición de Dominican Sunday Hills. Realmente nosotros los dominicanos estamos marcando la diferencia y poniendo muy en alto y con orgullo la bandera tricolor de la República Dominicana.
Y tú como mujer te tienes que sentir orgullosa de que también de los principales actores y actrices o actoras, si lo decimos así, fueron mujeres. Estamos hablando de pesos pesados, dominicanas que están mostrando, solamente una dominicana dentro de los 50 estados está como comisionada de educación, es la única dominicana y una de las pocas latinas en el país completo. Eso nos llena de orgullo. Entonces el ver que esa disparidad se va minimizando, pero que la mujer entonces está tomando posición de protagonista.
Secretaria del Departamento de Hacienda de los Estados Unidos, dominicana, de Saicedo.
De Saicedo. Aguilucha, imagínate.
Aguilucha, exactamente.
Y aquí llegó Nelson Cruz, justamente, hablando de dominicanos que están rompiendo barreras.
Hola, bienvenido.
Te hicimos caminar del media room.
Rompe barreras,
rompe pelota, bate. Bienvenido.
No, gracias por estar aquí, siempre contento y muy orgulloso de formar parte de este grupo y de poderme llamar dominicano.
¿Qué sentiste hoy aquí cuando tuviste que presentarte ante tantos dominicanos que han venido desde diferentes estados para compartir la nacionalidad contigo, que eres un exitoso beisbolista?
No, muy contento, orgulloso, como dije. Es muy bonito ver que los dominicanos abrimos puertas y rompemos barreras en todas partes, en todos los aspectos de la vida cotidiana aquí en Estados Unidos. Y muy orgulloso de ver a cada una de esas personas que de una manera u otra pues se destacan y que ponen nuestra bandera en lo más alto.
Así es. Tú, hoy día podemos ver que has roto barreras, pero dentro de todo eso pues hay ciertas limitaciones que se presentan en el camino. ¿Podrías tú mencionarnos algunas cositas que se te pusieron media complicadas en algún momento, pero eso no te impidió a que hoy tú puedas ser lo que eres?
Bueno, sí, como todo en la vida, nada es fácil, hay que sacrificarse, hay que poner mucho empeño. Yo entiendo que el primer o el más difícil, el principal de todo en su momento es el idioma. Uno venir aquí, la comunicación con los americanos, la cultura, la alimentación. En mi caso, bueno, uno está en estados en los cuales no hay muchos dominicanos, entonces tienes que acostumbrarte a la comida de otros países o a la americana en este caso. Pero como tú mencionas, son barreras que al final del día te fortalecen y te forjan como ser humano.
Y hablando de barreras, perdóname, yo te veo alguien que ha roto barreras y nos ha puesto por allá en lo último de lo que es el desarrollo del deporte. Para yo dar un jonrón con las bases llenas, ¿qué debo hacer para romper esa barrera?
Bueno, mucha práctica. Eso no se consigue de la noche a la mañana. En verdad, el privilegio de poder ser jugador de grandes ligas, de tener sueños y poder conseguirlos, pues te llena de mucha satisfacción. Y tener el privilegio de venir aquí y de dar un poco de mi experiencia me llena de mucha satisfacción.
Qué bueno compartir contigo aquí, rompiendo barreras.
Claro, y rápidamente, Nelson, hace un par de años conversamos tú y yo sobre cuando gana tu fundación y ganas tú el premio al altruista en las grandes ligas, por lo que tú estabas, y hablábamos de esas barreras que tú vas rompiendo, raciales, de idioma, pero ya habiéndolas roto, ¿qué significa para Nelson Cruz, que ha visto su bandera en diferentes partes del mundo, pero que llegas al Capitolio de Estados Unidos y ver la bandera dominicana arropando en donde se toman las decisiones y representando a un país de 12 millones de habitantes, pero con muchos sueños y que aquí están logrando cosas? ¿Qué significa eso?
No, en verdad es muy bonito el caso de quien nos representa aquí en el Congreso. Espaillat siempre ha sido una persona que ha estado dispuesto a colaborar en todos los aspectos de lo que es la comunidad latina, en especial la comunidad dominicana, y tenerlo aquí y ver que él está luchando por nuestros derechos. En el caso mío, como jugador, pues subir y cada escalón que uno va alcanzando, pues una meta nueva y de los valores que uno se lleva como dominicano es ayudar al prójimo, y servir a los demás, y pues uno ser reconocido por actividades que uno entiende que son las correctas, pues también es muy satisfactorio.
Excelente, wow. Es que yo estoy como así, como que ven acá, bueno, porque realmente es una persona que muestra con orgullo la dominicanidad y que obviamente también nos representa muy bien en una parte que a los dominicanos nos encanta.
Y los dominicanos no solamente somos pelotas, nos dimos cuenta también de eso.
No, claro que no.
El ver dominicanos y dominicanas en la ciencia, en la educación, en la tecnología, en la política.
Sí.
¿Qué le dices tú a esa?
En la música.
Entonces,
Sí.
no todos que queremos ser peloteros lo vamos a lograr.
No.
¿Qué le dices a la educación, a la juventud que busca esa oportunidad?
La base de todo, no importa en lo que quieras soñar, en tus sueños, en lo que sea. La base de todo es la educación, ahí es que está lo que te garantiza un buen futuro para ti y tu familia. Entonces, mi consejo para todos esos jóvenes que quieren jugar deporte, practíquenlo, pero sin alejarse de la educación, que ahí es que está la base de todo.
Agradecidos todos, Nelson.
Gracias.
Le pasamos los micrófonos a la dama, que es la jefa del grupo, claro.
Yo sé la que lo sostengo aquí, pero vamos a hablar todo, claro que sí. Tú sabes que a mí me gustaría ver qué opina la gente, qué piensa la gente, cuál es la impresión que realmente la gente se lleva luego de estas horas disfrutando de tantos conocimientos, pero sobre todo ver cuántos dominicanos nos hemos empoderado, estamos hoy rompiendo barreras. Y un ejemplo es aquí, un ejemplo es aquí,
Claro.
y otro ejemplo es aquí.
Y seguiremos dentro de nuestras posibilidades, seguir inspirando, como lo ha hecho César con su carrera, que nosotros, los que hemos venido detrás, como lo sigues haciendo tú con esas mujeres, hombres y mujeres, que quieren desarrollar y quieren encontrar una oportunidad. Y yo conversaba dentro de las entrevistas que hicimos como equipo, conversaba con un par de dominicanos que han logrado marcar la diferencia en la tecnología o en la flexibilidad. El poder no importa, el tener que cambiar de vez en cuando de carril o incluso hasta de dirección, siempre y cuando tú sepas que tú vas en la dirección correcta, no importa, es ser flexibles y entender que la juventud cada día necesita más esa flexibilidad. Antes había que ser médico, abogado para ser profesional, ¿verdad? Ahora no, entonces es eso, es poderle dar oportunidades, seguir abriendo y uniéndonos, porque esto es lo que nos construye en lo delante.
Hay algo que yo quiero tener como ejemplo, que ahí llega con ella, Tiaris, esta joven que ha estado hoy aquí, viviendo lo que es la identidad, la dominicanidad. Háblanos un poco.
No, un orgullo feliz de estar en este magno evento, de verdad, poniendo la República Dominicana en alto. Ha sido un evento donde, una plataforma real, donde yo principalmente he conocido personas que en mi vida pensé que iba a tener acceso, y de verdad que esto ha sido una maravilla. Felicito al congresista, pues, de verdad, por presenciar y organizar este tipo de eventos en apoyo a los dominicanos.
Tú sabes que te quiero felicitar, porque tú eres un ejemplo de esa mujer dominicana que no se pone peros ni limitaciones para poder hacer las cosas. Y hoy por hoy, aunque tú quizás no puedes estar de pie como estamos nosotros, tú estás aquí apoyando a los dominicanos, viendo que también tú has roto barreras.
Así mismo es. Y eso es lo que yo quisiera resaltar y felicitar a todos los dominicanos del mundo entero, que sigamos con la frente en alto, sin límites, sin barreras, poniendo el nombre de la República Dominicana donde es, a brillar. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. Llegamos, señores,
Nos
al
fuimos.
final de este momento. Gracias a TV Quisqueya, gracias a todos aquellos que de una forma u otra. Aquí tenemos a alguien. Oye, tú serás bello, pero él es alto.
Claro. Y famoso. Kid Merrow. No, Kid Merrow, un representante de la dominicanidad en todos los mercados posibles.
En todos, digital, linear, como le dijimos en inglés, televisión, radio, podcast, Twitch, todo.
Pero él de la nueva era, de lo que está revolucionando ahora.
Exactamente, la nueva era, porque tú sabes que antes era televisión y película, teatro y nada más. Ahora hay muchísimos medios con que tú puedes consumir tu contenido. Tú puedes ir a YouTube, tú puedes ir a streaming, ajustándome a esos desarrollos en tecnología, estoy ahí plantado.
Rompiendo barreras.
No, y haciendo cosas con gente, Carmelo Anthony. Tú estás en una industria muy grande, por una comunidad que te ha abrazado, también muy grande, que tú te sientes parte de ella.
Nos tenemos que ir. Señores, seguimos rompiendo barreras a través de TV Quisqueya.
Ya tú sabes. TV Quisqueya. ¡Wow!